What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another fantastic week here in Charlotte, North Carolina for another week of VESL, another week of CMS. This is the finals week. Playoffs are here. We have been watching all of these teams combating one another for the chance to make it to land, for the chance for a fantastic prize whatsoever. My name is Proper, never here by myself, joined by the ever so handsome Mr. Tumbleweed. How we doing today, Michael?
Doing good. Another week, another day of casting. Valorant today on Wednesday, as you said. It's going to be a great day, Andy.
It was a gorgeous day out today. I mean, I'm getting a lot of good sun, like just under 90 degrees with a nice little breeze. I'm not going to lie. That's the perfect weather for me. Playoffs are here upon us, so let's go ahead and show that bracket so that way we can go ahead and highlight our top 8 teams of what we have going on for ourselves today. Audrey Kell, they able to make it through. Surprise Pikachu face on that. Going to be facing against CEEC, Charlotte Engineering Early College. Palisades, the Pumas, going to be going up against the Bulldogs out of Butler. So we can continue on with this animalistic warfare that Michael loves to talk about on which one is going to be the better one. Providence going to be going up against Myers Park. And then the West Mech going up against JT Williams. That is on the docket today. Just as a continuation, as far as this bracket is concerned, again, single elimination. But if you win your opening match, you place top 4 here in CMS, you actually do make it to LAN. You make it to regionals. Comparatively to the other regions, you have to make it to top 2. But here for CMS, I'm told that we're very special. You end up placing top 4, you end up making it to LAN, which is very important.
Absolutely, and seeding matters. You know, the lower you place, the harder teams you have to face from those other divisions.
Sure.
So if you're coming out of here with CMS, right, you want to get that best seeding possible. Again, folks, these teams are competing for $45,000 in the grand scheme of things. So, a lot of money on the line.
That is a lot of money.
Yep.
So, without further ado, our first series of the day will be JT Williams going up against West Mech. The map will be Icebox, so we're starting off with an I don't know. Like, how am I supposed to describe it? It could either be really, really fun, or it could just be chilling cold. And that's not a pun whatsoever. That is just how this map can play. You can either be very aggressive, or you could just have a stalemate in the middle of the map.
My prediction, it's going to be a banger if you're a JT Williams fan. We've seen a lot of domination out of them.
Yeah.
So, a lot of good stuff. Ouroboros, Tracker, Grasty, Indigo, and Mass. We've seen a lot of great things come out of these players. Westmex Hawks, I'm going back in my mind. I think we've seen them once, and I think that they won. You're a lot better at note-taking than I am, so I'm sure you'll find that at some point in the future. But Tuna, Haraway, that's how I'm going to say that. Apollo, Oxen, and Nah.
So West Mech, last time that we actually had him on broadcast, got slammed by the Hough Huskies 13-5. That was unbind. Very different map is Icebox. No teleporters for one. Very long lines of sight. The Jets can end up pulling out an operator. We'll say this much for JT Williams. If there's one thing that I'll always remember is Ouroboros. That guy is insane. Also one of my favorite names. No bias on this commentary desk whatsoever. Just big fan of that character as far as Marvel is concerned. If you know, you know. Very interesting as well, though. I don't know what patch we're actually going to be playing on for this one in particular, if this is new Viper, but only time will tell. And then if it ends up being a new Viper, then consider me ready to ramble.
I don't know of any, like,
I don't know if that patch camp
Off-realms
comes
that they
through
have?
next week or if that's this week that they're playing on it. I don't
That's
know.
a great question. Yeah, I'm not sure. What were some changes for that we would know? Cypher got changed.
Mm-hmm.
Viper got changed.
Yeah.
What was it? Deadlock. Deadlock, I think, got buffed
Yeah.
too, right?
Yeah, Deadlock got buff. Viper didn't get, like, nerfed per se. Viper got balanced. It was, like, the community was up in flames about, like, the entirety of the idea of, like, not having 2 snake bites. The cooldown difference when you do have your poison orb only being able to be picked up before the clock does subside at the early stages of the round. And then just the time to be utilizing your wall, how often you can have that up, and just how quickly it depletes from your tanks. So will be offense first coming through for the Hawks out of West Mech. And as far as their composition is concerned, having the Raze plus the Jet, this is a good option for them if they're trying to assault a site quickly.
Absolutely. Let's see what we got here. How's this playing out? I'm looking at the mini-map, folks. Looks like we're going to have an A push. Now they've been sighted out. We got 3 defenders on A, 1 in mid, and 1 way over there at B with the Viper. Just taking a few shots at each other. Tracker, not quite able to track down those kills as he gets pushed to the side. His team pushed back from those pesky grenades. I don't think there's been any changes to those grenades.
No. Pain shells are very much so still as bombastic as ever. Grassy's going to get first blooded by Oxine. Numbers now going to be favoring that. Of JT Williams for the time being. Tracker does have that sheriff again. This is kind of an all-in first pick as we see many duelists start to take. 3v2. Spike has been planted. And realistically, it's about like a 2v2.5 as the Viper for JT Williams is sitting just under half HP. But Mask's going to be able to take down Na. It's going to leave Hare as the last alive, just currently sitting inside the dark cover. And the moment that it dissipates, Ouroboros will be there, centered as prime as ever. So the retake will be secure. JT Williams going to strike first.
Pikachu face. JT Williams with a win. We've seen JT Williams, I think, with at least one 13-0 in their matchups in previous weeks. Yeah. And other than that, it's just been kind of dominating score lines here. So, as a reminder, we have a timeout here. So this is actually a good time to talk about it. As a reminder, this is kind of like the bottom of the bracket, right? And at the top of the bracket is the matchup we'll see next with Audrey Kale. So I think we might end up in a scenario where later in the day we could see that matchup that everyone's wanted, Audrey Kale versus JT Williams, because those have been kind of our 2 dominant teams with someone like, I want to say it was Butler Bulldogs, who have been in that mix as well. A lot of good names here in these teams, so we could see some upsets, but that 1 and 2 seed with those 2, not really a surprise, but great to know that they could meet later in the day for a potential finals.
Yeah, I would say this much, like numerically and stylistically for the bracket, and in game as well, both micro and macro. I think that would be like a really good matchup. The Butler Bulldogs, should they beat Palisades Pumas, might very much so get their rematch versus Audrey Cal as well. You remember all the way back to week 1, that went all the way to overtime where they have like a really cool like back and forth side swap. But we'll have to see how that top end of the bracket does pan out. Again, anything can happen in playoffs as esports continues to be a day-to-day endeavor. So the timeout will subside as we get to look at the fantastic second round bye being utilized here for JT Williams winning that first round. The Outlaw bought by Tracker, being able to utilize those Tailwind, the dashes from the Jet. It's going to be quite a nuisance. Currently setting themselves up closer towards the middle of B, just trying to play for that little peak angle underneath the tube. I'm going to strike first for first blood. Tuna is down for the count. Great numbers advantage early for JT Williams off that Outlaw bye.
Going into that early dogs, now Ouroboros going to have the info that they're at least scouting out this B site here on Icebox. JT Williams definitely looking to make a statement here early against West Mech. You really want to set the tone for how this bracket's going to play out. Ouroboros just keeping it cool, not going to overspray or throw anything out there unnecessarily, not give away any resources for free.
I mean, if you're the Hawks, like you know you're at a disadvantage, not only in numbers but weaponry. Losing that first round, Grassley gonna get that sheriff, and I think that it is that sheriff still from at least an opening round, if not bot here for the second, because they did die. Here comes the tracker down low as the Viper wall will pop.
30 seconds.
Tracker's not going to be able to see much of anything. There's a body shot, unable to connect onto the second. I get a little bit of retrain to aim, has to go for the reload. Spike still yet to be planted as we're now down to about 20 seconds, 3v5 on the map. And you'd love for this to be flawless for JT Williams. His tracker will find the third in the round. Here comes the fight through Maze, and Indigo with the Spectre in hand will solidify it with a nice two-piece. JT Williams able to do it flawlessly here on the second.
Yeah, and I love it. I mean, I'm a big fan of the Outlaw just in general, so I love seeing that weapon gets to shine there. Not wasting shots, air quote, right? Going for the headshots, capitalizing on the strong damage that it has. 4 body shots, especially when the team cannot buy armor or anything like that. So, Outlaw, love to see it just making its kind of presence known here. But now we get that match that matchup where Westmec can strike back. They got all Vandals. Only one person doesn't have full armor. That's going to be Apollo on the Sky. They definitely have weapon advantage this round, and they're pretty similar on armor. They might not have all their abilities. We'd have to kind of cycle through and see that. But this could be a round, if you're Westmec, that you definitely want to win. Never want to lose after you spend all that hard-earned money on your guns.
And Tracker not opting in for that second shot there with the Outlaw. Could have potentially been the pick. I mean, you can see the HP there for Hare up in the top right screen now getting healed with the overgrowth from their Sky from the Hawks. Could have potentially been a first blood, but it's going to be a B execute. There's that snake bite and just taking a lot of decay damage early on, but advantage here for Westmec, not only in the weaponry, but also getting that spike planted. They have control over towards the yellow box, but nobody's really directly looking over by Snowman. Tracker's going to be top nest. 70 HP in a dream. Cold Breeze might just take them down. Wayward shots coming through, but Mass with the Bulldog defensively able to find 2. You'd love for this to be less expensive if you are Westmec. Again, this is your round to lose, and Tracker finds a Vandal on the ground over by Yellow from the 2-piece out of Mass. And it's only losing 2 lives along the way, but if you're JT Williams, you're walking away with a smile on your face. You found some Vandals on the ground. You won that with a lack of weaponry. And their retakes so far have just been flawless, same as they did there on the opening round, Michael, this time over by B.
And we are loving what we see there, right? JT Williams making the statement, up 3-0. Westmec's going to feel it, though, in their wallets. They went all in. They bought fully. Now they're crippled again on the economy, and now the gun swings on the other side. JT Williams just beat that round with getting, you know, the lesser guns, right? That's the word I'm looking for. I didn't know the right way to word it. They had inferior guns compared to Vandals. They still won that round. Now you have to expect JT Williams full buy all the Vandals. I think they had 1 Phantom. You have to think here that this is where they're just going to run away with this game.
Never want to lose your first full buy.
Here comes the doggy, just to sniff out the site for A, but it looked like Grasty just kind of sat back. Now they're going to start investing some utility in to control these lanes a little bit.
Grasty's got a Bulldog just playing a really tight corner. Blinding Light will come through offensively. But Grassley could realistically be anywhere. Here comes a little bit of a pop flash around the corner, swapping over to Hare, who's able to work their way all the way up through mid. Ouroboros going to be able to take down a second. Numbers immediately in favor of JT Williams. Again, they have the full ARs. The only one that doesn't have an AR is Grassley, though. You ADS with this Bulldog, you get that 4-round burst, or you can just one tap to the head of Apollo. Spring through the cloud burst, going to leave the last alive of Nah. Tracker's going to hunt them down. So the namesake of it, it's flawless for JT Williams. They win 4 in a row.
Yeah, 2 flawless rounds already in these 4 we've seen thus far. So definitely JT Williams trying to make a statement here that they are here to shine. They want revenge, right? We do know that previously they have been to regionals. They lost to the champions Green Hope, so you got to think JT Williams is going to want to, you know, run that back, right? Go all the way, go the distance, get that regional championship win that they're after. Whereas Westmec Hawks, right? This is kind of a tall hurdle to climb. Really trying to look to make a name for yourself here, and an upset over JT Williams. If you can rally, if you can get that going, that's going to be huge in establishing yourself as a top-tier team in these conversations going forward.
Second set of full buys. Tracker's feeling himself. He's pushing all the way up. Cloudburst, Tailwind, back to safety. He still has to take a challenge, and I mean, Oxine just got eviscerated. One tap to the head, bang. Indigo's going to get spacing by Nah, who's going to get the elimination via the wall bangs through tube. So 4v4. It's the first time, barring the opening few antics, that numbers will be even. Westmec, though, still trying to take a little bit more space. Mass is going to get some information that their player is inside a tube. But something has to budge. And it feels like that Westmec want to try to hard commit to leaving Harry lurking through mid as the rest of everybody starts pushing over towards A. So Tuna's going to be the tip of the spear here. Going to go ahead and throw a shot out early. Shoulder throw will at least see Grassley is up top. Tracker's going to start coming through. Scout was in fact described. Pop flash over towards the top side of A, and Harry's lurking through the middle of the map. Going to throw a Paranoia out, but it goes a little bit wide. Grassley did die over at A, but the exit elimination from Tuna planting the spike is a good one. Jet is incredibly low. Nah, needs to somehow turn Lemonade out of tomatoes as the overgrowth will come through from Apollo, getting them back up to full HP, but the armor will not be there. 86 HP. Spike's going to get tapped. Snake fight will be coming through. Nah has to start pushing through it. Has to check the spike itself, and Tracker's going to find the first and then line up the last. That's 4 in the round for Tracker. And that's now 2 full buys for Westmec that have completely gone wayward. 5 in a row for JT.
Just what a statement. But Westmec, they're almost able to rally and get that round. Definitely one of their better rounds thus far. And I know that the bar isn't set too high. 3 players on that team. Unfortunately, yet to pick up a kill in Apollo, Tuna, and Jorge, right? Sitting at 0-5-1. But you just need a little bit of momentum, a little bit of confidence building. But Tracker, on the other hand, for JT Williams, he's 12-0 right now, Andy, and he's got an op in hand. That is not someone that I would want to be on the receiving end of that op.
And this is just max efficiency of credits. First blood again. Where it was the Outlaw back in round number 2. This time it's the same drop peak coming through, but this time around with the Operator. Vandal's going to get picked up by Apollo, so at least the weapon will remain secure, but only ultimates that you potentially have online for the opposite side for Westmec would be a Blade Barrage. You're probably going to see that in the next round should you lose this and not have enough credits to replenish your inventory. Going to be a push over towards A. Nobody lurking over towards mid. Still 2 players over here. Grassley's still up top trying to go for this jump peak. Not going to see anything. Toxic Screens is going to come out. Grassley back to the map again with the Tracker, going to jump through.
I think he saw everyone.
And he can cuss at least one.
Yeah.
That's going to be Nah, so can't push up a little bit further. Blinding Light, pop flash out. Toxic Screen will keep them shrouded from it. And the timing's not great either. Mass, though, talk about a delayed lurk and a flank from a Killjoy. Did he get an audio cue?
I think he did. I think he heard that Sky coming towards him, so he backed up. They don't know he's here, though. Now they do.
30
But
seconds
he could
left.
be anywhere. Mass is playing close. They might think that he's playing all the way either inside of the tube or all the way back on top of the box. They have no idea what character it could potentially be. Trapped now. Over towards the offensive side of A. Numbers still favoring JT Williams. Tracker's going to take down Tuna. The hesitation's not a good look at all for the Hawks out of Westmec. Paranoia's going to come through. Dark cover to follow. Does not touch Grassley up top, but Nah mitigates the damage. Does find 2. So I have to get that spike and try to get that bad boy planted. Grassley, though, going to take down 1. Caught with a reload as or Boros and Apollo might have been able to find a consolation 2-piece. JT Williams going to have the last alive, and the clock will run out. So JT Williams will get their 6th in a row. And even losing 4 lives, they're still not hurting for credits.
Yeah, just dominating statement. I mean, it's kind of hard, right? This is where, I guess to change the narrative a little bit, this is where the challenge of casting presents itself, right? Is JT Williams just looks so dominant here. It's hard to want to talk and do other things here. So I guess now, Andy, right, like this is the part where I would challenge you and be like, hey, what does Westmec need to do? Other than the obvious, right? Harari and Tuna need some kills.
Sure.
They're still sitting at 0-6. Like, what are you saying to your teammates here to try to rally and get them through this playoff?
It's literally just as simplistic as winning this opening duel. Because it's first blood every single time for JT Williams. And even when numbers are even, their hesitation is just such a bad look. The lockdown defense coming through from JT Williams, no pun intended, to where Mass is into getting that lockdown ultimate is just so good. Seeker's now getting involved offensively. You have 4 ultimates. This could be the difference maker. It's going to be a push through 2 blindly. Where's the trade? Tuna just pushes through blindly. Almost takes Mass down, but Mass is going to get that headshot. Numbers again favoring for JT Williams, and Westmec just can't get a first blood. But they're still not delaying this hit whatsoever. Blade Barrage going to get invested defensively for JT Williams. A Tracker, 1 knife to the dome of Apollo. Replenish. Paint shells Going to at least get inside a kitchen. Good centering again out of Tracker. That's now 2 in the round. 2v5.
Yeah, it just feels like a weird communication breakdown right now from West Mac. They're just kind of trickling in one at a time. What a beautiful finish to that round. But it just feels like they're going in one at a time, right? They're just feeding kills to Tracker. You definitely felt like Tuna had the impression anyway of like, hey, we're going to push here, we're going to flood, we're going to take out Tracker early. I'll be willing to go in first and trade my life. I'm not getting any kills, so you know, it's worth it if I can go in and knock and trade Tracker, right? But just didn't seem like they were on the same page. Some wanted to push, and everyone just sitting in the hallway. And then just that weird kind of trickle in. So our observers, you know, everybody's got their preferences, folks. My observer, he needs to make sure that he's got his setup correct, too. Okay, so never mind the menu that you see there. It's a little bit of a technology pause. And so we're just going to talk through it, right? We'll see that countdown timer start to go down at the top of the screen when they're ready. But not much else to say here, right? What we're looking for, if we're the caster, and if you're at home, right, you're cheering on some of your kids, your loved ones in these matchups, we're looking for West Mac to get that confidence, right? Go in, get that cohesion, get your comms clear, go in, trade out Tracker. If you kill Tracker, I feel like you open up a lot of stuff. He's like 16-0 right now or something. I think I saw it on the scoreboard.
Something egregious for sure. And you know, when you asked me at the beginning of last round, like what you need to be doing better, it's just like the bait and switch is going to be your immediate call. But that's why I was like floored to the point where like Tuna just blind peeks through tube going into kitchen, but there was no secondary challenge. So like you need to have that second person coming through to either shoot through the corpse of Tuna or just be able to get that trade very, very quickly. Because then you got to see what it looked like from Mass's perspective once he did combine with Tracker, who popped the Blade Barrage. Because then he was the bait to the switch of Tracker. And Mass still found another kill afterwards. But even if you took down Mass, like Tracker was just obliterating you. So it's literally as simple as what we call in FPS the bait and switch. And the bait and switch is literally a two-person tactic. First person going to be the bait. They walk in, get as much damage as possible. The switch is the second person to come through and find that immediate trade, sometimes plus an extra. It's just these one little bits of fundamentals that JT Williams has the edge over West Mac.
Yep, absolutely. And to continue on that point, right, we know that Tracker's using an op right now. He can hold an angle. He gets one shot, folks, and unless he does a collateral, right, so he has two people at once, he's not going to be able to shoot both of you. You should be able to sacrifice one and the other person gets the headshot kill and take Tracker off the map.
Dude.
Unless he does something like that, right? He gets the kill and he dashes out like instantly. He just said, you come to this site? Nah.
And Oxy's just going to have to throw this blindly over towards Snowman. He's just as good as dead, still able to at least find one, but Tracker's there for the trade. Going to pick up the Vandal. It is the more clutch weapon. The KO for JT Williams is in a really bad spot, but Mass off the flank, who's been playing mid just so wonderfully with the Killjoy. Last alive is Tuna, immediately traded Tracker, finds another 3. I'm pretty sure it's still flawless, picks up the Operator going to the next round, and it just feels like this guy's untradeable.
Yeah, I don't know what you do. I mean, I've certainly been in these situations where I'm against the guy who, you know, is smurfing or whatever, right? He feels like way too good to be in my game. 20-0 right now.
Dude.
That's kind of insane. Next player on his team, 9-2. So this really does feel like a one-man army show, but everyone's kind of popping off. Everything's going good, and I'm looking over at the side of West Mac. What do we got here? So we got Nah. Nah's doing okay, 6-8. That's not terrible. Everyone else on the team, though, just not able to find their footing right now. Huare especially, he's got the worst of it, being 0-8. And I mean, personally, I think that I can relate, right? I feel like there's a lot of pressure going up against someone like JT Williams in your first round of playoffs. Unfortunate that it is kind of a best of one, but you did make it into the top 8, and this is why placement is so important. Just to kind of talk through that is, you know, they're 7th place right now. If they get up into 6th, well, then they're looking at playing Providence, and they maybe have an easier first round. So every game, every matchup throughout this season has mattered to lead to this moment. And I just hope that West Mac can get an opportunity to get in and get some kills. This Tracker snipes Tuna through the smoke. This guy is truly on another level.
Dude.
Another kill on Oxio.
I mean, Nah's going to be able to
Tracker did die, though.
Finally.
Yep.
The guy is tradable. Operator out of play.
Last player standing.
Or he's going to be the last alive. Knows that there's going to be at least one Killjoy lurking in the back And that's the thing, too. Like, that's how you know JT Williams is, like, firmly in the driver's seat. You got a Sentinel flanking you, a Killjoy flanking you, which is, again, a Sentinel's role is mostly just playing and locking down one of these
30
sites.
seconds left.
And they're just going to let Hare get this spike planted, sure. So where do you go? With a Bulldog. Lockdown also going to get confirmed. JT Williams do not want Westmec to win a single round. Dark cover is going to come through as well. Has to try to get out of dodge. Nice little reposition, but was already watching it via screens. Lockdown just forces out the play on trying to go for the shrouded step up top on the catwalk. Does not work out. Mass going to be able to get that elimination, plus the tick going over towards the Viper. And the operator secured into the next round. I mean, you might have been able to finally take down Tracker, who's the raid boss in this lobby. You found 3 kills, but JT Williams are still flawless on round count, 9-0.
Turn out.
Here's the unfortunate thing, Andy. You killed Tracker. Okay, now you got to start doing some math. 22 kills. It took you 22 Tracker kills to bring him down one time. If you can kill everyone else on the team, you don't let Mass, Indigo, or Boros or Grassy get any kills for the rest of the series, and you only give Tracker 1 death for 22 kills, which is egregious, but that's what we're looking at reality right now. Can you still win? As Oxen shuts down Ouroboros pretty easy.
Blade Barrage is going to be invested offensively off of this very broken buy. But you cannot squander this first blood. It seemingly, and I'm pretty sure this is the first time that Westmec actually have numbers in a post-plant scenario. Indigo is going to be back Snowman. Going to be at least looking for this knife to be able to get a suppress. Does connect onto one over by the yellow box, but nah. Only has 2 knives left. A headshot will replenish it. Apollo going to take down Indigo, back Snowman. 5v3. Can the Hawks get an offensive round conversion? Dark cover's going to be over towards Snowman. The moment that it dissipates, Tracker's going to take down Apollo. Time's the ticket. Going for the challenge, and that's that bait and switch right there. Mass has the operator in hand. Is it 2 operators? Ain't no way. Westmec is able to chuckle this. Grassley for 2. Hare has to check the spike. It's being defused. Lines up 2. There's the 3rd.
Let's go.
The clutch comes through. Westmec finally get themselves on the board, and Hare is able to get out of dodge before dying to the spike itself. Is able to preserve that Vandal going into the next round.
And that's what that's 1 step forward. That's exactly what you need. And immediately we get a timeout coming onto the screen there that looks like it's called by JT Williams. JT Williams coach saying, hey guys, listen, why did we just lose a round to that team?
We're not going flawless?
Yeah, we're not going flawless, okay? Guys, that's the whole reason we're here. I'm checking your raid report. You get kicked from the group.
Checking your raid
You
report.
ruin flawless runs. So, I mean, but if I'm Westmec, right, this is exactly what you need to start building that little bit of momentum, or even better, like building that kind of long-term confidence. You didn't get swept. You took a round off of JT Williams. You can take more from him. You can start building 2, 3, 4 and start to have that momentum swing in your favor. I know it seems like a tall task, but that 1 step could just change everything for these players, especially coming into a matchup like this.
We'll say this much, right? It's 9-1. That we have 2 more rounds before we swap sides. If you can make this 9-3 at the half, I think it's very plausible to do, because it is Icebox, very defensively heavy, but again, as far as a difference is concerned for compositions, which we lightly touched on, the composition that Westmec did change should have been much more offensively favored. They're missing a Sentinel. It's the KJ for the race is the biggest difference, but if you can turn this into a 9-3 half, and you're able to get just as good of a defensive run that we saw from JT Williams on your half side for defense, then we're going to be cooking with gas. Viper's Pit's going to be the opening here over towards A. That's from Ouroboros. JT Williams, though, going to get first blooded. Mass has been playing on top of that box almost every single round. So first blood for Westmec. Not going to be priming up the Tailwind. Dash might not be required whatsoever, as there's nobody in sight. Nah, though, going to be able to take down Tracker. The raid boss is dead. Viper's Pit over towards A. Gonna have to be given up as this hit's starting to manifest itself all the way through the 2, but Grassley!
Down B.
How do you find 2 right there? Seeker's now in response in a 2v3. Centering just rips Nas head clean off. Last player alive will be Ouroboros Tuna. Gonna be able to at least find 1 and then flanks around through the open crates itself. Finds 3 for themselves. And Westmec now piece 2 together.
Last round before the switch.
Last round before the switch, they get that second round. Andy, this is exactly what you're talking about. You get 1 more round. I mean, Icebox, it is not impossible for you to come back from this and start to build that momentum up. That's all. That's what it takes. Now, the hard part, right, is regardless of you win this round, you're going to have to beat JT Williams in a pistol round, and I don't think we've casted JT Williams lose a pistol round at all. So at least from my perspective, they're looking pretty flawless in that attempt. And that, that's going to take them to 10, right? Bare minimum. Then it'll take it to 11 because you expect them to win the next round after that. And the game just starts to inch away from you. Every round matters more and more. If you are West Mech right now, the pressure starts to turn up, starts to dial up.
Blade Barrage invested defensively. I have to wonder if
I didn't
those
even
credits
hear
were
that.
actually used to buy somebody else a Vandal. JT Williams finally hurting for
Scout
credits. Grassy's going to at least see one over towards the offensive side of A. He's playing on the bottom side of A this time around rather than up top on the catwalk. Is that going to change how this defense is going to be recognized? This is starting to at least look like a rotation coming out from West Mech. Yeah, they don't like what they saw from at least that one scout. It's an over-rotation as well. Nobody's to the middle of the map. There's an alarm bot watching it, sure, but this push is actually completely going unnoticed. The first line of defense is going to be Ouroboros playing over by yellow. This is going to have to be quite a contact, but what's the timing look like? Challenge just a little bit too late for Ouroboros. Is centering still to be
30
holding on that
seconds
specific
left.
angle. Tuna's going to strike first. Immediately traded by Mass. Takes down Lurking Nah. Blade Barrage going to be able to at least be good for
Spike
one,
down
but
B.
Tuna's heating up now. 3v3. Spike halfway to getting planted. It's going to have to be a retake for JT Williams, but a good cross being held. Mass dealt with. Seekers now coming through. Can West Mech get 3 in a row? Can they do a 9-3 half? They would set themselves up wonderfully for the defensive swap. This is retake from the last two are mostly coming through from Snowman. Oxine going to be able to take down one. Apollo scouted up towards the top side of Kitchen. Grassley's going to have to do this the hard way. Blinding Light just thrown down. It's just caught mid-sprint, but is able to get the retrain to the centering to rip Apollo's head off. Blinding Light's going to come through. That's the last little bit of utility. Showstopper might just be the final nail in the coffin. Takes themselves down along the way, but all is well and love in the personal trade as West Mech were able to win the last 3 on the side swap. Now it's their turn for defense.
And this is beautiful. This is exactly what you want if you're a West Mech fan. 9-3 going into a half. That feels a lot better than any other scoreline you could have got right now. So this is where you can start to build this comeback, and I'm loving what I'm seeing out of these players. They're not folding under pressure. Everybody's starting to get kills. Ferrari, I was looking at him. Now 3-11 is not the best stat line, but 3-11 is way better than 0-11.
Three-piece that he found.
Yeah.
Like those 3 kills that he did find was that was the first round that they got in the 3-round stint.
Yep, doesn't matter how many kills you get, it's when you get them, folks. Remember that. If you have 1 kill for the game, but that 1 kill clutched you the round that you needed to win, that's all that matters in the grand scheme. Tuna setting up this Viper wall. Seems like a pretty common Viper wall. I feel like we see this one a lot. Very, very useful in how it goes over the different terrain to completely block off vision. JT Williams on this offensive side now. I feel like that's going to be scary. When Tracker, who's just been, seemingly unstoppable minus these past few rounds, he's going to probably be the entry fragger, and good luck. That's all I got for you if you're a Hawk right now. JT Williams, they don't have a logo where I can make an animal lore reference. Tracker does miss some shots, though.
Ooh. But does invest the Ghost, so does have a Cloudburst at their disposal. Heard
Spike
the
planted.
tailwind coming through. Tracker going to get up towards the top side here of Nest. There's that Cloudburst. Tailwind already utilized, has to jump through the decay, but back up to 88 HP. Post-plant scenario here. Numbers for JT Williams here on their opening offense of the pistol. They are beatable. You just have to find the information if you are West Mech. Blinding Light's not going to be able to come through, just trying to clear all the nanoswarms off of the spike itself. First snake bite, misses short. Nah's going to be able to take down first. The right click from Ouroboros going to be good to take down one. Tracker able to take down Nah, and then Ouroboros just with the primary fire is good enough. Platuna there for the trade. It's Tracker to get the last laugh with that Ghost. And JT Williams going to win yet another pistol round. They're up to double digits.
Yep, and this is where it can slip away a little bit. West Mech, he can't buy. You just lost the pistol round. JT Williams can. We expect, as per usual, unless West Mech pull off a miracle here, that JT Williams will win this round. That'll take him up to 11. Then you're all in, right, if you are West Mech to to go, and I think that was a tech pause toggle right there, so we might be in a little bit of a pause situation again. But we've got, looking at the scoreboard, he's been consistently at the top of the team. Tuna stepped up. Oxen stepped up. Apollo has stepped up. Horari, he got his 3 kills where it mattered most. On the other side, Tracker, I mean, I know this is like really nitpicking, but he was 20-0 at one point. Now he's 24-4. Right, so he's looking a bit more mortal. You're showing you can hang with this guy. If you get him off the field, like you talked about earlier, Andy, if you can trade Tracker, the whole game opens up for you.
No,
It's
absolutely.
getting that guy off the field that matters.
It's just being able to understand like what this offensive setup looks like, because it took them 9 rounds, did West Mech, to fully understand that, okay, we take down Tracker, he's going to be first. Grassley's always playing up towards top A. Typically you'll have the different lurking, whether it's going to be the KO over towards screens over by A, or maybe all the way to help out Mass in the middle of the map. You know that Mass is always going to late flank. Once they finally understood that, it's just playing delay timings and just watching these crosses that Icebox has a lot of, and then that worked out wonderfully for them. So you just cannot allow yourself to to give up that many rounds to understand what JT Williams are looking like on offense. And to go back to the entire idea of just like, yeah, they lost that first round, but you're forced to force up here. Like, you do probably have to invest to maybe buy a stinger, maybe play some one-off angles, not buy all of your abilities, because it's very likely that this round might just set up JT Williams to be able to win, because if they win this, go up to 11, they could be firmly in the driver's seat if they are able to convert it, and they could just continue to replenish their inventory.
So let's talk through that scenario, actually. I think that's a good thing to talk about because I haven't pointed it out. So let's say you do go all in. Is it better to buy right now and risk it all if you're West Mech Hawks, or do you save this round for the full buy, 2 rounds from now, right? Because if you buy now and you fail, that could just easily end the game.
So the analyst in me wants to say that you should save this. Like in good high-level Valorant, you should be saving this and putting yourself in a better position to be able to win the next round. It's basically buying for next, right? Like if you can stomach to buy a Ghost and give yourself a better situation to get that 2-tap headshot on a light armor Spectre, then you're probably going to be much better off. But if it's just classics and you're going into what is going to be the bonus coming through for JT Williams, that's probably the better pick, ultimately speaking. But if we're talking rank game scenario, no, we forcing up right here for sure. And then we're body stacking. We're all pushing through mid, or we're all pushing through B just to go through the entirety of the flank. But only time will tell to be able to see what West Mech are going to do as we're out from the tech pause, back into the onslaught we go.
Yeah, and I love that point, Andy. Another way that I would word it is you're not playing to lose, you're going to play to win.
Absolutely.
Right? So maybe it is better, and I didn't see because of the tech situation. Hopefully we can hop into some of those West Mech players, see if they did buy. But Krasty, as an example, he's just sitting on his Ghost. He's conserving his money, but he's living comfortable.
Dude, oh!
And this
Mass.
Bulldog, Mass is popping off right now. As he looks like he does trade. This could be huge if Nog could pick that up. That could be a good money saver.
I mean, Mass has to be shorthand for Massive, because that boy huge. 4v2 post plant. Apollo has to waste time for the overgrowth. And this is just time as it's ticking all the way down. Blinding Light's going to come through. Someone all the way towards top. Heaven Tracker's got himself a Guardian. Well, the classic shots aren't really anything to write home about whatsoever. So you only lost Mass, but he found the opening 3. So I think a job's good, and JT Williams not 2 away from taking this game.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, that was just, that's exactly what you want to see if you're JT Williams. No other way to say it. Just beautiful execution. Mass, as you said, really stepping up. 16-7 in that scoreline. He bought himself another Bulldog, unless someone brought it back for him. That's all the kind of him. As he drops everything. We got another tech pause. We got a lot of technology issues. Listen, folks, this is why, it's better just to go out, plant you a garden or something. The garden will never give up on you, but technology
That's
will let
not
you
true
down.
at all. Well, I guess it's not like the garden would give up on you as much as just like you could get like infested. And it's like you have all that time and it's just like you got like some beautiful flowers and it's just like, well, this dang cicadas just ruined my rose garden.
Cicada, man.
It's that time of the year, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
gotta get ready. The cicadas coming back in full. It's not a full brood, but it's about like a half brood. I don't know why I'm talking about cicadas, let alone why I know so much about cicadas. Regardless of this whole entire tech pause in this entire situation, now we find ourselves in a very terrible situation because you're going into a full buy. And if you remember how the first full buy and, well, the second full buy actually went for West Mech when they were on offense, didn't exactly go too well.
Go great.
The bonus was so good from JT Williams. But, again, you're on defense. So, like, you have the opportunity to choose the tempo of the game. So whatever guns that you do end up buying, which I'm sure would probably be about 5 Vandals because it is Icebox, this is what you need to do. You need to control the tempo. You need to bait and switch this first blood. It's the same exact conversation that we had on offense for crying out loud. You just have to flip the sides.
Yep, and it looks like that tech pause is finally ending. Sorry about that, folks. Game's getting delayed a little bit, but that's all right. You get to spend more time with us. You get to learn about cicadas. I learned something new. Well, I kind of felt like they were coming back. Yeah.
So cicadas come back every single summer, but it's the size of the brood.
Yeah.
Burrowing insects.
It was like 2 years ago or something. It was like one of the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a full brood.
Yeah.
We got like
It's only
maybe a
half
quarter brood. No, quarter brood this year.
Quarter brood.
Half brood next year.
No, okay.
Full brood the year after.
I play brood all the time in Marvel Snap, so great character in the Marvel Universe.
And I play Zergling in StarCraft too, so you know we playing on an airplane right now. W out of you, sir. So, tech pause is, did we go into another tech pause?
Well, yeah, I mean,
that 7's up on that screen. It went 3 seconds, and then it went to another tech pause.
Well, yeah, if you think about it, right, if you're some of these players, like, let's just look at Tracker, right? Tracker 27-4, okay? Now, if I'm any college ever that's doing esports Valorant, I want this guy, so I'm getting him on the next flight. But he's like, listen, guys, I got a championship to do. He's just playing from the plane or something, man, you know? Listen, that's how you know you goated. They got Wi-Fi up there for a reason. Hopefully you got first-class seats. If not, he's in economy just hunched over getting the shrimp pose.
There's not enough, like, mouse space for that. Like,
that's why you just kick the other guy out of the seat next to you.
Unless, like, you play, like, what we call, like, in MK World, we call it, like the Chinese flick, where it's, like, they just, like, play on super high sensitivity, but, like, only with, like, the wrist, which is super unhealthy. Here comes the Blinding Light, though, gonna tag Na, who is only on light armor, by the way. So that's the problem with wanting to buy all of your abilities, is now you don't have enough to be able to get that full armor. But First Blood, again, Mass, down to half HP. Here comes the push over towards yellow. Na has nowhere to go. Gonna get suppressed. They know exactly where he is. Nobody's in a position to be able to get that trade. Ain't no way. Tracker off this bonus with the Guardian is looking so good. And is able to pick up, well, back to the Guardian as the Bulldog was going to be thrown on the ground there from Mass. Oxine, dead. Could potentially be a life that you want back if you are West Mech, because, again, this is your first full buy on the defensive half. And tune-up. Surely not the snake bite you're looking for. Good retrain to be able to take down Indigo, but immediate trade out of Ouroboros. The macro play from JT Williams is just too dang good. Gonna be able to get themselves up to match point here. They win one more round here, Tumbleweed, and they're gonna put themselves into position to play on land.
Yep, and we're just gonna sit here with West Mac, and they're gonna say, hey, we're taking a quick timeout. We got it. We gotta go all in on this. Okay, Tuna. You normally come to the store, you get tuna and water, but you were tuna in Viper's Venom in that last round. You need to do better.
That can't be healthy.
You need to get some better shots in. And, I mean, that's the hard thing, right, is we've had so many timeouts that really, if I'm a player in this standpoint, it's hard to ever get momentum on your side. So, like, no matter what kills you're getting, if you're West Mac, you're like, oh, well, now we got this tech pause, and then we got this real pause. And so all these shots, all these moments of glory that you have, yeah, you lost the round, but it's hard to build upon that, and that's what they needed in the first half to even get the 3 rounds that they got.
Couldn't agree more.
So,
I mean, and then you're hoping from the opposite side too. Like, you call that timeout, just like maybe we can finally ice Tracker. It's like you said, like he was 20-0, and then after that 20-0, like he went 4-4. So like, gods do bleed. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, you can do this if you are West Mech. You just gotta get these trades. But the problem is, you look at the buy, and it is just in shambles. I mean, like, it's like a budget Aldi, and like Aldi's already groceries for cheap. So it's just like, you got 2 full armors, but those guys have Spectres. You got a Guardian, a Vandal with light armor on a Na, who is leading the team as far as KD ratio is concerned. Paint Shell is going to come through defensively. Not going to tag anybody whatsoever. Opening salvo will take down Oxy. Blinding light up top, though. Grassley Gonna go 1-for-1 Ouroboros there for the trade. 4v3. Are these the last lives for Westmec? It's looking pretty good for JT Williams to knock Westmec out of the tournament entirely. Viper's Pit, invested in the A. You're gonna have to do this the hard way. If you are Nah and Harry, the Tracker is playing a one-off angle all the way up top on the generator. Nah, last alive, full flank coming through. Shots a little bit over eager, but able to get 2 off on the flank. 2v2. You still have to deal with the players that are lurking inside of the Viper's Pit, and that's a lot of cheese you gotta cut through. Cannot get it done. 56 HP, has a full payload of utility. Gonna prime up the Tailwind. Spike is just outside of it. He's gonna tap it. Could bait out, maybe a challenge, has to go inside of the Toxic itself, but Indigo is on a flank through a maze. We'll get the final elimination. Westmec only able to get 3 rounds onto JT Williams. They will be eliminated from CMS.
Yeah, but what a good showing, though. You never gave up, right? You had a lot of weird moments there, right? A lot of pauses and all that, but you didn't get shut out. That's the one you should be taking. I don't know how, guys, I'm not as familiar with this division. It's my first time casting here, so I don't know how long West Hawk's been around, but what a great way to start your season. You do make the top 8, right? Not every team can say that. You go against one of the top dogs. I mean, almost regional champions, JT Williams. You hang with him. You take a few rounds from him. That's nothing to sneeze at, folks, and that's really good stuff on your hand there. And I'm noticing that we also had a game that was played at the same time, right, in the background. We had Providence Panthers take on Myers Park Mustang, and we can see that bracket, so we can see JT Williams again, number 2 seed versus number 3 seed.
Numbers.
That's how they work.
Going in sequential order. God, it's just visually pleasing. I'm not going to lie. The aesthetics are at an all-time high, not only on this graphic, but also for numbers. Big numerical guy over here. So Providence Panthers, as you already said, as that match was happening side by side with the JT Williams versus Westmec Hawks, the Mustangs will also bow out at top 8. So Providence Panthers and JT Williams will continue to play on later on in the evening as well, but they're already guaranteed to go to LAN. So we still have 2 more winners round 1 matches to get through. Audrey Kell Knights versus the Charlotte Engineering Early College is the next one on our docket, as well as the Palisades Pumas versus the Butler Bulldogs. We're going to throw things to a very short break, let that lobby get all ready to go. But we'll be right back with some more VESL and CMS Valorant. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. Game 1, it was a banger. JT Williams, they knocked it out of the park, as always. But Game 2, this is what everyone's always asking about. Audrey Kell win. When does Audrey Kell play? Andy, when does Audrey Kell play? They play right now. That's when they play. And they're going against Charlotte Engineering Early College. Number 1 seed, Audrey Kell, versus number 8 CEEC. You got to think that this is going to be a little one-sided on paper.
Numerically, you're not wrong. There's a reason why Audrey Kell Knights are the number 1 seed. Those guys that came through, they absolutely ripped it out of the park. Flawless at that. And realistically speaking, like the only time when they were tested, I want to say, like when we had them on broadcast, was all the way back in week 1. That was versus the Butler Bulldogs, which very much so could be their winners round 2 matchup, barring what ends up happening in our last winners round match, which would be versus the Palisades Pumas. But yeah, I mean, look, Audrey Kell Knights, mechanically, at a macro level, both as well as micro, are easily the best team that we have here in this league.
You know what's really interesting about this matchup, and I'm just looking at these stats, and don't crucify me if these are wrong. CEEC this season, 5-0. Audrey Kell this season, 5-0. Think about that. They're 5-0, and it's 1-7 seed.
The problem is that the majority of those wins for CEEC were forfeits, right?
Yes.
But comparatively to Audrey Kell, which I'm pretty sure they did have a forfeit win, but playing the majority of their games, even if they were going up against other flawless teams, just seeing every single one of these 8 teams play so far, you know as well as I do, these guys are the absolute top dog, or top knight, depending on how you look at it. So Audrey Kell Knights versus Charlotte Engineering Early College, going to be doing battle here on Sunset. An aesthetically pleasing map, though it can definitely be a map that can get away from you. And for Audrey Kell Knights, if there's one name that always jumps off the page to me, and before you say baguette yum yum, I agree, but anime. This clove has just been so good.
Yep.
Dude, like, set the bar on what high school clove can honestly do.
Absolutely, because I still remember back in week 1 when anime picked Jet, and I'm like, oh, this is okay. And then anime changes it up week 2, never went back.
Yep.
Just been same character every time. And Illness, again, another one. Illness pops off on the screen to me. I mean, just every single time, Raise. That's it. Doesn't do anything else. Really good at that. And I guess when you're that good with the satchel mobility, why do you need to do anything else? And I think Boosted's played a good bit of KO now that I started to break this down. So it's like, really, this comp, it's kind of always the same thing. You kind of always know what you're getting.
You do have 2 different sets of flashes, right? You got the Dizzy from Audrey Kell. That's going to be mirrored for Charlotte Early Engineering. But for Boosted on this KO, it's so good on Sunset. There's so many corners that you can end up planting so many good parts from that, the 0 point, the knife, right? And even from the fragment, as well as the flashpoint, just get so much early information. But Gecko is busted on Sunset. There's so many high walls that you can just yeet Dizzy right up top, and it'll plop right back in your lot to pick him back up. As far as the difference in between these 2 compositions are concerned, CEEC did not opt in for the KO. They're actually going to be taking a Sky, which isn't a bad pick by any stretch of the imagination.
Yep, and KO right there. There's free info. You not only do you suppress their abilities, but now you know that, hey, they're coming here in the audio. And the biggest thing I want to call out here before the action breaks out, we get an A push round 1. Normally on Sunset, we always see round B being the point of contention.
Might as well try to overwhelm it with aggression early. Capri Sun going to be the first one in. There comes Dizzy right on top of the box. Range good for 2. Talk about values worth there with the Dizzy. And now this push is kind of all trapped over through the outer hall. If you can tell by the canter of my voice here in a 2v4, being trapped over on this side is absolutely terrifying. Here comes the wingman. Going to be popping at least for an exit via the ruse. Last player alive will be Link, and he will be decimated. So at least you took down 1 if you are CEC, but Audrey Kell Knights striking first. Nobody was surprised.
Yep, only person on CEC picking up a kill there is Loki. Not surprised, got him mischief and all that. Capri Sun, though.
God of storytelling now. To the MCU.
Is that a thing?
Yeah,
really?
That's a real thing. Did you watch the series?
No, I've not watched it.
Yeah, you should.
Interesting. God of storytelling. Loki telling the story here, and it's, hey, team, I can get a kill. Why don't you do the same? Read from my book, copy my homework. Capri Sun tried to go onto that site. Range ended up penetrating his Capri Sun, getting some juice. Just, trying to get to the center of the Tootsie Roll Pop, I guess you could say.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop? Only time will tell. It's an Aries bot here for Baguette Yum Yum. Anime also has a
Spike
Marshall,
down, B.
and, well, these are definitely
One
weak.
enemy
Them arms
remaining.
are heavy, as Anime is going to be able to find 3. Relatively easily speaking, here comes the push out from the side of B. Link's going to be caught as Illness jump piece it with a Guardian. One head tap bang. Again, CEC are able to at least get a consolation elimination, but that was their round to lose. They did win the opening.
Yep, and Alir does pick up a kill there, just to try to match Loki. He's picking up the story that Loki's telling there. Anime, we talked about it at the top. No surprise. 4-0 to start this off. Picking up. Why can I never remember that LMG's name? What's it called?
Ares.
Ares. Thank you so much. We got the God of War in a gun, and we got the God of Storytelling on the other side. What's better? What wins? I would say the God of War, personally. Loki always coming out on the ending, the bad end of the things when he goes against Thor. You know, that's just lightning. That's not even war. This tripwire here.
Great segue.
that's an offensive tripwire. It fooled even me. Here we go. He's gonna yeet Dizzy. It looks like over the top. Poor Dizzy, just always getting thrown around.
Yeah, but you see his face? Like, he loves it.
Well, now he just got left.
I mean, well, now
It's
he doesn't
like
love it.
it's kind of like it's a movie that came out recently called Strays that I really like, where you
Is
like
it about cats?
it's about dogs.
Oh.
But this guy, like, the whole story starts, and this won't spoil much. So the guy's like trying to get rid of his dog, and he throws it and it keeps coming back. It's kind of like Dizzy. All right, so maybe Dizzy's a stray. Maybe that's the secret there.
I thought this was going to be a setup for like a modern day Homeward Bound, which I feel like shows my age more than anything, but Ruse is going to be all the way through B. Here comes the execute. Numbers here for CEC off of their full bias. Production really loves the Homeward Bound reference. Though trades, going to be good. Boost is going to be able to at least take down 1. Push all the way through Market. Going to get information. It's mutual though. Dizzy. Loki, splat. Here comes just the blind running and gunning range. Takes down Loki. Last alive is Capri Sun and won't be able to find much of anything. The pouch was not respected as range just came sprinting out of Market.
Is it off? It's
Already has a Thresh as well. Golly, that's a round that Charlotte early college would definitely love to be able to get back and win.
Yeah, definitely. They're gonna regret that later. If it comes down and they start this comeback and you end up like what, 12-10, something like that. That's the round that really haunts you when you go back and you watch those replays and you're trying to figure out how you can do better, how you can improve. That's the round you should have had. I was actually trying to listen that round, but I couldn't quite make it out. One of the changes they made, so we could try to figure out what patch we're on with the Cypher cam, is the the cam makes a persistent beep now when he's on it.
We are on the live patch. I don't think the changes ended up coming through. I think that's coming through next week because the Viper still had 2 snake bites. So.
Oh, good call.
Also, just checking about how old I am. The original Homeward Bound came out in 1993. So GG's to all my old friends in chat. Yeah, I was also born 1 year before that. Production man.
Wow, you're both so young.
Deal with it.
Coming from a 91 baby, those
Yeah.
92s, they're so young. They're
Wow, yeah. We have our whole life
so much
ahead of us.
less experience.
And here we are.
As Anime just in quick little pop takes down Loki.
Oh, for sure. I don't think that there's the 90s like now are like
down mid.
like think about it. Red Hot Chili Peppers are the classics now.
You know what my favorite part about all this?
Blink-182 is also technically a classic rock band now. I will not. That's literally like I am hired to sit here and talk.
Player standing.
Stinger shots
30
going to be a little
seconds
bit
left.
wayward. Can't get the elimination, but Link will find the trade via the Sheriff. Last alive, and well, space being taken away. Anime is just right around the corner. Going to be high loaded here with Boosted. Just chows it. Sure. I mean that's egregious, but hey, whatever works. Also was able to get the not dead yet, and I think Thresh was not invested on the last round as well. So. You have 2 very good ultimates for Audrey Cal coming into this now, up 4-0. And we've seen Anime in the past with that not dead yet, living up to be the main character for sure.
Definitely on a good storyline right now. You know what my best part about this cast is today, Andy? Is that the people at home watching, they think that you're talking to like 7 personalities.
Yeah.
They don't hear the production in your ear going back and forth, bantering with you. So you just kind of sound crazy to them.
I always have voices in my head.
You're not Randy Orton. Get out of here.
going
No
for that
RKOs
placement.
for you.
Like, come out of nowhere. Tracker's going to end up coming through from B main. You can see the rotation immediately on the minimap. Like, nobody's going to be flanking through the Cypher Cam's going to be able to at least claim one. Here comes the wingman for the plant. He's going to be able to stop him. But He's going to be able to find first blood. Here comes the not dead yet. Offensive for CEC. Now dead for good. 4v4 as far as a retake is concerned. There's going to at least come the knife through the wall. Gonna suppress a few players. Showstopper invested defensively. Here comes Thresh as well. Offensively, Illness gonna be able to take down one though. How do you still win that? If you are Illness, good for 3. Anime, they're on the link. Last one's gonna be a Lear all the way back inside B main. The paint shell's gonna get them down to 79 HP, playing a one-off angle. Gonna be able to be good for 1. The spike being tapped. Illness good for 4 in the round. The retake successful. Audrikel gonna be good. They only had to invest the Showstoppers, the more impressive part.
What an impressive showing there. I mean, that's all it is. And if I'm Audrey Kale, the whole purpose of this match right now, because it's looking a little one-sided, but not honestly, I'm having a hard time because Illness is 9-2 now, Anime 7-2, so they're kind of sharing the load a little bit better. But, you know, in our JT Williams game, we had someone that was 20-0. So does JT Williams look better? Does Audrey Kale look better? When we start looking down the line for that 1 versus 2 seed, both teams really trying to make that statement from across the bracket and set the tone for how this run could go.
It's not really like, it's like comparing a Clementine to an orange, right? I mean, it's the 7th or the 8th seed. Both oranges.
Clementines are way better.
Yeah, they're sweeter.
Yeah.
Compact flavor.
Hey, you carry them around in your pocket.
What? All right, first blood for CEC. We're going to get away from whatever the hell Michael carries in his pockets. So not having to worry about
You
the
might need a
race.
snack, man.
I'm not carrying fruit in my pocket, bro.
Why
Like,
not, man? You carry an apple in your pocket.
that's different.
Why? It's a fruit.
Yeah, but if I sit down on an apple, you know what? Never mind. Here comes the Neural Theft offensively for CEC. Gonna at least claim the positioning. Second ping gonna be good. Dizzy just shot out of the sky. I mean, that's just rude. That's bad business. Spike still needs to be maneuvered forward. You know that you at least have somebody over towards the Fender spot, but nobody's really peeking through mid. Here comes a couple ruses out from Anime. Now you're gonna have the opposite happen for Charlotte
30 seconds left.
early college. In all this time spent from all this utility, like they're trapped again.
Yeah, I mean, Dizzy, he likes to fly through and spit in your face, so I don't even think it's that
I hate
disrespectful
when
to shoot
people
him
do
down.
that.
I spit in the face of people who don't want to be cool. Anime, just going to come back to life, does get taken down early on in that revival. Not able to make much. Thrash. Free Sun able to juke that out. Takes down Baguette. Yum Yum.
One enemy remaining.
Range. Down range, taking out Capri Sun. I can't read the name. Lear. He was too small. I'm old. Boosted, suppresses 2. Tries to get that flick kill. Does. He's just a little off to the right there. That's unfortunate. As Lear, I can read now. Does clutch that round up. 5-1. Look, I'm saying it right now. JT Williams went up like 9-0. Audrey Kale, you know, in the battle of Clementines and Oranges, which ones do you carry in your pockets? Carry, I guess, whatever one Audrey
Nobody
got.
carries fruit in their pockets. Like, what? What?
Why not?
Did you actually like through school, be honest with me and be honest with everybody else and yourself?
Okay.
Did you carry fruit in your pocket, brother?
Listen, I hit the lunchroom up, okay, and I was taking a couple things out of there, okay? I was taking an extra chocolate milk. I was taking the fruit of the day, okay, whatever it was, and I was taking like a muffin.
But did you put that fruit in your pocket?
How else am I going to get back to class?
Put it in your backpack? I don't know.
Dog, is that an apple in your pants? Are you happy to see me? It was an apple! Every time, every day of the week, it was an apple. Apple, muffin,
you
milk.
got issues, man.
Got issues. I was living life. Use your pockets. I also rock
Man's talking about
cargo
getting-
shorts. Cargo shorts I keep in the side pockets for extra utility.
Well, like Impossible fans?
Yeah, like Kim Possible, man. I was cool. I was goated at school.
Like Ron Stoppable had a naked mole around his pocket. Michael had a Clementine.
Where's
Teacher asked to spot the difference between the two photos.
They're the same photo.
What the off the rails? Okay, so that pause is done. Thresh was utilized by Audrey Kell in that last round, so they only have a Neural Theft defensively. Charlotte Early College actually have themselves a showstopper offensively to utilize. So Paint Shell is going to be invested early. That should be the tripwire dealt with. It's a very expensive way of dealing with it, but here comes the double blast pack all the way through. Bruise! Anime gonna get caught lacking though. Main character dead. Not dead yet. Was used in the last round as well. Here comes the wingman for the plant. Nona's gonna be able to take down Loki. 4v4 here in the post plant. But actually the wingman actually dies, so now Han kind of caught lacking a little bit here as well. As Rage gonna be able to line up too, and the flank through market going to be fantastic for Audrikel. They may have lost round number 6, but they strike back in the fear of the hearts of their enemies there in round 7.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, that was perfectly put. That round unfolded quick. You know, you look at it boosted and range, range, especially down range, right? Taking out those 2 headshots, that was crucial in clutching up that round. 6-1 in this half. I think Audrikel's winning because they keep a few Clementines in their pockets.
I don't think that has anything to do with it.
Well, there's got to be a reason, right? It's not.
This is like, if you're gaming, like, do you just sit down with like Clementine and you're just like, oh, it's for good luck? It's like people got like rabbit's foot. Sometimes people wear like opposite socks. Like Michael shows up to play in a tournament. He's like, bro, I got my lucky Clementine with me. That at Yum Yum's gonna find 2 to open up this round.
Oh yeah, these days I'm a little different. I keep Takis on me. I love Takis. So I'd be
But you see, like, that's fine to have in your bag because it's in a bag.
well, yeah, I just keep the bag on me. You know,
Spike
but,
down.
but like Clementines, they don't come in a bag.
So when we say that Michael secures that bag,
just know it's the Takis.
it's the top.
That's how I was baited here to start casting and get paid. They promised me a bag. They didn't say what the bag was.
Was it pre-pocketed?
Pre-pocketed? I don't know, man. I didn't get it.
Like you walk in, like Pathfinder's got like he pulls out from his pocket, like you put these in your pocket. You cast some Valorant.
When we go to the LAN in a few weeks, I'm gonna keep some Clementines on me.
People are gonna see you like in the crowd and be like, "You're the Clementine pocket guy."
Hey,
you better be known for something.
Yeah.
Like that's your statement like, on your headstone. Did have Clementine in pocket upon death.
I'm gonna have to go shopping. I don't have any cargo shorts anymore, but yeah, like someone be like, "Hey, you got some Clementines? But here you go, dude." You just rip these bad boys open and enjoy a little juicy snack.
Jesus Christ. Ultimate advantage
Here with
again.
Dizzy and Wingman going on to side plant that bomb. Baguette, Yum. Quick little kill on Alir. Loki. Got a mischief, man. Got a storytelling. And here come the Seekers, Andy.
There was an entire comic line where he literally became the god of stories. Like it is canon, and it's also in the MCU now. Read it, love for it. Ultimate advantage not really there anymore, as you did lose Alir, but the spike will be planted. It's being defused. The spam through the ruse is going to be so good. In range is just sticking the defuse. They're trapped inside of B main. Anime is going to push them down, and it's another flawless round for Audrikel. The retake, superb.
Anime dropped a 3rd in his team, 10-5. I mean, if that's your idea of a bad game, then you're doing way better than me anyway. 5-2. Everyone on the team is positive. It's a pretty good, impressive stat line. On the other side, everyone on CUC is negative. So if I put my caster analysis hat on, I think that if you're positive, you win more rounds than you lose. So you want to be positive. So if you're CEC, try to flip those stat lines, get some more kills, right? Get your Capri Suns out, get them straws out. Okay, just one quick jab through the hole. Link, just jamming out. This guy's got his head in the game. He's getting hyped up with the Zed music. I hate I missed out on those skins. I didn't play back then.
You just gotta hope you get it in your in the market.
Yeah, the normal
They still
market
pop up.
rotation.
Yeah, they still pop up.
What do they have? Don't they have like the night market or whatever it's called?
Yeah, the night market pop up too. But just like
Illness just popping off is Link. We're just going in for a jam session here. You can't pull that thing out.
You also have to think of the probability of like one skin popping up and like the mass majority of like so many different variants of skins.
That's actually a great point. I
Yeah.
wonder if it's like weighted in terms of rarity of skin too.
I don't think
Probably
it is. My night market always blows. Numbers advantage for Audrikel. They do have a showstopper should they feel the pressure. And CEC, I mean, if they really want this retake, and I mean if they really want this retake, they do have a thresh. really good tripwire also there for Baguette Yum Yum, but he is just dead. Could not lock down the shots with the
30
automatic
seconds
weapon.
left.
Han, gonna be good for it. Blast packs on the site. Daisy's gonna come through, but Link's gonna take down Illness, so
Last player standing.
2v3, now down to a 1v3, but it is versus the Gecko. Can you get this done if you are a Lear? Well, no, because the main character shows up once again. Anime will be there to take them down. Just gonna half that bad boy. Gonna be giving it up to maybe Boost It. Doesn't have his ult, but hey, Boost It. Hey, buddy. Come get that ult too. You wanna finish running that up?
Anime just taking main character privileges there.
Oh, he went to go take a whiz. That's all good.
Now we get a tech pause coming out here. What happened to the days of good old OG pauses? Now we got these tech pauses everywhere.
Well, it's because we got tech that fails.
Well, did tech fail
Versus-
there?
versus,
Or
like-
did he
like
go
the
to the
normal-
bathroom? I don't know.
That could technically be a tech pause.
Wouldn't that be just like a normal team pause? I don't know.
You never know.
If we're there, okay, in a few weeks, we're all live together, right? We're live right now as a reminder, but when we're live there and I'm next to all you players, we're not taking bathroom breaks, okay? We're finishing. We're getting that round. You're going
Brother,
the distance.
you're a caster. You're not an admin. You don't get to make that decision.
I thought I got power here. What am I doing? I just show up and talk about stuff?
Yeah.
Talk about my clementines in my pocket?
Yeah, apparently. You're going to get back home. You're going to take your dogs for a walk, and you're going to be like, man, I really need to get some cargo pants because a clementine on this walk right now would slap, and now I don't have any.
That does sound like a pretty good scenario, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the reality that you live in later tonight.
And I don't know, like, what, you know, I'd have to research, like, maybe birds like orange peels, you know, so that can, like, feed birds and stuff.
They
and
do.
help in the world.
No, they
yeah.
do.
Yeah, it's going to be helping
And it's
nature.
biodegradable as well. So funnily enough, like whenever like I'm out golfing and stuff like that, like bringing a banana or like an orange or something like that, like it's actually, or even like an apple, like down to the core, like it's actually perfectly acceptable to eat that towards a bird, not at the bird. We're not Randy Johnson birds out here with apple cores and banana peels. All right. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. But just want to make sure we get that clear.
So what we've established this stream, you know, our goal, right? This was purely what we came to
It's for the
establish today,
environment.
is I'm the Clementine guy, and Andy likes to eat things at birds.
I do not know. I just said it. That's not what I do. It's not my MO. Whatever people do with their banana peels, though, behind closed doors or behind golf holes, they're provocative, okay? Like, stay out of it. 3 ultimates apiece here. Anime's going to find first blood on a Loki.
I like to use my banana peels when I'm driving down the street. I throw them out in the road like Mario Kart, spin cars out.
I actually swerved on the drive to work one morning because that happened to me. Not dead yet, invested, but Capri Sun this time around is dead for good. Baguette Yum Yum. Gonna take down another one. Showstopper
player
invested.
standing.
It just gets yeeted, and Capri Sun is dead for good. Last alive is Link. Spike being defused. Doesn't matter because the spam's good for Baguette Yum Yum. Finds 4.
Flawless.
Flawless round, 10-1. Getting closer. I think this is the last round and a half coming up here. If you're
Last
CEC,
round before the
you're
switch.
really just looking for some momentum here. I know we've just kind of been like talking, folks, just having a good time up here.
Talking about
but,
fruit, yep.
you know, talking about fruit, educating you on, you know, biodegradable fruit skins and all that. So you can take this knowledge, right, and one day your teacher's going to give you a pop quiz and just tell them that Andy and Michael prepped you for this moment, okay? And then pull out a clementine from your pocket and give it to them, and you'll get a passing grade guaranteed every time. Not an apple, right? That's too much of like a, what's the word I'm thinking of? Like a stereotype, right? Teachers don't like apples, but everyone loves clementines. And if they don't like clementines, you can't trust them, but you can trust Range because Range holds down sites. He gets kills. He doesn't let people in. He did fall, unfortunately. 1 for 1 trade. Anime just with the classic.
I know exactly.
Not sure if he didn't buy or if he's just asserting dominance there. You know, main characters, they can do anything they want in anime these days. They got plot armor. Anime now has the op-out, so making a statement onto Link. Capri Sun takes down Anime. Anime with the res. Capri Sun
One enemy
just
remaining.
using all his goodness to take out Boosted and Anime. It's now 1v2. Roger kill. Baguette Yum Yum. What's more yummy, Capri Sun or baguettes? I know my answer. But will the game play out that way? He knows where Capri Sun's at. Can't quite penetrate that. Looking for the shot. Remember, folks at home, we can't see through the walls. Or we can. They can't. Baguette only gets 2 flicks there, but Alear just going to clutch that up as they get a second round in the half, Andy, and that's got to feel good going in.
Switching
But
sides.
10-2 really hard to climb back.
It really is, because it kind of puts onus on CEC to win this pistol and then immediately flip that into what was just as a star-studded defense for the Knights. They have to do it themselves for Charlotte Engineering Early College. So this is a good lunch half prize moment. Loki's going to end that half 1-12, and nobody at double-digit kills versus the opposite side. I mean, say what you will about Boosted, has a total of, what was that, 19 total engagements, including all the assists. Still finishes positive at 5-3. 11 assists, though. I mean, like, those damage numbers about to hit.
Yeah, absolutely. He's doing great work over there.
Or it could also just be the assist from the 0 points as well. That is a lingering assist plus the
that's
flashes.
true.
That also
Yep.
gives you the assists. That's why I like playing Breach, because it makes me feel important when I flash people, but I don't get the kill.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter who I play, unfortunately. I don't get a lot. Illness is going to throw those grenades down. The satchel movement, so clean. I think it's
Slammed!
What's he got in that pistol?
That's a right click.
Looking like the ghoul. Shooting some rocket ammo.
Bag it, Yum Yum.
Last
With the
player
ghost, going to be able to find
standing.
2. There's the 3rd. Cannot find the 4th, though. Alear will finally get that trade, but
They shot her.
last alive. Dizzy dead. Alear not looking long for this world. Trying to find the tap. All 4 people all the way through mid. The Spike's playing it all the way over at B, by the way, but Alear, everybody wanted that last elimination, and it's another pistol for Audrey Kale, now 2 rounds away from winning this game.
Yep, and we talked about it last round, and I'm seeing it, or last game, and I'm seeing it from CEC. I mean, if you don't buy here, right, you can full buy next round, but then you literally can't lose any round for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
I saw Ingu HDin Con B, right, or Con Bo, had bought a scout for a little while. Now you see everyone on the team buying SMGs. If they lose this round regardless, their backs against the wall.
GG's.
Yeah, so they went in. They're saying instead of waiting for the next round for that 13th round win for Audrey Kale, we're just going to go all in right now, put all our eggs in this basket. What can they make happen here? Range, throwing out.
That spike
He's
wins.
dizzy. See if they can blind anybody.
Wingman also invested that information's going to be coming through, but
Connection error. Who wins? No one knows. Tune in next week for this episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Ball Z. But you know what's funny about Dragon Ball Z? Actually, I'm pretty sure it aired in North America 25 years ago.
That can't be right.
No, I think it's actually closer to 30. It's a lot older than that, because you got to remember that it was also based in
You're
Japan
talking like
first.
original Dragon Ball?
The Saiyan saga of Dragon Ball Z. So not Dragon Ball,
I
because
thought that first came with Toonami, and was I in middle school? I think I was in middle school. That wasn't 30 years ago.
Probably.
I'm not that old.
and, well, I was
I'm
about to say-
old, but I ain't that old.
Well, that's to be determined. So I think that the Observer is just having a little bit of a hiccup, but going to be joining right back into the game, and then we'll see the scoreboard to potentially see the outcome of that round. And, well, hey, wouldn't you know it, it's 12-2.
And Illness with the judge did waste the satchel early, so not as much mobility on the site. That's a sick-looking judge, though. Cypher with a little bit of a one-way action there. Paint Shell's getting ready, and we topped over Spaghetti for a minute just to show he's in a peaceful moment. It's kind of like one of those memes you see where it's like calm in one area, and the other person's like losing their mind, sweating super hard.
Spikes down.
Booster going to get tagged.
Spike down mid.
Spike going to get dropped as well. Raids need to be there. Animate.
I know
Backing up the
exactly
entire push has a Sheriff. Nero Theft also invested. Not going to be full blinded. And Capri Sun is just dead to rights. I mean, the Nero Theft is just going to reveal where everybody's located at 1 inside a market.
Last
Sky.
player standing.
Last alive now. Can Loki do the impossible? Write the story. Finish the story if you are Link. Last alive is going to get run at with the Zed sword. Anime is going to take him down. Now to the
they
Stinger
want
runs
melee
out of
kill.
bullets, but Baguette Yum Yum just
Attackers
jumps,
win.
slices as if it's Frieza facing Trunks on planet Earth. 13-2 is going to be the final scoreline. Audrey Kale going to advance into winners round 2.
Yep, Link unfortunately losing that sword fight. Didn't quite grow up and have the Master Sword yet.
No.
It's funny 'cause there's an AFK offense warning for the Observer. Shouldn't leave games early, Observers. You got to stick it out through the end.
You get that in custom lobbies?
Yeah, don't you go AFK again. This is just a warning. We'll get to you later. Overall, though, I mean, just fantastic performance, right? We have Audrey Kale dominating this 13-2 against Charlotte Engineering Early College. JT Williams 13-3. So at the end of the day, I was giving Audrey Kale some crap for their players not having the stat lines that JT Williams had, but they win the game in more convincing fashion.
And I think, like, again, like we have the scoreboard at our disposal. It's just like how convincing that it was, you know, from like econ rating all the way down to the numbers as well. I mean, like Alir got 7 plants down, but you look at like the first bloods, and it is just so favorable. It's like 5 to like a million, and obviously that's an exaggeration, but like it always felt like that Audrey Kell Knights had themselves a numbers advantage. So that is it as far as the entire run for CEEC. It was a good run through CMS.
Yeah, 5-0, ending it I guess ultimately 5-1, right? And you're not going to beat yourself up for losing Audrey Kell. Many think Audrey Kell's a favorite to win this whole thing. So that's looking good. And let's take a look at this bracket that we've got for the games we've seen, the games we got coming up. As Audrey Kell moves forward, awaiting the winner of those Palisade Pumas versus Butler Bulldogs. And what a juicer it's coming to be. I really hope personally the Butler Bulldogs win this next game. I'm excited to see that matchup. We've been casting them. I mean, it's just looking like not really like an unexpected bracket by any means, but really good matchups to come either way, so I'm excited for them.
Yep. Now we get to be able to see if we're going to get the full-on rematch of the Butler Bulldogs going up against Audrey Kell. Again, that happened all the way back in week 1. Feels like it was an eternity to go. So we're already technically 3 matches deep so far in our championship bracket. Again, one more team to make it a top 4. That is going to be the last team here from CMS that will then make it to land for regionals. We'll have to see who it's going to be. The last match of winners round 1. Just on the other side of this break, it will be the Palisades Pumas versus the Butler Bulldogs. We'll be right back after a short break for some more VESL and CMS action. What's going on, everybody? Hope you're having a fantastic Wednesday evening here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Welcome back to the studio. We have ourselves another matchup here for Winners Round 1. It is some VESL CMS Valorant here on Wednesday. 3 matches deep. We already have 3 teams already making it to Winners Round 2. Those 3 teams will then be making it to LAN at the end, but we still have to be able to settle who's going to be Grand Finals. The last one in Winners Round 1 is going to be the Palisades Pumas going up against the Butler Bulldogs.
Yeah, and what a matchup that's going to be. Both teams having really good seasons, 4-1. Their only losses of the season are to the number 1 and 2, Audrey Kale for the Butler Bulldogs and JT Williams beating Palisades Pumas. So no matter how this matchup goes, one of these teams is looking for a little bit of revenge in that way. And who am I? It's me, right? It's a story as old as time. Cats versus dogs. Pumas versus Bulldogs. And my money, all in, because my fiance's watching, on the Bulldogs. Dogs are better than cats, confirmed.
Bulldog's not a fighting dog, brother. I don't.
What do you mean?
This is gonna be the difference in between figuring out if it's an English bulldog or a French bulldog.
It doesn't matter. It's a bulldog.
Yeah,
It's got big old flappy cheeks.
yeah. If it's
just
if
walking
it's a
around
French
drooling
bulldog,
everywhere.
That's a toy dog that goes in a purse, and then if it's an English bulldog, that thing is hilarious.
You can put any dog in a purse.
That's probably true. Well, depending on the age. I mean, like, it'd be subjective, right? Like, you could even if you get a Doberman, right? But like a Doberman as a puppy would be able to fit in a purse.
Listen to me, okay?
A pocket Dobie.
The people can't see this, but I'm pointing right now, okay? I'm pointing at Taunt, that Reyna that's locked in. Look that Reyna in the eyes and tell me that's not a fighting bulldog.
You're not a fighting bulldog. That was really easy.
Why would you do that? That's really
Because you told me to do it.
That's disrespectful. Okay, let's introduce the players. Butler Bulldogs, Gregorius can't teach. You can't teach Andy how to have manners. You got Taunt, you got Woo, and you got none other than Mup Kippo. What a just beautiful name to say. And on the other side, the Cats. Ugh, who cares about cats? We got Viet.
You have a cat.
Viet's a great player. I do have a cat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Will. Okay, don't judge me if you're listening. We got ZZZ. We got Lego Legend. We got Chromatic, and we got Hani. And yes, production, my cat's name is Will. It is Will Ferrell because it was a feral cat when we got it. Okay, so Will Ferrell, nice little wordplay. I'm
So
old.
creative.
It made sense. Okay.
Production has 2 cats. I have a cat. You have a cat.
1 cat, 4 dogs.
Well, actually, I mean, like, we got a total of 3 other dogs over there. And Lord only knows what else is happening in the rest of this studio, but I'm taking cats all day.
You know what we need? We need the guy that runs the studio. We need him to start bringing his dogs in so we can have some fun in here. End Zone Coda running around, having a good time. Then we have some studio pets.
I would love.
You should bring Peanut.
That's no.
No, you shouldn't bring Peanut.
Sounds like a terrible idea.
That does sound like a terrible idea.
Mostly for him, 'cause he'd just be scared.
I think it's for me.
No, I'd be alright.
He'd run over here, plop down. Hey man, wanna
I'd
rub
just
my
like
belly?
There'd be saying,
No, Peanut.
take the bait.
Not again.
Never rub a cat's belly. Yeah.
And just another reason that dogs are better than cats because
I can rub his belly.
Dogs will never hate when you rub their belly.
You can do anything to a cat if you're confident enough.
That's true. That's facts. You can, but you might lose your hand in the process.
Probably.
Woo, confident enough to stand up there, aim down sight with his, I forget the pistol ability's name. I don't have my cheat sheet in front of me. Looking for that headshot. Does miss. They run that dog out of there. ZZZ. Posting up this angle. And that's a cat undercover. It's got a dog ability. Didn't buy it this round, though.
You were so close to actually calling it, too. It's a headhunter. The name of the pistol.
Man, I was close.
Oh, good. First blood, can't teach. On the breach.
I
You
run.
find that first blood? I know. Modern day Dr. Shoes. What the flick, Makipo?
One enemy
Gonna be able to at least
remaining.
find one before couldn't be last alive here. Paint Shell's gonna clear out inside of lights. Makipo can't get out of dodge in time. Hani, via the Paint Shell's gonna find that final elimination, and the Palisades Pumas gonna strike first.
Well, like I said, I've always been a cat fan.
Yeah, it sure has, yeah.
There.
No
And
lies
so-
detected over here.
Yeah, no lies here. The Palisade Pumas looking dominant over these Butler Bulldogs. You know, it really comes down to what type of Bulldog it is after all, anyway. That's what
Where'd
I
you hear that?
Just, you know, knowledge and stuff.
Ah, knowledge.
Yeah.
Brain.
We're not zombies over here. Hani 3-0, ZZZ 2-0. Can't ask for a much better start than that.
And I love that call as well. It came through from Hani, just like at a macro perspective, like to move away from the monotony of this broadcast. Like, he got that second kill with like no hezzy, just like ripped out the paint shells. You just knew that Last Alive, Mupkibo was inside of light. So, love that aggression. Let's try to keep it up here. The Roomba, Gary, as we like to call it here in Valorant, going to clear inside of light, so they know they can get inside of Hookah. Wu, though, playing a one-off angle with the Headhunter, even lightly just inside of the dark cover. Finds himself a second. His weapons advantage going to be too much to bear, but Wu's good for 3. Had 3 bullets in the Headhunter. Found 3 kills, but the push comes through from Chromatic. Immediately traded. Devour coming through. Also got the overheal, but ran out of bullets in the Classic. Almost took Viet dead. Was the last alive. We'll get the last laugh. The bonus comes through in a swimming fashion for the Palisades Pumas as they win that round, though it did get a little scary.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this is not a Western movie. You cannot take anyone alive. You got to take them dead at the end of the round. That's the only way you win.
You still got the bounty.
The bounties? There's bounties?
Yeah, you said a Western film.
Oh, that's true. You do get the bounty. My own joke, and it got above my head. That's not a moment you want to see. You can't teach those moments. We got full buys on both sides now. Butler fully kitted out. Palisade Pumas. This is when the action's going to start to heat up, folks. It's Cats. They've stolen one of the dogs. He dashes in there. Not quite able to find anything. Wu just going to concede a little bit of this A site. Wait for the team to push back and rally behind him.
Dude, Hani is playing so aggressive. He's just pre-firing every single corner, blindly pushes through a Clove Ruse. Taunt's going to find first blood at a Chromatic, though, so numbers will be here defensively. Fault Line also going to stun inside of Lights. Wu's going to push around the Radiant box. He's going to be able to combine there from Taunt to be able to find 3. Hani's the only one to find a kill so far in the round, and it was on to Viet. Was taken down previous to Mupkibo, just getting Hani dead to rights. Saw that they were inside of Lights realistically before that first blood was even found, so just as quick as Palisades Pumas go up 2-0, Butler Bulldogs off of the full buy, strike back. And because Palisades Pumas did not live off of their round that they won initially in round number 3, they all bought, so now they're broke. They didn't actually get a full-fledged bonus.
That broke is a joke. Hani 6-2 does have the ultimate, so that could be useful to pop that rocket, find a quick kill, and get your team hands on a Vandal or a Phantom if you can find something early on. So that could be nice. Just gonna ease up here. Trying to figure out what they want to do with. I see 2 Butler Bulldogs over there in showers, creeping through for a flank. No one on this A site. Interesting decision to kind of give this up and play for a little bit of the retake, but they're creeping over. They might find them a little cat.
Blinding Light goes right above the Ruse. Not going to connect on anybody, though. I think that even if you're inside of the pipes, that wouldn't end up seeing you.
I don't think they saw. I don't think they saw that Clove.
Viet's going to get
Oh my
down, and
goodness.
Gregorius just lines up 3.
Oh,
How about
give him the
4?
ace.
Looking for it, but Wu will take it away from him. All is fine if you are Butler Bulldogs, as now you answer back with 2 of your own.
5-3 for Wu, 5-2 for Gregorius. Wu, I'm a little disappointed in you. I think you should have just given Gregorius that ace. All these teams playing for their own stat lines. Can't teach 1-3, the only member of the Butler Bulldogs yet to find a positive record. Hopefully you can find that soon. But 2 assists, that's pretty helpful. Then on the other side of Palisade Puma, it really just feels like the Hani show. That's kind of what we're used to. Hani just, the guy's magical. Soaring through the air.
And Viet normally plays in Omen, but again, metagaming got him meta. Clove is busted, dare I say. So here comes the salvo through A short. You still have that showstopper should you want to use it, but Hani's going to get stunned up. It's going to keep them rather honest on this push. Can't teach, not in a position to be able to capitalize off of that flashpoint. Now comes the null CMD off the ult tick. Chromatic going to be able to strike first blood onto Wu. Still a silence on the point. Chromatic going to be able to get that elimination shot first to the head. Bang. Gregory is dead. 3v5 for the retake. No ultimates to utilize. You would really love to be able to have maybe the Breach ultimate. Maybe you could Rolling Thunder your way back over towards the site, but it's all just in the line of fire, and you are dead to rights, Makipo. Hani, blast packing up top of the APC. The null command had to get invested, but Palisades Pumas, they finally break what was a 2-round split in between these two teams. They'll take a 1-round lead again.
That was a really nice shot through the smoke right before he died to Hani there on top of the bus. So excellent play to everyone. This is kind of the Butler Bulldogs story, right? These players, they're all really consistent. Normally, though, Taunt, I feel like Taunt is a bit higher on the scoreboard, yet to come online with that Reyna. Reyna just so much of a slaying type duelist that you really have to go in and find those kills. If you're not getting a lot of kills, I mean, Reyna, there's just better picks out there. That's just the way to put that.
You really do have to, like, live or die by the timings. Like, either you're forcing the timings and you're walking away with all the kills, or the timings are having you, which is not how you want it to go. You never want to lose a 1v1 versus an analog. That's
I think it was huge.
that I heard. Pause. So many things. Palisades have 2 ultimates comparatively to Butler Bulldogs. Really would love to be able to find value with that narrow theft. But Taunt, again, I mean, that's another first blood for Palisades Pumas. Wu, though, investing themselves in towards the tour de force. Wu gonna get pushed down, and well, Viet even not dead yet, gonna die. Close range shot with the tour de force. Here comes a showstopper, the slowing aura from getting the elimination. Good enough for Wu to be able to benefit to find that elimination. And that's the showstopper now off the table. 4v2. Spike needs to get recovered, let alone planted. ZZZ needs to do a lot here. Blinding Light not going to find anything. Still has another one in their back pocket should they want to use it. But flank needs to be looked at, needs to be secured. There's an Omen lurking outside of Showers. The Viper here for Palisades of Lego Legend. Going to at least hold this angle for now off of a very obscure crosshair. But whatever works for you. Might just float your boat all the way to a round number 4 on the board. But 2v4 doesn't seem too likely.
I want to see more giant crosshairs like this. I wonder who has the craziest crosshair in all of this
10 seconds
league.
left.
That's probably the most wild one that we've seen
Yeah.
over this 4-week span. Yeah, I was about to say I know that I know that another production was showing me one. The time will subside. Nice little flashpoint coming through. Can't teach. We'd love to be able to get this elimination. The flank starts to come through. Gregorius can't get the kill, which, you know, honestly speaking, is more beneficial for Butler Bulldogs for that to happen than it is anything. Because if you get fully wiped off, you actually get more credit. So, although you might have been able to save the AR if you are ZZZ, very tough to be able to gauge if that was the right call or not, as we're tied in round number 7 with this timeout active.
Yeah, and this is really shaping up to be a great game right here. And what more do you expect right out of the number 3 seed and the number 4 seed? This is just a matchup that I think a lot of people have wanted for a while. I think I don't have my notes. My notes have disappeared on me, but I would love to go back and see, like, I think we saw these teams play before. Butler Bulldogs maybe on that playbook, but if we didn't, this is exactly what we thought it would be, but also like sprinkles of things different, right? So Viet, normally we see Viet on top. We normally see Taunt's on top of the leaderboard. All these other players are really stepping up right now when it matters most in playoffs after a season where we've kind of seen the same people lead teams game in and game out. So just really speaks to like the preparation and the mindset these folks have coming into this. Never a give up. Never anything in that regard. Going into the setting, maybe we get like a tech pause here.
Well, if they have played before, it hasn't been on broadcast because I don't have the note for it. So
yeah, it's all good.
I tried.
I've seen so many cats versus dogs, and I've been casting all these different games and all this stuff. It all bleeds together in me sometimes.
It's true. Those were funny videos even before YouTube.
Yep, it's true. No tech pause, just observer getting their settings right, making sure that they can jump between these players correctly.
Very important.
It is very important.
You know,
Taunt with an early kill on Viet. Last round we saw the opposite. Viet with the early kill on Taunt. So these two
probably going to be
players
seeing
going
that
back and forth.
first. You're going to be seeing that first engagement happen quite often. I can only imagine. With Hani in the early goings, but Viet's really just throwing shoulders and The spam from Hookah is going to keep Hani honest.
Spike
Taunt good for
down,
2.
B.
Don't let this boy cook. Finds 3. Oh, this is a time we have seen this story happen plenty of times. Lego Legend is going to be lurking inside the corner inside of Hookah.
One enemy remaining.
Taunt's just going to swing wide out from Garden. They know where Lego Legend's located at. Here comes the fault line. Lego Legend trying to at least get the kill. Can't Teach needed to get that elimination before anybody flames. Can't Teach not giving the ace over towards Taunt. Otherwise, they would have died. Not like they were hurting for credits even by the stretch of the imagination, but I love the idea of just playing your life regardless. As Butler Bulldogs flip the lead again, they lead by 1.
Taunt making his way to the top of the leaderboard, where we've seen him so much. 4 kills that round. I don't know. There's just a different mindset when you're in these tournaments. If I see one of my teammates get 4 kills, I'm throwing my life away to get them that ace.
Can we talk about that? Did you see that? That's a certain
That
level of
boost?
macro that I wasn't expecting to be able to see, but again,
Yeah, you can't be spending those abilities, man.
hats off
Gregorius.
to where it needs to go. I'll tip that.
Yeah, nice little boost right there. Just looking at the mini map, folks, seeing what's going to happen. We see, no one's really in a position to face off right now. Both teams playing slow, being back, being a little defensive.
It's almost like they're expecting somebody to challenge their showers, but the Pumas were okay with giving up the opening 30 seconds, and now they're starting to take more space. Can't Teach is playing a one-off angle here at the B teleporter. Not going to be seeing anything anytime soon, because everybody for the Pumas are lurking over by A. And you feel like the majority of this push is actually going to be coming from showers. That's where the spike's located at. Can't Teach going to take the teleporter
Spike
out,
down
though.
A.
It's going to make them feel rather trapped. Wu's good for that second after taking down the
One
initial.
enemy
Can't
remaining.
Teach
There.
finally pounces out from the teleporter as well, and Gregorius gets down from that box. Last alive is EZZ inside of A short, and it's flawless for the Bulldogs as now their lead grows to 2.
Yeah, I was sitting there watching watching the breach at that play that teleporter. Can't Teach going through there. I was like, man, if he goes through that teleporter in showers, they are just gonna gun squad him down through the wall. But all the action is played out. Really well played from everyone on Butler Bulldogs there. Each knowing their role, playing slow. Everything's good. Everything's playing out exactly as expected. Wu 10-4. Great game from Wu. 8-4 on Taunt. Everyone's still positive on the side of the Butler Bulldogs. Unfortunately, Palisade Pumas with a hot start. Now most of the team is negative. Hani 8-6 on that score line. They're broke as a joke. They've got just a few light buy guns here. An SMG, a Sheriff there. Nothing against the full kit that the Bulldogs have. They have all their leashes and harnesses and their treat bags.
Wu? Okay, I was about to say, like,
I thought he DC'd or something there.
didn't pop that rendezvous off of getting dinged through the wall, so down to 66 HP. And again, this is going to be another one of those comp differences. You know, you opted in for the breach, don't have the sky, so no overgrowth to get them back up to full HP. Lego Legend, Marshall, misses just a bit outside. Can't Teach with the Vandal's going to get that one tap. Taunt there for the third death onto the Pumas, and it just feels like that the Butler Bulldogs, they're getting this ball rolling right now. Fault line being charged up. Here comes the... I mean, although the dagger did get thrown out, that stun is tough, as Can't Teach will find 3 in the round. 3 in a row for the Butler Bulldogs.
That was such a good stun.
That was.
Just impressive. Remember, folks, while we're watching this from this point of view with the observer, we can see a lot more than these players can. So, like, that kind of outline of where that stun would go, we just have the benefit of seeing that from the observer. All these players, they can't see that, so... Can't Teach definitely caught everyone off guard, but that's one of those angles that typically only works like once in a game, right? It's rare that you get to pull that opportunity off a few times, but you never know, right? That's why you always see these players at high level making sure they check all their corners. As Wu goes out with a challenge, he's feeling good. He takes down Hani in that 1v1 exchange, and that's huge as Viet trades back with Can't Teach. Nice aggressive play from all of these teams. Viet pushes in. Good blind. Looking for Wu. Can't find him. He manages to somehow. He robs Chromatica his life. ZZZ trades that back. It's Mup Kippo. We got trades all around. Viet trying to shoot his own team. Mup Kippo with the cleanup, though. Viet and Lego Legend fall to Mupkipko's gun.
Well, I think Viet was trying to shoot the tripwire. The tripwire caught him when he jumped out from Hookah and had no idea where it was located at. So like League of Legends was like also like on the other side, but like they were both trying to shoot the tripwire again. As Cypher has changed dramatically. You actually pointed this out last week as well. Is that it'll actually trap both of you? So
Yep.
that's not fun for anybody involved. Yeah, it's this tripwire right here.
That's a beautiful tripwire.
It's something. It's tripwire for sure. 4-round lead now for the Butler Bulldogs as the Pumas are so broke that they can't even buy a full AR. Woo up top. Yeah, the rendezvous gonna be good for 2 off the opening salvo, down to 49 HP, but job is a good one.
If these cats, they can't even afford the litter for the litter box. So gonna be some stinky stuff. Stinky gameplay. They're looking for they lost 2. I mean, I guess they're expecting maybe the Butler Bulldogs to press up aggressively, but the Bulldogs seem way too disciplined for that. At least they go too aggressive. Here we go. We get a nice duel. What a beautiful jump peek there. All Taunt's ready. He's aimed up the shot.
Holding them iron.
With 3.
How about Gregorius there for the 4th? Last alive. Already throwing shots through A short. Paranoia is going to come through. Blinding. Just jumping all the way through into A short. League of Legend via the Stinger is going to take down Taunt. Now has a Vandal to play with. I mean, I don't want to say it's not clutchable, but I also don't want to say it is.
Anything's
30
possible.
seconds left.
Well,
Just peek through here.
yeah. The problem starts and stops on getting out of A short. And by the time that maybe you take that first engagement through A short, the flank would have been coming through. Even if you try to just jump across over towards Market, probably going to get gunned. So what's that now? 5 in a row for Butler Bulldogs.
Yeah, 8 and 3 in this. And Mupkippo with just a beautiful shot. That was through the smoke, I'm pretty sure. So he just waited to hear that one little bit of noise and then took the shot, managed to find his target. Lego Legend 2, 10, and 1. Not a stat line you want to see for a Palisades Pumas fan. Everyone on the team having a really hard time to get into this game. But the Butler Bulldogs, I knew I was always a fan of Bulldogs. Yeah. It doesn't matter what type of Bulldog it is, they're ready to fight.
You would flip sides more than the Big Show has flipped heel to face in his entire career.
Listen, I started the game with the Bulldogs. I'm ending the game with the Bulldogs. These are champions. Bulldogs are moving on. They're going all the way to the finals. No, they're not doing that. They're against Audrey Town next. But it's going to be a good series. It's going to be some good games.
We'll have to see. Last round before we flip sides.
Oh, we got a little bit of a tech pause here. That's what's going on. I was like, man, they have been in here forever.
It feels like we've been sitting here at 10 seconds for such a long
Yeah.
I've said so many words, and we're still sitting at 10 seconds.
Yep,
Absolutely wild scenes.
I was just staring in for those 10 seconds, and I was like, man, are they ever going to open the door?
No.
Is this game bugging out?
No,
It's looking like Destiny.
The encounter's bugged. Please reload.
Yeah, no checkpoints here.
So we got to talk about like how important this one round would be, right? To finish either 8-3 at the difference or 9-3 would be terrible. But if you could make this 8-4, it is very doable if you think about it from a compositional standpoint, right? Given the simple fact that, like, when you're looking at it from Butler Bulldogs, like, their composition, if you will, is actually set up mostly for defense, where Palisades are very much so part of the same, that you want to try to get as many offensive round wins as possible, that you're mostly relying on just shutting down Taunt. Woo's having himself a really good time so far, currently sitting up at 15-5. It is Chambers map, per se, on Bind. You have so many good utility to be playing these longer lines of sight. You've been seeing utilizing the Rendezvous, top of the APC, pulling out the Tour de Force, the Ultimate as well, keeping everybody at a sniper's distance. And you really do have to feel like that for Palisades Pumas, once these sides do swap, if you can walk away with an 8-4 rather than a 9-3, you very much so could hold on and push to OT.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. Bind being one of the original maps. I see there Mupkippo at DC. Mupkippo just reconnected in the bottom left corner. So a little bit of a player lag situation. Maybe another player on a plane going and just playing a game on the way to tour colleges or whatever kids do these days. Who knows where the world could take them in esports. That's the beauty
That's
of it.
the point of the plane.
What?
That way you know where you're going. So who knows where these kids could go.
Well, the only person that knows is the person
Not
on
unless
the
you
plane.
somehow were able to finesse all of the plane at
here to
Charlotte
stay.
International. You'd be like, no, actually, I'm going to Bermuda.
Well, you know, some people do that. Is they
You are a child.
some people, you know, that's a good flight hack, folks. I think it's frowned upon, right? You book a flight to a destination, you get off at the layover, you got there for a little bit cheaper.
I mean, that's
What was he just doing?
he was like juggling the guns to get to the corner so that way they couldn't grab the AR or the operator.
People do that?
Yeah, bro. Like that's finesse at its finest. Here comes the no command though. Offensively, the Palisade Pumas again would really love to end this half at 8-4. We'll have to see how this post plant retake starts to come through. Wu did have the tour to force out. Was able to pick up a Vandal. Is going to look to swing here outside of elbow. Here comes the Rolling Thunder as well. Just going to keep all these players stunned, though. Hani didn't get touched by it. Showstopper just yeeted all the way over towards the middle of the B site. Taunt last alive. 1v2. No Leers to play with. No ultimate to play with. There comes the jump peek a little bit
he
wide.
needed that.
Can't get the elimination. Is expecting Hani. The recentering is good. 30 HP. Wanted to go for the dismiss, not the devour. Viet just needs to play the time. And Taunt's just gonna stick it.
There's
Half
no way.
towards the defuse. It's gonna be close. Not dead yet. Also invested in when it mattered most. The Puma showed up in a big way. It's an 8-4 half.
Switching
Much
sides.
better than it could have been.
I didn't even see Viet alive. I thought Taunt just pulled that off, and I was about to lose my mind. What an insane round there for Taunt. That was good. That's one of the moments of the match right here. In that they do lose, but that is exactly what Taunt needs to get back in the game, get to the top of that leaderboard where we're used to seeing them. 8-4 in the half. You talked about it. Let's look at our standout players. We got Wu, we got Taunt, and we got Gregorius on the side of the Butler Bulldogs. Palisade Pumas, Hani is trying to rally this team, trying to keep their head in the game. I can't tell if Hani is DC'd or not based on the logo there.
DC'd
He is, yep. I'm noticing now that 30 seconds doesn't move, so we're in a little bit of a tech pause again.
I just feel like if you were to wear an analog watch, like you would look at it and it's like it's not moving. Just be like, now is it the clock or is it me? Is life in a tech pause right now?
Yeah,
You'd be that type of.
that would be me. I you know.
The
it's just
production
like,
says it's him right now because apparently we're all not wearing smartwatches in here. In the year
yeah, you know, it's
2024.
kind of like a new world problem, right? You think about things and you're
It's
like,
actually an old world problem.
it's like, is it clockwise or counterclockwise? And it's like, man, you know,
Don't even get me started.
we use digital clocks now. It doesn't even rotate anymore.
You're
right? It's just a
describing
number.
every bad like raid rotation or dungeon rotation. We're just like we go clockwise or counterclockwise. I mean, we say like one way and then it's just like you always get like that one goon that like still goes the opposite way.
Well,
It's
yeah,
like, what
because
the-
we are at digital clocks, right? So what is clockwise in a world of just
Brother,
time
you
flipping
have
up?
your clock in military time. You don't know how to read an analog clock. You got some issues for sure. Like, don't
Military
out
time
yourself.
is the way, okay? If you're at home and you don't have your clock in military time,
Dude, you're
start
talking
doing
to you're talking to kids that the beginning of their birth year starts with a 20. Like, yeah, ain't no way. Get that mouse out of my second monitor.
it.
He was pointing at his military clock in the top right. Ain't nobody care.
Military time is the way of life. You can see it now too on our.
Shut
little,
up. We got a game to
counseling.
cast. Palisades Pumas were able to
We don't
win
cast
the
games.
pistol round on the defensive side. Or the offense, excuse me. But Gregorius is going to find that first blood. Push over towards B. Oh, God, who's missing more shots? Well, that's just not how you want to see that gunfight unfold. ZZZ gonna get blooded. It's now a two-player advantage for the Butler Bulldogs. They have full spike zone B control. Here comes a 0 point through the wall. Not gonna, well, it's actually gonna connect on a 2. One over inside of the cubby. Taunt's gonna be holding that cross. Fragment's going to flush them out, still somehow alive. And if Taunt can get an elimination or an assist, that Devour's going to get them back up to full HP plus a little bit extra. Utilizing the vent, you'll love to see it. Map knowledge, chromatic though, going to swing out from elbow. Bait and switch though, through the cage, not going to be good enough. Hani, 1v3. Time's a ticking for the pistol round. Could be the momentum swing that Palisades Pumas if Hani can clutch this, but the cage is just going to stall out Hani. Time will take all the way down. The spike will detonate. They will die. Woo will guarantee it as well. Butler Bulldogs win the pistol on offense.
Yep, and boom goes the dynamite. One of our few bomb explosions we ever get. Love to see that. A lot of times these rounds just been slaying out. You'd hardly ever get to see the objective play out. Shout out to my OBG players there. OBJ. I know how to spell objective. Don't you worry about that. The OBG. That's like your objective gangsters. They're the OBGs. So we got some SMGs over here for the Butler Bulldogs, and we got a sheriff. I'm the sheriff of this town, buddy. Don't you
really
forget
not.
it. Gregorius, he's got a laser sight. This guy's cheating.
Yeah, because that's how that works.
Able to hip fire a little bit better.
Like, this is a Western, sir. We don't have laser sights out here. We got magnums. So here comes the buy off of winning the pistol. Fall line is going to connect on a one. No, you cannot spray it like
hit
that.
Those shots, man.
You got to at least let it reset, but
that's
can't
why I'm
teach.
the sheriff of this town.
We're going to at least stay alive, but you have to feel like that if you were able to find that pick cleaner, you probably still have your Cypher alive. But the spike's still going to get planted here. Taunt's keeping 2 players at bay inside of pipes. CCC going to use the overgrowth, though. Taunt just holds down the trigger. Not looking to go in towards the dismiss nor the devour. Not even needed. Just pushes through the snake bite. Squeeze me? That's egregious. Lego Legend able to pick up the Spectre. 13 bullets down to 7. Trying to at least find a pick. Make this as expensive as possible because Palisades Pumas, they know they got a full buy next round.
Do they know that?
Yeah, they didn't buy going into this one. They lost the pistol.
Lego Legend with a peek. Good kill there. He's gotten away with some robbery this round. In all honesty.
Snappy.
Hey. Oh, that was nice. Woo finally able to shut that down.
Run!
Bomb's gonna get Woo. He's done. He's too slow.
That's fine. So we're going into the next round. You won 2. So now you have a big boy decision to make here if you are the offensive team of Butler Bulldog. Now, do you ride this bonus, or do you just force up and meet AR's head on?
You just save.
I agree.
You've got such a round cushion. There's
you
no
have
pressure.
You have buy. You buy for next. At least guarantee that you can get a full buy next round. So you know you're going up against ARs. You got a 6-round buffer as well. Like, why not?
Yeah, and what he means for the folks at home that don't understand buy for next is, you know, when you're in the game and you have the shop menu, you're one of these players, you can see what your total is going to be next round. You need around 3,900 credits, if I remember right, in order to buy a good AR and a full armor kit. As we get another DC, our observer having all kinds of connection issues. It happens. You know, it's the nature of technology. Andy, that was a beautiful dance.
It was like a SpongeBob, just like the
Doodle Bob?
No, I was thinking like the jellyfish episode.
Oh, the Squidward, yeah. When he moves to the Squid Village.
Well, no.
And he's in the dance classes?
No, it was when the jellyfish moves in with SpongeBob.
Oh.
That's an old episode. That episode came out, yeah.
Yeah, and they got the club or whatever.
I got production finally on the same page, yeah.
Yep.
And like Squidward loses his mind. It's just like, who parties with a jellyfish for 5 hours? Like yeah, is that episode?
If I don't get a picture of Andy on Squidward's body on this screen at some point, that was too perfect. Production, you've done me wonders all these weeks. I ask for one final ask of you. I need Andy's head on Squidward's body for production, okay? Between one of these games, I know that someone here has to have Photoshop. Okay, I don't
need Photoshop. You just do it on your phone.
do whatever it is. We got AI for that stuff now. Type in a prompt, be like, put Proper's head on Squidward's body. And you can make me Patrick Star. That's fine.
Who's SpongeBob?
Who would be a good SpongeBob?
Jaeger.
Well, so I want to keep it to casters. I'm gonna put SpongeBob as like as T-Phrase over on the other stream. And Chimako, who's Chimako?
The jellyfish.
He's the jellyfish. Chimako. Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, man, vibing. Yeah.
So now we've upped the ante. Okay, so now production. If you want to go next level, you're getting everybody's head on different characters in SpongeBob.
I guess.
And make sure for me that as Patrick in my shorts, you put a couple clementines right there on the side.
Then Jaeger's Mr. Krabs.
He's Mr. Krabs. Yep, that's Mr. Krabs. And our production guy, Mark, He could probably be like
Larry the Lobster. There,
Larry
nailed
the
it.
Lobster. Yeah, he's buff. You know, he's
And
a
then
big,
Pathfinder's like he's Bubble Buddy.
yeah, he'd be a good bubble buddy. We need a plankton.
And then I know that we got Mr. we got a box turtle in the house as well. That's for sure. Oh God, no, because he would actually be Larry the Lobster because he's jacked.
No, he is like some small character. He's a side character.
Wow, little side piece joint.
Yeah.
So by the way, coming back onto this pause real quick. The Palisades,
I was gonna say that.
Palisades were able to win that round off of their full buy. Butler Bulldogs, though, losing numbers. Time subsiding. Last alive. Can't teach. Just going to have to hit the fault line real quick. Everybody dead. But Butler Bulldogs are able to get their 11th round on the board. They still have that 6th-round cushion. Continue on with what you're saying.
No. Absolutely.
I'm here for that.
Okay, I like this. Okay, we got a Pearl in the mix, but yeah,
I don't understand how I'm Squidward just because I can do the voice. I can do the SpongeBob laugh. It's a lot louder though. I'm not gonna do that on mic.
I mean, realistically, if we're trying to be like, as we get into this timeout, if we're trying to be like lore accurate, I'm kind of like the grumpy old man. I would probably be Squidward in all honesty. You know, but I'm also like a really good Patrick Star. You know, I've got a couple characters there. Box Turtle though, great. I mean, that guy 100%. He's the my leg guy.
I think he's the chocolate bar guy.
Me and you.
I'm SpongeBob.
Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy unite.
There.
That's the one, dude. Right there. How have we went around? How we been around the bush?
This calls for donuts.
That's just you and me, the invisible boatmobile, going down this cast.
Just your Kia is like the invisible.
What is this broadcast?
We're not even coming back to 2 bucks because Mark's too busy putting my face on Squidward's body.
the timeout ends, and listen, okay, we're having a good time, but let's a little bit of gameplay talk, right? Palisade Pumas.
Dude, Pathfinder's plankton for sure.
I mean, Pathfinder's way too nice to be plankton. Palisade Pumas, really, Pathfinder's probably Sandy Cheeks. So Palisade Pumas, they took that pause. They're trying to get a little mental reset, right? You're down 11-5. It's not looking good. Butler Bulldogs, they've really picked up the pace, it feels like, in this back half. They're trying to close this out as Taunt goes through, gets that kill on Lego Legend. They're just able to sneak on up out there. We just see kill after kill, and the kill feed him up. Kippo takes down the Rays. Gregorius with the shorty. We love the shorty. Big team shorty. Vieto. Oh, man. And a thrifty win. That's exactly what you do not want if you're Palisade Pumas. They didn't spend any money and they beat you. You're now broke. They're full buy.
And they're on match point.
And they're on match point. Yeah. Oh, that's tragic.
Like, you saw all the utility just being dropped right there, too. Like, that's what's most insane to me when it comes down to is that you had the fragment dropped. You had the dismiss popped. You knew that Taunt didn't get the devour, so he didn't get back up to full HP, but he was still able to stay alive because he had Gregorius' assistance who buys a shorty. The spike still gets planted, so you let them dictate the pace. You push into them, and you give them ARs. Now they're up on match point. Viet pushing through the ruse. Taunt pops the Empress, and he just played right into their hands. Viet, though, is going to go ahead and pop the Not Dead Yet because it very much so might be your last life, but needs to get an elimination or a damaging assist, and they'll be back for good. So numbers not really favoring anybody, and the spike still needs to move, and Taunt just changes the corner towards another dismiss. The Empress, very much so, still popping.
I know exactly.
Gregorius will plant the spike. Nero Theft invested offensively. The last 3 players, all of their information is going to be mutual. 1 player still lurking over towards the backside of the defender spawn. The other 2 over inside of the Mario pipes. You got to somehow make magic out of this in this 3v5, going up against an Empress. Lego Legends still has that Viper's Pitch should you want to invest it. And honestly speaking, you probably want to save it should you be able to clutch this round the hard way. Who's just going to chow out from the Radiant boxes, finds 2. Gregorius found the other one in between. It's a 13-5 finish, and the Butler Bulldogs get the job done. They have a date with Destiny and the Audra Kell Knights winners round 2.
Yep, you said that they popped it, you said they dropped it, but you did not say that they locked it down. And the Butler Bulldogs, they locked themselves in for a rematch. 4-1 in their season. They only ever lost to Audrey Kell Knights. Now they're going to go into that next round. They're getting that chance at revenge. And, man, that feels sweet when you're in any competition to go against your demon, the one that brought you down, and you can try to right that wrong.
I think what's most important about like this series in particular, apart from our entire like off the rails tangent through 3 different tech pauses, was that Butler Bulldogs were faced with adversity, right?
Yep.
They lost the pistol, and then they lost the second round, and then we started going back and forth where it was 3-3, and then they just went on a massive stretch where they were like, either it can mean 2 different things, right? Because like I don't know these players personally, I don't talk to their coach, but it had to have been one of those things where it's just like, okay, either we didn't really put them in high regards, so they leaned into their seats a little bit, started sniffing them pixels off the monitors, and started respecting their opponents and started throwing out a lot of good strategies and a lot of good options for Tom to be able to find that first blood rather than just running and gunning them. Or it just was a difference in between being able to get to that full buy. Either one is very possible. Let's go ahead and throw up the bracket here to be able to see where we are at and where we have been. As I had already stated, the Knights out of Audrey Kell, the number 1 seed, going to go up against the Butler Bulldogs. That was a round 1 or a week 1 matchup, excuse me. The very first one that we actually had on broadcast here in studio, and it went all the way to overtime. The Butler Bulldogs were able to at least make Audrey Kell sweat ever so slightly, but can they do it here again? And then we also have the Providence going up against JT Williams. That'll actually be the next series as well. But all 4 of these teams that you see here in the semifinals, they are guaranteed to go to land for regionals here. Again, very special for CMS compared with the other regions. We play for top 4 here to land. The others have to make it to top 2 for land as well. But, hey, man, it's been a good day of match so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We love it, and that's just where the action's getting started. We're about halfway through the day, right? 3 more games to go. We're going all the distance, folks. You're going to see it all today. But next, what you're going to see, just a reminder, JT Williams, Providence. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back as I conclude this staring matchup between me and the camera. The camera has never blinked at such a formidable opponent. And we've got great action coming up for you. Another game. We got Providence versus JT Williams, Andy. And we've just seen banger after banger after banger today, right? Really dominant shows coming out from all these teams looking to make a statement. JT Williams opened us up today, though. Huge statement over the West Meg Hawks, 13-3 in that. What are you feeling we're going to see in this matchup here?
I will say this much. I mean, like, for Palisades Pumas, again, commiserations to them. Congratulations on top 8 for the finish. Is that was technically the closest series that we've had so far on broadcast. We didn't have an opportunity to be able to see Providence Panthers going up against Myers Park, but that ended 13-8. So it's really tough to be able to gauge, right? Because, I mean, Providence Panthers coming in as the number 3 seed, going up against JT Williams, the number 2. For all intents and purposes, and the way numbers work, is that they're actually really, really close to each other. But who knows at this point? I think that JT Williams, as far as the macro is concerned, have just constantly always impressed me. They always have at least 1 to maybe 2, if not 3 players always constantly popping off. That was quite indicative to what we got to see versus the Hawks earlier on Icebox. But look, the Panthers, it's a completely different animal. It's a completely different school, different beast.
Providence Panthers. I'm seeing Pumas on the screen there. So just checking that out. So Providence, fun fact with them, right? I'm looking at it. Also 4-1 in their regular season.
Yep.
1 loss. They lost to JT. Now they actually apparently have the peak highest ranked player in this whole league of CMS. And it's looking like Slippy is the highest ranked peak Radiant player in all the leagues. So
that's
I mean,
good.
that's someone that you want. They're apparently a new team to all this madness going on. So Providence looking to cement their way into building their name into this kind of top 3 conversation that's previously been Audrey Kale, JT, Butler Bulldogs.
We'll have to see if it's enough because, I mean, especially for Providence Panthers. Now, this is actually a match that we did have throughout the regular season. It ended 13-11, so really close versus JT Williams. So it's realistically about, like, what's the difference between week 2 and albeit like 2 weeks, like 14 days. When you say it like that, that's a lot of time. That's a lot of time for VOD. That's a lot of time to be hashing out a lot of the issues. So the venue for this tango will be on Bind. So teleporters galore. Ray's very, very good here. And some names that immediately pop off the screen when it comes down to Providence Panthers, whether we wanted to or not, whether they are the highlight player, is the Yeet Enjoyer.
Yep, and the player that I was referring to, highest peak Radiant player, that is Slippy, right above Yeet Enjoyer. So perhaps the highest ranked player in this whole league.
And a Sentinel player too?
No.
Man,
but one thing,
the heart.
one story that I feel like we learned last game, right? Butler Bulldogs, Palisade Pumas, was kind of the difference in like team consistency and an all-star. So Pumas, typically they all went in on Hani. Hani was the show. If Hani got shut down, you lost. Butler Bulldogs, a really consistent team. And Providence Panthers, right? Do they have that same thing? Is Slippy the guy, right? Is that the Hani of this team? And on JT Williams, I mean, we've seen game after game after game. All 5 of these players can step up. All 5 of these players can take over a game. So can one beat 5, really? But Yeet Enjoyer, right? We know Yeet Enjoyer is good. We've seen Panda's Baby. We've seen Master Tino. And we've seen H-Dog, the hot dog.
I was like, I know that you read the name wrong, but it's like, we've seen Panda's Baby. Just like, yeah, I've been to a zoo before. But like,
yeah, I did. Hey, sometimes you just stick the landing, okay? I think it's, what is it,
Panda's Dabby.
Panda's Dabby.
I just
Panda's Baby.
I need to go back and actually like flip that and make it like my sub sound. Like, yeah, we seen Panda's Babies. Like, dang right, we have, man.
Oh yeah, that's right. Man, I haven't played with you in so long, I forget. In Discord, you go by Panda.
No, I don't. No.
Oh, I thought you did.
No.
Man, I'm just making
when I'm playing on Super Smash Bros, if you ever see someone and you're facing up against someone named Panda, that is me though.
Oh, there we go. Just a fighting game moniker.
No, it's just a name I haven't changed in a few years. That is, yep.
There we go. I knew there was a panda somewhere.
Yeah, all my emotes are pandas.
You know, if you really think about it, production's like the original community notes of Twitter. Because production is just always in my ear, and I work this guy to death. He's always correcting me.
Heard.
You
heard it here first. Michael is working guys to death. All right.
Yeah.
So offense first for Providence. And as far as the compositional difference is concerned, like JT Williams are actually running double initiators. So they don't have a Sentinel. We actually have a very different as far as controllers are concerned. The Sky Smoke's going to be coming through for Providence versus the Clove for JT Williams, but first blood already found. Secondary soon after. Slippy with the Headhunter going to be good to take down Indigo. So full site control is here. We do have players around Tube and over towards the backside of Labs. There's nobody on the flank. Slippy at least has that secured. Numbers advantage for Providence in post plant.
Yeah, I was noticing something. This is a weird thing to notice. I'm pretty confident. Good kill there from Ouroboros. I'm pretty confident that when you're playing Chamber and you have his Headhunter, Headseeker pistol out, whatever it was, that he holds it with 2 hands. His model actually only holds it with 1.
Enemy remaining.
Tracker. I mean, what just happened? I was filling time. You just get 3 headshots, knowing that Hot Dog's there in the hookah. Tracker able to track that hot dog down and devour it.
You couldn't even complete the line because you knew what you were going to say. It was just ridiculous.
Oh, man.
It's a human being, man. It's like, wait, what was that? What was that one like terrible grocery store movie with like Seth Rogen and like Michael Cera? Like,
oh, that was. Oh, I know what you're saying. It's when they're all playing different foods, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
God,
the
what
hot
was it
dog
called?
starting to roll away.
Yeah.
And he gets like stabbed by the knife. He's like, oh God.
Oh man. I can't remember
digress.
the name of that movie. Hot dog with the shorty. This is a shorty hot dog. It's a Vienna sausage, one would say. Going in here.
The mini glizzy.
Yeah, the mini glizzy. He's just gonna bob out of the way of that grenade. Not getting damaged by it. Yeet Enjoyer. Looking for some kills here. It's a cool looking classic.
There.
Sausage Party is the movie. Thank
That
you,
is the
production.
movie,
Very
yeah.
good.
Could be an
Ouroboros
easy
going to
miss.
find that first blood onto Maestrino. So that's one Sentinel dead. And that's another thing that's really interesting. Again, double Sentinel, you don't really have an initiator if you are Providence, but you do have Yeet Enjoyer on the Reyna. So you still have your flashes technically. It's just once this team gets control of a site, this is obviously talking more on offense, it's going to be really hard to uproot them. The problem is getting to that point in time. Tracker, by the way, in the last match that we watched for JT Wills, was playing the Jet. A very infamous Jet that we've had here in CMS. Now on the Raze because we are on bind, and this is Raze's playground. So, going to be buying that Vandal, coming in towards the second round because
30 seconds
why
left.
not? Had all the kills to be able to do so, and still had enough to be able to buy utility. I mean, that's just insane. Yeet Enjoyer gonna start pushing all the way through. Trigger Discipline, not something to write home about. Tagged up ever so slightly, looking for the kill. Would love to be able to get the Devourer, but Slippy's there for the trade on Ouroboros. Slight control, minorly there. Tracker with the Guardian up top, can't find the elimination. The Explosion's gonna be able to get the final blow. 3v3, Spike planted. Tracker trying to get a couple warning shots coming through from the Sky Smoke. She's gonna get run down by Mass. And Hot Dog is down for the count. Have they done enough? Slippy now has the Spectre.
Oh, he's
The
shooting
ping's
wide.
just a little outside. Spike's gonna get half. Slippy has to get the elimination, and Tracker tracks Slippy down. 3v3 there at the end for the post plant, but JT Williams on the retake has been looking so good. They've given up Spike control 2 rounds in a row just to play for the retake. That's some good Valorant.
Yep, Slippy just not able to barrel roll out of there in time. Does get tracked down.
Placing swamp grenade.
And what more can you say? I'm looking at the scoreboard now. Panda's baby. I'm sticking with it. Panda's baby. 0-2 on the scoreboard, but we do have the full buy over here for Providence, so this is looking like the round that they can win. Guns not the strongest on the side of JT Williams. Only the Guardian. That's probably the best gun on that side of the map. Slippy. Wow. Tracker just takes that headshot. That's going to be huge if JT Williams decide to push out and try to pick up that Vandal.
Good
This
movement.
Hot Dog just hurries up. Nice little satchel jump forward. He's got the Judge playing these tighter angles.
But that's good enough right there, because you got a player inside of lights. If you can get players inside of the pipes as well, like you're sitting pretty. Grassley though, good utility. Tracker first, swings there with the Spectre. Yeet Enjoyer there for the trade though.
Enemy
Nice
remaining.
shot out of Ouroboros with the Sheriff. Now looking for a couple ruses. It's down to Hot Dog. And they know that he's lurking around lights, but the Judge though can't lock down the first shot. It's the head tap from the Phantom out of Grassley, who finds 3 in the round. JT Williams can do no wrong as they win the opening 3.
That was disgusting what just happened there. I really thought that, I mean, he was on the judge's playground. And I thought that we were about to see Hot Dog just run away with that. Scurrying up in there into the, I guess the truck. I don't know what it's called.
An APC.
APC. APC.
You can also call it a truck. It's all good. I've heard some people call it a wambulance.
A wambulance?
Yeah.
I don't. What I think I
Well,
was.
it's not an ambulance though, but it's like it's an armored
like
car.
a UPS. I call it like a UPS.
That's
truck
a
on
box
the
truck,
map.
brother.
Well, it looks like a box truck. You know, when you're.
It simply does not. Like a
What? I want it. When we get back over there,
it's
I'm freeze framing.
type of UPS trucks are rolling down your street, man.
Nah, man, it's like the Amazon trucks. You know, they're looking futuristic now.
Well, that's a van.
Yeah, but
It's not a UPS truck.
Man,
They're so different.
man, they ain't that different.
They are so different.
It's like a SWAT team, man.
Oh
you
my
know?
god. There's so many red flags on this broadcast. And yes, thank you, production. Like what you
Clementine.
just described is literally an armored car.
Wait till we get back over
An
there.
armored police car, an APC.
Wait till we settle this on the A site.
Oh,
Slippy
I've lost.
slips onto site. Coming up here to elbow. Trying to be slippery. Slipping
Rendezvous.
behind enemy lines.
Sorry, you need to take a walk. The rendezvous is just about to be out of distance, but the deadlock mesh wall will kind of guard the exit here from Blasphemy.
Oh,
You can still shoot
beautiful
through it, though.
kill. Yeah.
Nice shots from Tracker with the Phantom. Showstopper right over top. It's going to have to be a blind fire. It's not expecting somebody to be inside an elbow. Nice secondary satchel to get right above the shots out of Panda's Dabby. Maestrino, oh, gonna be able to attack one, has to win the 1v1 versus Tracker,
man.
but can't do so.
Did he save his teammate?
Last player standing.
If you're Indigo right there, save me, brother. He's like, I got other things to do, man. I gotta defuse this spike. Look, you dead. Like, clean yourself up, man. We'll see you in the next round.
I'm coming. Just not
No
quite
one
able to get
beats my
Kung Fu.
firepower.
Enter the
I
POW.
got this.
Just gets kidnapped there, and that's just upsetting if you're Indigo. You're like, man, I'm 0-4. My stats are already bad. I was 0-3. You made me die. Now I gotta buy all this stuff up. Tracker said, my bad. I'm 9-1. Living a good life up here. We got full buy on the side of JT Williams. Providence, they broke as a joke. Can't even buy full armor on everyone. Slippy, the only one with full armor, but just got a classic pistol. 3-4.
You want to play? Let's play.
As we hear that sound, that's the sound of scariness. Slippy goes into that Tour de France?
Force.
Force.
Close.
Yeah, I was so close, man.
It is a playoff of Tour de France, but
Yeah.
it is in fact not a bicycle. It is a high-powered rifle.
I'm getting there. I've come a long way, you know?
You really have. You got map callouts now.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Still have to call it a spike, but like we getting there.
That's true. I do always call it a bomb. I guess if it was called a bomb, then we're just playing
One
Counter-Strike
cast
that
at a
point.
time. One
Yeah,
cast
one
at a time.
One step at a time. It's the small one, folks. You know, I'll be talking about with your schools. You just need one round at a time. I take it one cast at a time. Every time Andy shows up, it's like a new learning lesson. Today I learned that people don't like to put clementines in their pockets.
Dude, that's literally just a you thing. Literally just a you thing. All right, so Hot Dog's gonna get tagged. Here comes the showstopper. First blast pack, not a good one. Oh, bang! Hot Dog for 2. Gonna be able to win out the opening salvo, and the third was found as well. So, if you're Mass and Grassley here, yeah, I fear you just lose this. Because Tour de Force is still out. You have an orbital strike and a post-plant scenario, plus whatever lineup you have with the Molly. Comes the suppression mine, also going to keep Grassy in place. Mass trying to clear out inside of lights. Carry. Going to keep them trapped in there for now. Meshnet also confirmed just around the Tour de Force slow also comes through off of the elimination on the Grassy. Mass was able to take down one, but that's a consolation prize as Providence finally get themselves on the board with their first round.
And we're going to get a pause here. Yo, what's up with these these top teams, man? You know, every time they run this little streak here, 4 wins, 5 wins, whatever it is, as soon as they lose the first round, they always pause. It's kind of like a trend I've noticed.
That is a trend.
Yeah, and I don't know why. I mean, like, you would think that these teams are used to losing a couple rounds, and so you maybe want to save your timeouts. I'm assuming, I have no idea if they get limited timeouts. I'm just
I have no idea, but it's the time that you have to talk to your coach, because otherwise you're trying to figure out okay, now we kind of lost momentum, we can still buy into this one. What have we noticed so far? What are their trends in the last few offenses, and how can we take that information and absolutely pulverize them with it?
That's a beautiful point. We've not actually talked about that at all. Is all these teams, they do have those coaches on the side, and that that coaching ability can play a huge impact onto things, just from styles of players and how it works. Folks, I wish you could see what I see. It's
such
beauty.
a bad Photoshop.
It is beautiful. I mean, AI Photoshop at its finest. And I have confirmed now. I mean, even the shoulders, they're perfectly together. It's and then me. Yeah, my face fits perfect on Patrick. Just this beauty. I don't know who made this, but just know, hats off. Okay, and that's coming. I'm hearing in my ear now. Thanks, Community Notes, aka Production. The other production cast over at Western,
it's important to note that I was put on Handsome Squidward, and you were put on the Patrick that also nailed his pan to a board, and then when SpongeBob came back, that board was nailed to his forehead. So says a lot more about me than it does you, brother. 4-1 is the scoreline right now. Tracker, Slippy, Hot Dog all showing up on a kill feed in massive ways, but the numbers advantage will be that favored for Providence. The Panthers looking to pounce on this advantage. Grassy. Well, pop flash out. Swings a little bit late. Slippy gets back to cover, though. The Stinger's going to get the elimination. Oh, the paint shells. Oh, you're dead to rights. Nice little play there from Hot Dog, as Mass is going to be the last alive here in a 1v3.
Yep, hot dogs, they get pretty messy in a food fight, as you just saw there, and that teleporter. Condiments going everywhere. Able to get that kill. Now we see Mass. 1v3. If there's any team that can do it, it's JT Williams. He's going to walk in. He's trying to take these fools to Mass. Panda's baby goes off to the side there. Yeet and Jordan gets yeeted. Mass has to reload as Panda's Dabby. I'm going to call you a real name for your moment there. Clutches up that round.
We're here
1-2.
We're the best. Don't any of you forget
Just
that.
beautiful Valorant action here. 10-3. I'm going to go down the stat line here. And I'm blind. I'm skipping right there. Something's looking me right in the eyes. Indigo with the donut. 0-6.
What is Indigo?
Indigo. Oh, yeah, you're right. I get it now. Into 0.
I wish everybody could have seen the blink stare I just got from making that joke. It was like the half cogwheel shook off the cobweb, and then it's already like, oh.
Well, I'm still living in dial-up, man. I'm old enough to have had that. Okay, so had to make the connection. Oh, what a beautiful time.
It really wasn't.
I loved like the Yahoo chat rooms and AOL Instant Messenger. Nowadays, an instant message is just a text message.
Well, now we have a Omegle.
Prepare for hellfire.
Omegle?
I don't even know what it is.
Jesus, you are old. All right, so Orbital Strike is going to be called in. Spike also going to get planted off the back of this, and I'm not the biggest fan of using the Orbital Strike as your initiation, but I guess that's what happens when you do have two Sentinels and you don't have an initiator. You have to use any means necessary. The Empress was also popped, so that's two ultimates just to get the spike planted. Lurking around the corner. Tracker going to work wonderfully for Ouroboros. That traps them outside of market. Eat Enjoyer off of the Empress. Going to be able to get that replenished there with the elimination on Degrassi. Back to full HP. 4v3 for the retake. Time's a ticket. Eat Enjoyer trying to find a little bit more. Going to be able to find another one. Overheal as well, and just barely gets the pixel on the Tracker as Slippy takes down Ouroboros. This is now 3 rounds in a row. Providence bring this within 1.
Yeah, and this is off the back of a JT Williams pause too. So whatever that pause was, whatever strategy they were talking about, clearly did not matter, not working out. Providence taking the advantage. Providence Panthers taking the advantage of that pause to really reset their mental. And we talked before, they didn't have any players that were positive. Now everyone's starting to get positive before, and Indigo still cannot find a kill. That's not what you want to see. It's kind of unfortunate. I saw a Bucky there. I think that was on Hot Dog, and I'm excited. Nope, I see it right there through the wall. Reminder, folks, we can see through the wall, but they can't. Enjoyer, he knows something's there. He senses Killjoy, but does he sense the Bucky? Oh, they're prepped now. Grassy gonna go through. Oh!
Spike down.
2 kills with that Bucky. Beautiful. Slippy shuts him down.
That's a high-value buck.
Yep. That's a $150. Some might say.
God.
Dropping a smoke.
2 players just about half HP. You have to start to wonder whether or not you actually have overgrowth available, or Boros would love to get healed back up, and that will be the case. 2v4 here in the post plant. Don't want to win. That's the showstopper, but maybe you should have just blindly yeeted yourself through the ruse as Slippy lines up 2, cannot find the last, just overwhelmed with numbers, and that should have been a lot cleaner than the way it ended, but JT Williams will finally break the momentum swing that the Panthers had. We'll have ourselves a 5-3 scoreline.
I'll crab walk next.
Eat your heart out,
Make
Star
it
Fox.
easier
There's a
for
new
ya.
main character here. Slippy moving up, taking the role. And truly deserves. Slippy should have got their own game much sooner. Some kind of like, I don't know, like side-scrolling game. Just doing a bunch of barrel rolls. 10-6 for Slippy, carrying this team. Yeet and Joyer 7-6. Hot Dog 6-6. Master Tino 4-8, and Pandas Dabby 3-6. Overall, not too bad stat lines here, as both these teams are gonna full buy. Master Tino just slipping in a purchase there. I believe that was a Vandal right before the end of the round. 8 rounds in, this is close. 5-3. Audrey Kell definitely watching, right on the side, studying JT Williams. Maybe expected him to be there, and Providence Panthers could be that underdog kind of Cinderella story here. Bring down JT Williams. Remember, folks, JT Williams was formerly in contention for regional finals. Did drop regional finals. And the team's just slowing down for a minute, resetting their mental here.
I mean, you could just feel the tension on this. Again, for all 4 of these teams that have made it to winter semifinals, like they're going to be playing on land. But the difference between having a higher seed and being able to make a deeper run once that tournament actually commences for regionals is everything. And you could feel it here. I mean, we're just in round number 9, and it's already hot enough in this room, but the pressure is definitely quenching the palate.
30
Comes
seconds.
the grab net. Grassley going to be able to at least get towards the teleporter. Going to remove the net. Nobody should be chasing him. Here comes the push, though. That's a lot of damage coming through off of the Nano Swarm inside of Hookah. Spike's still going to be planted, though, even though the mesh net was there. Mass will still find that first blood. Spike planted. You have a tour de force, but Providence are probably going to save it. 4 ultimates to the good for JT Williams, and it's going to open things up here with the lockdown. Trying to retake this. Players can just completely concede the space. The spike is planted for Octagon as much as it is planted for Hookah. Tracker trying to work their way out, but they're still trapped from the mesh net. The lockdown finally dissipates, but you felt like the kill should have come through a lot cleaner. Slippy able to at least take down Mass. It's a 2v4. Now a 2v1 as Eden Joyer's dead to rights, and Tracker able to retrain the aim, take down Slippy as well. It'll be a 6-3 scoreline. And it wasn't as expensive as Providence were hoping for JT Williams. It just took a lockdown.
Yeah.
I'm no
Beautiful
joker,
execution there.
but I
Trapper,
can catch a
or
bullet
Tracker,
hole or two.
not Trapper.
Let me know if you
Tracker,
need healing.
a little bit held off there from the Deadlock's abilities. Master Tino, that was really well placed. Definitely slowed down that assault. So if they could have got a couple more gunshots their way, that round could have definitely went in the way of the Panthers. And we're getting another timeout here. This time, looks like from the Providence Panthers side with the attackers. Spiky. Maybe that's the coach's name, Spiky. Yeah, that'll be a fun thing when we do go to LAN. Meeting some of the coaches. Seeing some of that action unfold.
Yeah, I'd love, you know, as a former esports coach myself, like coaching a lot of like collegiate players and high school players and even amateur players, like well back in the day as well. Just like talking to their philosophy on like how like they approach how they approach coaching, and like what like the lessons are actually like look like in the room, like what's their focus, because like the pressure has to be immense. I mean, like, you're still in high school, right? So there's like, you have to think about like the amount of time that you're spending like in school. You still have to do your homework. You have to apply to colleges, and you also want to be an aspiring esports player as well. Like, that's can't be an easy thing to balance.
No, not at all. And if you were me, then you would just not do your homework. And that's how you succeed. I know, you know, I'm just, you know,
you are successful. I don't know if that was the right route.
You got to put all your eggs sometimes in your basket. I mean, if you're someone like Tracker, right? If you're someone like Slippy, you're looking real good, right, in the eyes of any recruiter for college and all that, for these teams. Or maybe, you know, you start looking at some of these players, like from, excuse me, cleared my throat there. Like earlier, right? They were 20-0 in their JT Williams. That's something that starts getting noticed even from these pro teams, NRG and stuff like that. So we don't know what kind of conversation these guys got going on in the background. Esports is exploding. It is new. It is booming.
4-player teleport immediately. Didn't like what they saw over at A. So now they're going back over towards this B push where Mass has just been lying in wait. Tour de force late, but the spike's going to be planted. 3v5. And Spike again is planted for Octagon. First shot. Got to miss. Pin a stabby. Weak swinging out from the sky smoke. Mass will find 3 in the round. Enjoy there to try to mitigate the damage.
Remaining.
And I love that from Ouroboros. You had the option to invest the not dead yet, but Tracker said, nah, I got this. We're going to push for the last 2. Tour de force was invested. Providence Panthers not going to be able to get the round win. JT Williams looking clinical in the past few.
Yeah, they've really come online right now after giving away those 3 rounds in a row to the Panthers. Now they've picked up their own 3. Starting to build that momentum up. And man, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to harp on it. Indigo, I just can't stop seeing that 0 and 8 score line.
So as those 4 assists?
Yeah, the 4 assists, but I mean, it's so uncharacteristic of that player, right? That I just something's got to be off. Not able to quite find the groove and the rhythm here. We used to that KO being so much more impactful in these games, and this is what you're looking at, right? The reason I'm pointing this out is if you're Audrey Kell and you're looking for a weakness of this team, that's what you start noticing. Is maybe Indigo is that person. If you can figure out what site they're holding, that's where you can put your pressure on. That's where you can push and start to prove yourself as the #1 team.
Oh, that's a rare miss. Close proximity for Slippy. Really hate to see that. I mean, it was already a broken by, a little Roomba. The Roomba violence. That's not how you want your appliances to settle the score, I suppose, but numbers favoring that for JT Williams. The Molly's going to be inside the sky smoke, though it does not matter. Grassy, good for 2. Enjoy there off the Sheriff, trying to make it an expensive one. Nanoswarm inside of Lights will get Enjoyer relatively weak for Ouroboros to get the final blow.
Thanks.
That's going to bring JT Williams up to A3. Providence did buy for next, though. It's going to be the last round and a half.
I love explosions.
Yep, and if you're Providence, you really want this last round. Going in 8 and 4.
Last round before
I know
the
it
switch.
sounds a little bit more insignificant, but 8 and 4 is a lot better than 9 and 3, folks. It gives you a lot more room for error. Like it's you know, it feels obvious to say, right? Like, oh yeah, of course the scoreline's just better. But no, it's just like the pure momentum and then just knowing that you have that extra round that can go so far in a game like Valorant as far as keeping your mental strength high. All these ultimates, I'm expecting this to be a very explosive round. 4 on the side of Providence Panthers, 3 for JT Williams.
And again, this is the last round and a half. This is either going to be explosive for all the right or wrong reasons. We'll have to see. Enjoyer waiting for the moment to maybe try to pop the Emperor. Seeker is going to be ripped defensively. Pop flash is going to come through. It's going to connect on a 3. Tracker also stuns another. Moment that the showstopper gets popped. 8 Hot Dog's teammates are all dead. It's a 2v4. Not dead yet out of Ouroboros, looking for the retrain of the aim. The players inside of Hough running out of time to potentially find an elimination to stay alive permanently in this round. Finds it. But Enjoyer with the Emperor's pop can be able to find another. 3rd in the round. Needs the entire ace to clutch things up for Providence Panthers and make this an 8-4 half. Oh, how good it would feel for Enjoyer.
Out of charges.
Full HP. Overheal if they can get a kill. If the damage needs to be traded. Grassy was already weak from another one. 1v1. 35 seconds remains.
I have the spike.
And you know, you have to
30
plant the
seconds
spike.
left.
If you are JT Williams, the Enjoyer trying to fish out of timing, does not want to touch that teleporter though, because it's going to give up the positioning and the idea that Enjoyer went over towards the hard way. But the patience has paid off. Tracker Here's that spike being planted. Playing for the exit. The Empress wears off. Full util for Tracker. Where could they possibly be? Throw a paint shell, dude. Rip a Roomba. Something. Just to clear some of this space. Is able to at least get the jump tack towards the box. Heat Enjoyer on the other side. He's not playing for the timing.
He saw the
Tracker,
gun.
did he see the barrel? He might have. The weapon swap's not going to make any information. Here comes the battle. Paint shells, confirmation of the information is going to flush out. Heat Enjoyer has to take the chow. The ace comes through. Heat Enjoyer clutches. It's an 8-4 half.
Switching sides.
I was certain Yeet Enjoyer was about to lose that round. His Tracker played that about as good as you can. Yeet Enjoyer takes the duel inside the paint shell grenade. Beautiful as we get our first ace of the night that we got to cast. Here from Yeet Enjoyer. Just no better person to do it, honestly. Beautiful name. We got to yeet 5 times that round.
Quote Pat McAfee, he yeeted all over the place. JT Williams, probably not feeling the pressure all too much, but they did win the pistol on the other half. It just mostly comes down to what this defensive setup is looking like. Mastrino has a shorty on a deadlock. And if you can tell by the camera of my voice, that's not normal. But might be able to work out. Ouroboros is going to be the first one up here through me long.
Oh, they never see this coming.
Check your corners.
Oh, they see his shoulder.
Even the suppression mine was also there to be able to keep them trapped. But numbers are a thing.
Enjoyer taking this duel with Mass. Mass wisely going to back off. I wouldn't challenge Yeet Enjoyer either after the round he just had. Coming off an ace. Tracker goes down.
3v4. Still trying to brute force their way into the site because you almost feel like you have to now. Look where the spike's located at. Can you even exit reliably? Ouroboros trapped in a gunfight versus Panda's Dabby inside of the cubby. Overgrowth will come through ever so slightly. Oh, the molly. Ouroboros trapped in the menu trying to get the ruses out, and there's the call. Teleport on over. Spike still in hand for Ouroboros, who almost lost their life. Hot Dog played off the timing here with the paint shells. Oh, it might find 2 kills. Off the backboard, finds the first, but the secondary explosion with the paint shell is not going to be good enough for the secondary. Spike still not planted. The rotation came through defensively. It's a 4v2. And now you have to ask yourself what utility you possibly still have left in your tank if you are JT Williams. You have at least a blinding light, but it doesn't really matter. 1v3, playing in the corner on top of the bus stop bench, and Yeet Enjoyer will fish out Grassy. It is a massive pistol round to take for Providence. Very much so could be a guaranteed second, and that could be the difference in between being a 2 or a 3 round difference in between these two.
Yeah, 8 and 5. I'm starting to think we're going to go the distance here, Andy. We might go all the way, maybe just some overtime rounds. That would be exciting. Yeet Enjoyer picking up that Bulldog. Stole a member of the other team. The Butler Bulldogs called him in. Can he make some magic happen here? Just listening for the audio cues, folks. Seeing if anyone's going to rush up to this hookah. What's Slippy got? This looks like a scout scope. Maybe it's an outlaw.
That's a Marshall.
A Marshall, that's what I meant.
So, with Providence, especially for Yeet Enjoyer investing into the Bulldog, the problem is that, again, it only has 1 Lear. And you don't have any initiators whatsoever. So if you want to take space, you're going to have to do it the hard way. Paint Shell's going to come through from Tracker. Going to flush out Panda's Dabby. Easy collection of the first blood there for Providence. Blinding Light's going to come through. Oh, he's located on the other side, over towards the bus stop. But you have a weapons advantage. Basically, feel like this should be an easy round, but JT Williams now have a very weak Sky. And that's also your spike carrier. Might just have to throw their life away. Slippy, though. Looking for any sort of info. Actually gets caught with the dagger, and Slippy is just going AWOL. You want to know why he was a very high-ranked player? Well, it's connections like that. 3 quick kills. It's a 2v3. Grassy trying to get in with a weapon and trying to get the heck out of dodge. Able to collect the Spectre. And that might just be the round. You're not going to have enough time to try to rotate all the way
10
through. Mask will be there at least through A
Last
short.
player
Trying to get the
standing.
elimination. Slippy for 4. Looking for the entire ace. What a turn. The snap and the burn. Eden Joyer ended the last half with an ace. How about the second on defense for Slippy? That last shot was absurd.
JT Williams starting to fall apart, it seems, and I can't stop bringing it up. It's just ingrained in me now. Indigo 0-11, yet to find any kill in this game over these 14 rounds. That does not feel good to be Indigo. Everyone else on his team, surprisingly positive, you know, given the record, right? They're up 8-6. Everyone is positive except Indigo. Indigo not able to find that kill. If Indigo starts to get online, he can start swinging some kills, winning some of these gunfights a little bit better. That's when JT Williams can really blow this game wide open. Because right now it's pretty much a 4v5. Tracker just trying to clear these little zones up.
That's like 2 magazines to do that, by the way.
Yeah. I think you get, what, like 4 or 5 in a standard
Spike
gun.
down, B.
Ammo is not infinite, folks. 3-4 kills coming out in the kill feed there. JT Williams up 4-2. They're definitely going to try to run with this momentum as Ouroboros had already moved up, creeped out, and took over this A site.
No
Looks like they're going to smoke off heaven and just wait for the Panthers to come to them.
And this is JT Williams full buy. You really do feel like that it is their round to lose. We'll have to see if that comes to fruition. Indigo might be dead, but again, this post plan is very, very tough to try to break up. Got Molly's on the spike. Plan trying to play the timing though. Terrence the turret gonna be able to at least spot one. We're towards heaven. That was Slippy. So has a rendezvous to play with, but only 2 bullets to the head. Hunter gonna be able to find 2 now down to the classic. Last Spectre
player
should they want to use it, but Nanoswarms get popped at the most perfect time. Alarm bot also connects, doesn't matter. Slippy with the Phantom's going to be able to take down 1 upon the exit. Can you find any more? Blinding Light? Nah, Slippy's going to be able to hold on to the AR, but a good bounce back round for JT Williams as they extend the lead again by 3.
Wait and see what they buy here. Tracker 20-8 on this scoreboard. Got the Phantom. Doesn't look like anyone else can full buy. Indigo could. Indigo finally got a kill. 1-12. So he's feeling good there. He does full buy. Mass not able to buy full armor. Only one in the game that does not have the full armor.
Tour de force already for Slippy is insane. Did this the hard way. With the kills, rendezvous set up. All 8 rounds for the Headhunter as the secondary. Oh, you be very careful with how you peek this. Be careful, Tracker. Thinking about it. Phantom versus Slippy with the tour de force. Not even a jump insult the kneecap. Just waited for the time to strike. And Tracker will be dead for the round. So Slippy gonna be waiting for the timing again. Still has 4 more bullets to be played with. Any other takers? Any other takers? Picks up the rendezvous 25 seconds before he can replace that item. And it just really feels like it's a foregone conclusion. Also has a shorty as well. And that's just the thing about what makes a good chamber so damn tough to play up against. Because realistically, he has all 3 ranges covered. He's got the Headhunter, medium, close. Realistically, the shorty for ultimate close.
30
He's got a
seconds
sniper
left.
to play with as well. 3v5.
Grassy creeping up here. Sending out the dog. Don't think he got the stun here. It's a little wide. Good spray to play your angles.
10 seconds left.
Numbers
Last
made the
player
difference
standing.
there as they go to push on
Spike
Indigo.
down A.
He's had a rough game. Only 1 kill. He picked up 2. If he could have got momentum there, that could have been exactly what he needed. To kind of reset and get climbing up on his team's scoreboard. 3 kills now. It's 13. This is what you need if you're JT Williams. You did lose that round, but Indigo's starting to get some kills, starting to come online, starting to find his comfort zone. And that's dangerous if you're the Providence Panthers.
Don't let these boys cook again, especially on mine. Slippy's now up to 20 and 12. Literally threw everything in the kitchen sink in that last round, but yeah, didn't have to buy, did he? So he's got an operator. Very, very fun. Terry the Turret, there inside a market. You enjoy her, kind of got shuffled up a little bit, but the tracker here going to get caught up by the grav net. Grassy's going to have to remove it from their body. So Slippy is just playing in the angle here at B-Long. Sees the kneecap. This time Tracker didn't double dip nor overextend, so will remain in live for now. And they saw that operator's all the way over at B, so you can see what that means on the mini-map. They want no part of that smoke. They are out of there.
Yep. My bad, guys. This is your site after all. We're going to go over here to A. They don't know this, but we know this because we got the mini-map. There's no one on A site. They can take this for free as they're starting to swarm over that way. Providence Panthers on the prowl. JT Williams like, wait a minute. We've been fooled. As they run and take over this A site here. Tracker ready to take the duel with Hot Dog. Tracks that kill down. Oh, Master Tino with that ult, best ult in game. Little kidnap and steal. No one near there to save. Mass will unfortunately fall to that in the spider's web.
Master Tino, again, was the only player that was over there, and he gave up all of showers once he got the information that the spike was being planted today. Flanks around, uses the annihilation, and then the retake is just way too good. Not dead yet at Ouroboros because you feel like you need to clutch this round. Could be the difference between the momentum, but you just double dip into challenging back where Slippy was already holding the irons. Tracker will find the last two. Operator won't be found inside of the sky smoke, but I mean, that got wildly, considering that JT Williams had every single inkling of an advantage. They extend the lead by 3, and if they can keep trading rounds, that's realistically a win condition to be able to win this series versus a very, very good Providence Panthers.
Yep, because you have to win by at least 2, right, in the game. Yep, so if you have to win by 2, so as long as they can keep that 3 lead, this is exactly what you need. You don't need to do any more if you're JT Williams, right? Doesn't matter in the standings if you win 16-1 or 13-2, whatever it is, right? Doesn't matter. All that matters is you get the win, and JT Williams looking like they're on the right path for that. So 23-9 for Tracker. Impressive stat line. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it is very good. And it's just like, it's something that you can rally behind, but the biggest issue is it will probably favor up to going into a full armor. Should be more than enough credits to be able to get Mass another AR as well. On the opposite side, though, this is where the timeout needs to be called, because it's just like, if you don't have the ability to buy weapons or use ultimates to win this round, if you are Providence, this is looking like an 11-7 scoreline. So they're probably talking about what they can do this round to maybe get a couple kills, make a dent into the credit wallet that is JT Williams right now, because they're rolling around like Mr. Big Bucks, being able to refund all those ARs that they lost in the previous round. But it's realistically setting up for the next round and the potential spree that they require to make sure that this does go the distance.
Yep, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. Hot Dog moving with force as Indigo shuts down the kill. Slippy able to trade that out.
Out of charges. Placing swarm grenade.
Indigo starting to pick up some more kills. We love to see that. Mass just going to pull back. JT Williams saying, whoa, we can slow this game down.
Placing swarm grenade.
Utility, and that spike is planted all the way on the backside of the site. Grassy, good timing, takes down Panda Stabby, is able to find another retrain to aim all the way over towards Fountain. Grassy, good for 2. 2v4 for the retake. And you have an Empress to play with if you are Providence, but again, you just don't have weapons, right? So you're realistically just trying to find any sort of kills whatsoever, but the Enjoyer was able to pick up Indigo's Vandal. 12 bullets in the magazine, Headhunter out for Slippy. And it's just time is your biggest opponent right now if you are Providence Panthers. You're not going to have enough time to be able to finish out these 4 kills. Surely not, as Tracker will, much like how they did in the previous round, end with 2. It's a 4-round lead for JT Williams.
I think it's the first time in a little bit we've seen that 4-round lead coming on the side of JT Williams, so hopefully not about to run away with this game. This has been a good matchup, folks. We'd love to see this go even longer. I'm sure Providence Panthers would not mind as well. Even if they lose, it gives them a lot more to learn from. 24-14 with the operator there on Slippy. Slippy showing, right? Why he's such a high rated Valorant player. And you know, I did learn, by the way, I know I said this a few weeks ago to you, I learned that in Rocket League there are some players that have legitimately just like traversed the different schools and leagues and like kind of moved up the tier list. So if you're someone like Slippy, right, you're thinking long term and something like this, maybe you get scouted out by like a JT Williams and an Audrey Kill, especially if you're younger, you're a freshman. Maybe you can move over and take part in some of those school systems, right? Move up in the tier list. Providence definitely looking strong. Tracker with 1, Tracker with 2. He takes down Yeet Enjoyer and Slippy, the kind of juggernauts, if you will, on the side of Providence Panthers. And that's exactly how you want to start the round. Grassy cleans up Panda's Dabby. Now we got 2 more. Hot Dog looking to take some shots. They know where he's at now here in the hookah. It's Master Tino. Gonna do what they can. They're not gonna run amok. They got a ruse in the window here. Hot Dog just, that was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, the escape was good, but it kind of tried Master Tino up against the wall where, like, the spray did come through. But I do really appreciate this coming through as Tracker will take down their raised counterpart for the 3rd in the round. Is that JT Williams are just not relenting whatsoever. They're keeping the aggression on. Like, that was a must-needed round win for Providence. And now as we have another timeout, JT Williams are up on match point, and it's one of those things that they needed that last round because it was another full bye. Losing that last round, now it's looking like it's a broken bye for the potential last round of your series, of your season, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just looking at the money. Hot Dog, he has a sheriff in full armor with 1,000 credits, so I think that's enough. A Bucky, if I remember, it's 800 credits, so he could get a Bucky. And the way his movement is, but can he buy satchels? Can he buy abilities? I don't know where he's sitting on those. He's not going to be able to buy Bucky probably and full abilities. So, yeah, it's going to be very tight. And I'm looking at the ultimates too, right? Grassy and Mass both sitting on their ultimates. So if they get onto a site, just drop the Killjoy ultimate. You're going to push everyone out. If you're Grassy, you send those Seekers out, right? That can be your initiation. And Hot Dog's just going to pray for that rocket to get his kill because he's got his ult. And Yeet Enjoyer, I mean, this is the time you need to clutch up and get that ace that you got earlier in the round with your Empress. Every round now could be your last round. You have to play absolutely off the charts.
That's just crazy, isn't it? Because, like, when you think about it, both, like, Slippy and Yeet Enjoyer both have an ace.
Yeah, and they're losing.
And they're losing. Yeah, 12-7 right now. So this needs to be a Mass Operator. Egregious pick for a Killjoy, but again, the name of the game is that you have every single advantage this side of the Mississippi, and with Providence being able to at least get Panda's Dabby that ult orb, now you have an orbital strike to be using here defensively. Seekers to take the site, lockdown to potentially confirm it for JT Williams, as the spike is just lurking around the offensive spawn. Trying to see if they can catch anybody overextending. To be fair, 2 players are all the way up through Fountain for Providence. This push is manifesting all the way through A short, where Master Tino already threw down the mesh net. Just trying to play point of contact off of somebody who's on the other side of the wall. Here comes the Seekers, out from Showers. Master Tino still holding strong, trying to see if anybody's going to start pushing out. Here comes the Showstopper, though. Defensively, Tracker, along with the Pain Shells, is able to take down Slippy. Master Tino in the corner. Not going to be able to get the better of them if your Ouroboros missed just on the outside with the Operator. 2v3. Orbital to strike again should you want to use it. Operator shots being popped out from A short, trading flashes for Leers. No more flash available for Grassy. Flank was coming through,
missed Panda.
but the timing wasn't perfect as well. Where's Indigo? All the way over by Pipes. Is able to find 1. Looking for a little bit more. Running out of bullets. 6 more to the good. It just takes 1 on a Yeet Enjoyer, but he's not walking. Yeet Enjoyer is just baiting out the last few shots and is able to clutch the round for Providence Panthers. It was expensive. It took more than a handful of efforts coming through for Providence Panthers, but JT Williams ain't hurting at all. They should be able to replenish all their ARs. But the problem is that the Operator is now in the Slippy's hands.
Yep, absolutely. I was just going to say that. You beat me to it. Slippy, the man who needs to step up. You're the highest rank for a reason. Okay, it takes some mental strength to play solo queue in Valorant. Okay, because Slippy, he's done it to the highest rank possible, so he needs to rally his team, Get him to stand behind him and just hit these shots with the operator. Only needs 1 kill to secure his tour de force. JT Williams looking to make this an aggressive play. They can't sit around and wait for Slippy to get in position. Panda lurks out of there. It just takes a little bit of damage from the paint shells.
Yeah, but now that you know exactly where one player is going to be located at, is all the way inside the teleporter. They're going to be late to this, and also potentially out of range from those sky smokes as well. But Tracker knows that they cannot relent at all. Starts pushing on towards the site. Champions Phantom. Orbital Strike is going to be in thin range, not going to be able to confirm an elimination, but Enjoyer is going to find yet another. 2v5. Numbers favoring that for the Panthers.
Remaining.
Now the last alive
Spike down
will be the
B.
Sky of Grassy.
Flawless.
How much more can they find? Will not at all anything. Yeet Enjoyer for 3. Providence inching their way towards overtime.
And they are playing flawlessly, right, despite that last round. I mean, a flawless round there, flawless performance in these gun trades. They've started from the bottom. Now they're here. If they need this round, this is the round that defines a lot going forward. They're starting to whittle away at the economy of JT Williams, drain the bank accounts. JT Williams will be able to buy next round, just me using what little game knowledge I do have. They'll be able to full buy. So you got to beat JT Williams 2 more rounds. You get to 11. You're almost guaranteed that 3rd round.
Scout destroyed.
Or you should be. If everything goes to play. Tracker needing to step up here. Tracker and Slippy, the eyes are on them. You see that gun skin glowing. That means that's the top performer in the game. That's one of the features of that skin, knife skin and gun skin.
Ultimates online on both sides. Again, JT Williams are still sitting on Mass's lockdown. It's the Killjoy ultimate, of course, but Clove ultimate not really utilized for anything besides Ouroboros' selfish wants and desires. You do have the Emperors defensively for Providence, but I'm sure that if you're Enjoy, you're saving that for a rainy day or a 1v odd situation, which they've been in quite often. So we'll have to see. Again, this is not necessarily a broken buy, but it's not as robust as you would want it for JT Williams losing the last 2. So, again, thin ice is this round. Could be the difference between
30
Providence
seconds
getting
left.
double digits or JT Williams just calling game. Tracker, itching, the hot dog skill. Shots coming out. Ubot's going to be called, but Enjoyer finds the kill. Dismiss gets him out of dodge. The paint shells also comes through. Enjoyer going to find a second, and hot dog's there for the 3rd. Oh, it is magnificent for Providence Panthers as the teleporter's going to get hit. Sub 10 seconds. The spike has to get planted, and Grassy just has to plant for the traditional spot in between the Radiant boxes. Default setup. Blinds his
Last player
teammate.
standing.
Lear from top heaven. Yeet Enjoyer finds a 3rd. Nice trend of the game. Coming through from Grassy. Going to be able to be good for 2, but not expecting the push to come through from short. Would have been a miraculous ace to win the game if you're JT Williams, but not going to be the case at all. Providence Panthers, they hold on. And Slippy now has a tour de force, and you have Mascherino's Annihilation ready for the swing to maybe get to 11.
I'm just waiting to see the scoreboard here. Yep, JT Williams with the full buy, but the money is talking to me. If they beat JT Williams in this round, I don't think JT Williams will get a full buy next round. You will have the full advantage going in for the clutch round to take it to overtime. So really, I mean, you have to win 2, right? That's the obvious thing. But right now, what matters is this 1 round. Slippy looking to play aggressive into the showers. We see that there's not a lot of action there, and I almost eat my words as I'm looking at these players creeping up. They know Slippy's there. He chooses to back off. That's good. If Slippy dies early, it's not going to be good for the Providence Panthers every moment. And, man, if he could see through the wall, right? Maybe you take that shot. That's too thick. You can't wall bang that.
He's not wall banging that. That'd be
3
crazy.
players lurking mid. 4 players.
Yeah, the spike just got collected as well for Ouroboros, so
You could cut this tension with a knife. I mean, these players are feeling this moment.
you really could.
JT Williams does not want to give this up. Previously up 4 rounds, 12-8. Providence
got
has
your
done
trail.
everything right as here come the Seekers. They know that at least 2, right, because each Seeker goes to an enemy player. They know at least 2 people are here. Tracker gets aggressive, and that was beautiful. by Master Tino. Oh my, I gotta take notes. I love playing Deadlock. That net just locked him in. The ultimate, he's gonna trap him in. This is
30
perfect.
seconds left.
Ignores the kill, swing.
Spike down.
It's
Gets Indigo. Master Tino clutching up. That's 4. Can he get the ace? He wants it. Grasty stands between him. Hot Dog says, hey, we can't risk losing this round for an ace. 12-11. I think we're going to go to overtime, Andy.
Well, technically, if you still win
If
this, you would
JT
win by
Williams
2.
win this round, they will win the game, 13-11. Right here, though, we're looking. Actually, yeah, okay. So one player can't full buy on the side of JT Williams. So you beat the Juggernaut 3 rounds in a row. You just got to do it one more time. Man, this is crazy. This is exciting. Slippy, Yeet Enjoyer, and Hot Dog, and Master Tino that last round really stepping up. And Indigo's come back, right? Indigo has matched the last player on the Providence Panthers, both sitting at 7 kills. So these teams are neck and neck. Not only in scoreboard, but player to player across the board. Tracker with an early kill. Panda couldn't sneak out. That's unfortunate if you're Providence Panthers.
Tour de force popped. So an operator very much so still in play here for Providence. I mean, I feel like you just need to rip an ultimate or two. I mean, Mass has been sitting on this ultimate for such a long time. Ouroboros not dead yet. Can he get around the corner in time? Yes, he can. Slippy's just going to hold the Ouroboros. Has an operator. 3v5. And maybe the hopes for Providence to stay alive and pushing it to overtime just died with Slippy. No command. Going to be the introduction for this push. Master Tino, no abilities. Everything shut down from the suppression field. Here comes the fragment. Not going to connect on the Master Tino. Just playing for an off timing. Has a teammate towards top heaven. Not going to challenge for an exit, but this setup is so strong. I mean, how do you even find your way back into this? Nobody's inside of lights. Here comes the showstopper, though, blindly over the top. The Enjoyer, like a clay pigeon, and Master Tino finally strikes. 3v3, lockdown, initiated. But it's so close on the other side of the Radiant boxes that they're just going to have to either shoot it or push it.
What is he doing?
And if you don't push it, it's going to lock you down. Ouroboros takes on Yeet Enjoyer. Last alive, Master Tino. Nobody's going to be inside of the lockdown, but the wallbang shot's going to be good. Going to have to hold this, and Hot Dog swings for the kill on a Mass. As Master Tino hops the defuse, we are going the distance. Set yourselves up for overtime.
This would be, I mean, just obviously at face value, right? Just knowing a little bit, I know JT Williams, formerly in contention for regional champs, to lose this would have to be one of the absolute biggest upsets of the tournament to see JT Williams drop early. Now they will go to land. We do get a timeout here for overtime. Absolutely banger of a game here. You got to think, right? All these players are going to land, so these teams will possibly meet again in the future. If you're Providence, this is huge in putting your name on the map to potentially upset, like I said, the almost regional champs. They lost to Green Hope back in the day, but JT Williams, a huge name in this league.
I mean, you could just see it that, like, everybody's fighting for their lives down there, man. 26-16 out of Yeet Enjoyer actually surpasses Slippy, who's at 25-18, who's been taking a lot of these opening duels. 30-14 out of Tracker. We expect Tracker to always pop off when it comes out of JT Williams, but it just comes down to that assistance, right? And especially on the defensive half. We walked into that half 8-4. The fact that we're sitting here at 12-12, where JT Williams not once, not twice, but through a multitude of rounds had 4 3-round advantages. And now we're loading into overtime. It's going to be offense first coming through for Providence Panthers. Winning this might just set themselves up for the win.
Yep, and these teams will keep playing, folks, until one of them wins by 2. I don't think there's any limit to the overtime, so just keep going the distance.
Yeah, this ain't rank play. We ain't voting for a draw. No, you playing this out for sure.
Yep. So everyone full buys here. Nothing cheeky. Sometimes you'll see someone like grab an op, go full glass cannon. None of that here. Everyone's got full abilities. They got kind of the standard kits. 4 Vandals on each side, 1 Phantom on each side. And how did we end up in this situation? This is absolutely insane. Oh, that's smart, using the dog. But they know he's there. They know he's in the bomb. He didn't hear the. That's 3 damage with the paint shells. That's such an easy pickup for Hot Dog onto Grasty. What a good way to start this overtime. Picking
Couldn't
up
find
one
the
for
immediate
free,
trade, though.
basically.
Or Boros couldn't find the trade through the ruse. Slippy, though, gonna be able to take down Tracker, who just wasn't expecting anybody to lurk. But I mean, Slippy is just literally throwing so many wrenches into the system, and now he has full A-site control. He's gonna be looking up towards the top of heaven. Indigo with the pop flash. Not gonna be able to find anything. Mesh Snap, I believe, is also clearing the exit from pipes, and it wouldn't even matter anywhere. Yeet Enjoyer's just gonna spam it.
Last player
Gonna be able to find that kill. Last is gonna be alive is Mass, and Masterchino had himself an ultimate, even if it was required. Providence, then a flawless offensive round. One round away from a massive upset versus JT Williams.
And if I'm not mistaken, the first time this whole game, they lead the round count, 13-12.
Yeah.
What?
Well, it was 8-4 at the half.
Yeah.
And with JT Williams winning the pistol, yeah, no, Providence have never been led.
They've never led. Now you're here. JT Williams beat you earlier on in the season. They're your only loss, 4-1. How sweet would it feel to be the one in their loss column? Be tied at 5-1. And kind of get those bragging rights as we start to move into these LAN events. Right, $45,000 ultimately on the line. This is exactly what you need. Tracker with a kill, 4v4, getting that bomb down. Masterchino, you got to step up for your team. Indigo, you got to step up. You've only got 7 kills, or you did.
But with Tracker still alive, you feel like anything is possible.
Just like that. Yeet Enjoyer down. He's got the
Showstopper
rocket.
will end up taking down Hot Dog. It's a 2v2. Spike planted. Did you have your utility on the spike if you are Mass? God, you would hope so. Oh, or knows that you need it. Indigo! Oh, it's windy down A short. Mass, though, doesn't have the utility. Popping the nano swarm. It's going to pull out the challenge. Expecting somebody inside of the sky smoke. Not going to be the case at all. Master Tino will find the last elimination in this best of 1. And how about it? Providence Panthers push the overtime after being down 4 at the half. They get to overtime. They win the 2 straight. JT Williams, we'll be seeing you.
JT win? JT never. Providence Panthers are in the building. Providence Panthers move on in the bracket. I think everybody wanted to see Audrey Kell versus Providence Panthers. That is not going to happen. Maybe down the road, right? See you later, JT Williams. Providence, what a upset. That's huge. That is crazy. I would have never bet on that. No offense to Providence Panthers, but JT just looks so good, and they looked so good at the start of that game. And just to watch Providence crawl that back, right? Start to slow it down 1 game at a time, 1 round at a time. That's exactly the film that if you're any of these other teams, that's what you need to study, right? You need to look at someone like Providence Panthers. That's how you're down, but you're never out. That's how you crawl back.
That is what we call the ice genetic. That's a Slippy and Eat diff right there for sure. So, yeah, so Providence Panthers going to go ahead and take the win over JT Williams. So we won 14-12, and very tough to be able to combat it against both Yeet Enjoyer and Slippy. So that score of what you have on your screen right there, Audrey Kell versus the Butler Bulldogs, as close as it was back in week number 1, not so much anymore. Them Butler Bulldogs going to be going back to the outhouse there with the tail tucked between their legs because Audrey Kell just put them down a little bit too strong. So Providence Panthers going to be taking on Audrey Kell in our grand finals. Again, that semifinal was happening side by side with this, and wow, did we pick the right semifinal to go to?
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a banger of a matchup. Cats versus Knights. The lore is old as time. Cats versus Knights. Cats are showing that at the end of this Valorant season, Cats are better than dogs in Valorant. Butler Bulldogs go out. Cats reign supreme, end up in the finals. Andy, take us out of here, man. I'm just in shock. I got to go get something to drink. My throat is out, man.
It's a tough one, but I hate to be the one to say I told you so, but I absolutely did, didn't I? So we got one more series on the docket for the evening. It's going to be the Audrey Kell Knights going up against the Providence Panthers. It will be a best of 3, so strap yourself in, get some water, get some honey and tea. Lord knows that Michael needs it as well. We're going to throw things to a break. When we come back, the conclusion of CMS regular season, the last match before regionals. We'll be right back. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to our Valorant stream here for VESL CMS. On this Wednesday evening, we are working our way through the championship bracket, and we have gone through so many matches that I cannot believe that we have finally gotten to this point in time. It is grand finals time. The Audrey Knights beat the Butler Bulldogs so bad we couldn't even show it on stream. 13-1 was the scoreline there, and we honestly thought that it was going to be going up against JT Williams, the #1 versus the #2. But hey, sometimes this happens. Raise Hail, praise Dale. The #3 seed comes through. Audrey Knights versus the Providence Panthers for the grand finals on the best of 3.
You caught me off guard with the praise Dale comment. We definitely support that here. It is a motto in my house. I tell my dogs every time they go outside, if you're going to go outside and you're going to raise, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. You already said it. Well, I'm not going to say it. If you get to raise blank, then you got to praise Dale while you're doing it. Praise heck. That's a good way to put it. We censor things around here.
The same.
Audrey Knights, Providence Panthers. If you would have asked me at the start of this stream, I would have bet the house that Audrey would be facing JT Williams at the end. Thank God you didn't do that. I'm not homeless. I don't have to tell my fiance I lost it betting on high school esports. That's why.
There's a betting problem in the United States of America. I would not be surprised if there are lines for this, and if there are, then you are 100% betting the over for Audrey Knights to take this in an emphatic fashion. I will say this much, though, is that Slippy and Yeet Enjoyer have been very good. Now, in this best of 3, because Audrey Knights are the higher seed into the first seed, they will get this first map pick. Loser will then pick the next map soon afterwards. Bind is going to be our first venue for this fiesta. Ooh, let's see what these picks are going to be looking like. Providence Panthers just hopped off of a bind themselves, where Slippy, with that chamber, was looking really good.
Slippy, one might say.
Yeah.
Slipping and sliding in and out of these zones. This is just going to be a beautiful reminder, folks. This is a best of 3, and I'm noticing something. Slippy upgraded his name. He's Slippy 2 Slippy.
Would he hop on an alt account because he wanted like another skin? Like, what is
probably.
This?
Probably just has 2 accounts full of.
It's like, wait, what if like that's gotta be some like own like mental warfare? It's like, nah, I shoot better when I have like the base skin.
Yeah. One day I hope Valorant does like agent skins. That could be cool.
No, they already said that they're not gonna do it though.
Listen, okay. Hey, Escape from Tarkov. They said they never put pay to win in the game. They did it. Okay, Valorant.
Okay, dude.
Riot Games. Okay,
just combined a looter shooter to attack shooter.
Riot Games. Okay, they said they would never bring back holiday skins in League of Legends. They did, and oh my God, you pointed at it, Andy.
I like that Yoru.
Is that Yoru?
I do. I mean, like, when it comes down to bind, like, double duelist is certainly something that you can always have for yourself. Providence Panthers are actually going to be pulling out the same exact composition that we got, minus Hot Dog is not on the raise, is actually opting in to play the Sky. So we have the initiator now for Providence Panthers, something that they were missing in their last series, but obviously did just fine with it. But Range is going to opt in for this Yoru, and Yoru is very good at bind.
He's the only one that can send those abilities through the teleport and make the real teleport sound and start to juke out the team. So that is a huge mind game that could come here. One thing I want to talk about, okay, Providence Panthers last game. They kind of rode on the high of 2 players. You already touched on it, Yeet Enjoyer and Slippy. The problem we saw with JT Williams is they only had really 1 team member who shined. We have never been able to say that about Audrey Kale. Audrey Kale has members that stand out in every single game, and it feels like they're always different. We've had Baguette Yum Yum on top. We've had Illness on top. We've had Anime on top. We've had Boosted on top. Range, he's always been in that conversation too, one of the top 2, top 3 players on the team. Every single one of these players are so consistent. You have to, every single player on Providence is going to have to step up. I think it was Master Tino, if I recall correctly, bottom of the score board for a long time, 7 kills, did step up in those last rounds. Everyone's going to have to be on point because Audrey Kale, they never seem to have an off day.
Audrey Kale also have like some of the best fundamentals that we have in the CMS league as well. It's just like their setups are always so good. Great first blood there for Boosted. Gecko as well for Bind. We'll talk more about later why that's a very good pick. Range for the second. Here comes Dizzy right over the top. And Anime on the trademark Clove. Going to be able to find the third. It's a 2v5. Spike dropped on the site itself. Yeet Enjoyer going to be able to get into the dismiss, but chase down through the sky smoke. Anime's good for 3. Audrey Kell strike first.
What a way to open up and dominate. Observer, they're getting ready. We get a little technical timeout. Audrey Kell, man, they had all these technical timeouts early on. We get a technical timeout after first round. Come on, Audrey Kell, get it together. I'm starting to blame you.
Yeah, something's not right, obviously, with one of the players' peripherals, so elected to take a timeout here to be able to get their peripherals, or maybe it's just the observer. I'm not too sure, but yeah. So tech timeout is immediately ending as we set ourselves up for this first round win. We've got a Guardian for Illness. He's been very good on raids throughout the entirety of this tournament, and then everybody else, SMGs.
What a huge buy, going all in on a Guardian round 2. That could either go extremely well or extremely bad, and he bought a Guardian having 0 kills, 0 assists. Played no part in that first round. Might as well have been AFK.
Oh, blinding light's going to come through. It's going to blind some people, but the spray through the ruse is going to benefit that of Anime with the Stinger. Finds 2. Going to look to leech on a few of this life. Here comes the fake of the clone. Not going to fall for that is Hot Dog, but it does not matter. Anime's good for 4. Picks up the Spectre for the last little hoorah, but the Stinger was good for 4 in the round already. Oh, man, Audrey Kell looked pretty damn good. And now we go into their bonus.
That was a pretty amazing kill feed there. 4 kills on the side of Anime. I mean, this is just the start you want if you're Audrey Kell. Providence Panthers coming off a high. Coming off of a big high in the last win. Beaten down JT Williams, but Audrey Kell showing dominance here. And what kind of statement does that make in the grand scheme of things long term if Audrey Kell come out and dominate Providence Panthers, who really took JT Williams to the limit?
Well, you just need this full buy to be as emphatic. Already showing presence inside of Hough. Spray shots coming through, but I mean, you see back at Yum Yum. If Anime's trademark is the clove, back at Yum Yum on this Cypher is just as good. Hot Dog for first blood, though. It's going to take the initiator out of commission for Audrey Kell. Let's see what more they can find. Range only has a ghost on site, so Yeet Enjoyer just, well, leaves up to their name, just yeets out from Hookah. Is going to be able to find the first illness, though, with the Guardian out from Elbow. He's going to be able to at least mitigate the damage, brings us down to a 2v4. Spike's going to get planted, but how do you retake this? Maybe try to hope for somebody to overextend. Meshnet also going to be invested here. Anime has to invest almost all of their ammunition, but still able to combine onto a nice little tap to the head on the Yeet Enjoyer, but caught in a reload, trapped in the wall. Already has the not dead yet, looking to invest it. Last alive is Slippy.
No way.
Looking to get the job done. Anime on borrowed time. You just need to stay alive if you're Slippy, but elects to take the challenge. Anime should not have gotten away with that one, but that is going to sting for the Panthers.
Died, came back, clutched up the round. What more can you want from this guy?
And that's on their bonus, too.
Yeah, that's just round 3. We're just getting warmed up. 9-1 on the side of Anime. Definitely feeling themselves in this matchup. And one thing I wanted to point out for you, you're kind of talking about these trademarks, right? Boosted on the Gecko, Anime on the Clove, Baguette on the Cypher, Illness on the Raze. Really the only person that's changing up all the time is Range. Right? Range is like the only one that plays a different agent. You kind of always know what you're going against with Audrey Kell. You just can't do anything about it. These players are so good at what they do here. Knowing these abilities in and out, knowing exactly where to position, how to throw them. Boosted. Yeets his little guy up in the sky, does not get any blinds. No audio cues there. As Anime feeling a little pressure from the showers. I would not challenge Anime. That's why I'm not on stage though.
Here comes the push. Spike planted. Mosh is going to be able to actually get that elimination on a Panda's Dabby. That's something we don't see all too often. It's a Mosh elimination. Boosted. Here comes the wingman for the defuse. Dizzy right over the top. Already doubled the player over by the trucks. Hot Dog for the late flank to the Stinger. Nice shots for the second. Can't connect on towards the spray transfer. The Spike will get the fuse. And Slippy was nowhere to be found and still dies at the end, which does benefit you. Again, you should have lost that round because of all the weaponry that was bought for Audrey Kell Knights, but semantics aside, them boys are cooking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're Providence, you need to slow this game down. You're coming off a high. You just upset JT Williams, and you're looking like you're not even in the same league as Audrey Kell. Audrey Kell making a statement here. I'm looking at the stats here. Everyone on Providence Panthers negative except for Hot Dog. Hot Dog stepping up where they need it most. And really, I mean, Audrey Kell looks like a one-man band right now with Anime 12-1. You don't really need much, but get Yum Yum with 0 kills. But what is he going to do? Anime's taking all the kills. He's just setting up his traps over on B and living his best life.
Yeah, but without like that cipher cage plus like the tripwire that was outside from Hough as well. Like
true.
that entire like B salvo like wouldn't have been as stalled for like the rotation to come back through for players like Illness with that Guardian all the way over by Elbow. You were so focused towards the backside of the site. So definitely playing their part. I will say that much. But. Ooh, man, if you're the Panthers, you're coming into this one. Now it's about an even playing field. The only player that doesn't have an automatic weapon, if you can minorly call it that, would be Masterino. It does have that judge, so look for that
automatic,
burst.
baby.
Yeah, I was about to say, even if you didn't want to call it that, but it is an auto shotty.
Yeah, that thing can really mess up some players. Masterino, he had a slow start in the last game too, right? So nothing unusual there, but did really come online once he got comfortable. And I'm just looking forward to that right now. Part of me wants to see this go the distance, go into overtime, go the full length. Other part of me, it's a best of 3. We got to get some of these rounds over with. We'll save the overtime for later in the third game.
Illness looking to respect your time there with the opening first blood plus a second. And where Providence, again, we're looking to get the wind in their sails. It immediately just gets snuffed. And, well, now it's looking like a full-on Audrey Kell Knight tidal wave. Damage, at least on the Anime. Gonna pull out a couple of ruses. Should note that this is probably still lurking around A. Oh, what a headshot. Wallbang. Range. Gonna be able to utilize those clones to such a high level. Just takes down Slippy so easy. Grab net's gonna come through and, well, Masterino, you gotta judge, and that gun's pretty godlike when you do get close range, but Mosh is going to create a lot of space. Little flash is going to be coming through. Dizzy right over the top. Masterino can barely even see in front of him. Last alive! Zols able to combine for 3. Should they all have lined up, things would have looked a little bit different. But these Audrey Kell Knights, they are rolling.
5-0 on the scoreboard. And this doesn't even look like the same Providence Panthers from last game. It's kind of weird, right? You take that 10-minute break, you come back, and you just cannot find it against Audrey Kell right now. Anime opened up this game with a statement, carrying it all the way home.
Right here.
We got 2 ultimates. We've already saw the Clove ultimate once, back in round 3 with the big clutch. We're 3 rounds later. Here it is again. Why not?
It just goes to show just like the ult tick control for Audrey Kell defensively is so good. And you saw the buy there. It's not as robust as you were hoping for. Range going for little jump peaks. They end up spotting out the Panda's Navy is over there. Got the cipher cage down low. Tripwire. Can't limbo your way under that. And you can't jump over the boxes either. The cipher camera's going to get scouted. Cipher cage student follow. They're going to shoot out the tripwire. This is going to make this push feel rather honest. Here comes the paint shells. Going to flush these players to push a little bit further forward. Eden Joyer looking for the elimination. Masterino will get that first blood. 5v4. Trying to push now out to sight. Range playing over here inside of Cubby. Second Lear. Here comes the jump. Eden Joyer can't get the job done. Now shifting their focus over towards B. Long, nice little retrain of the aim from Range. It's going to jump towards the backside of the site. Looking for a blind side maybe to try to re-aggress, but the ruse out from Anime's Clove will keep these players trapped in hookah for now. 2v3.
I'm just watching the short route. I don't get to see this agent too much.
left.
I don't play against it, and I've not played it enough. So just kind of watching how all this unfolds. I know roughly what these abilities do, but I've never got the privilege to see one really in a high-skilled play. Yoru did definitely do a good position swap there. Got a kill over there at the teleporter. Next thing you know, it's a split second later. Boom, he's over there on the backside of B. Just been lurking there. Does have the ultimate.
Ooh. this timing is unfortunate. Yeah, Range is going to use that time of the spike being planted, but not enough time. Yeah. I mean, you get the credits for planting the spike, but you still lose the round. And ultimately speaking, for Providence Panthers, what the initial thought was, okay, we just need to save these ARs.
Yep.
We're down 5-0, now 6-0. You just have to save those ARs. Any sort of momentum that you can maybe try to help your teammates out going into the next round is going to be a good one, but we got to start getting some rounds on the board.
Absolutely. And you were there. What it looked like he was doing is he's just figuring out which way he wants to shoot his little shadow ball. You can kind of see that up there on the mini map. So he's going to go over and play A. And what Euro can do as an agent is if he doesn't hear any action here, he can teleport and be on B. I mean, just like that to help his team out. So this gives him a lot of flexibility on this map. You can teleport without using teleporters. As now they know that they're here in A and shower, so he's going to stick around. No need to go back. Anime, hold one angle in the shower. Yeet Enjoyer, nice kill on the boosted.
Pop flash out from the Ruse, not going to connect with anything. Here comes the Trailblazer, just sprayed out immediately. And they try to challenge out from showers as well. Not dead yet. Anime. Annihilation also invested as well offensively. 4v2. Anime dead for good this time. Spike's looking to get planted here. That Sky Smoke is about to dissipate. Oh, the Showstopper just gets trapped by the Radiant box, and now you know where Illness is located at. A big bounce back round potentially for Providence Panthers as they finally get themselves on the board.
Yeah, I got fooled by the smokes there in our observer view. I thought that was a guaranteed kill. It looked pretty locked in, but yeah, the boxes do block that bomb plant. Here we are, round 8, going into it. And I'm seeing almost full buys all across the board. Panda's Dabby just not able to buy any armor. And that's unfortunate. 1 and 7 on that stat line. Slippy do Slippy. We saw him at the top last game. A little bit of a slow start, 3 and 5. Perhaps the original Slippy better than Slippy to Slippy.
Small sample size. And by small, I mean we're already 7 rounds deep into this grand finals, and it feels like we just started. Thresh available. Audrey Kelp. Also have the Dimensional Drift should you want to use it. Some exchange of shots being thrown. Rendezvous here for Slippy. The flash doesn't connect fully, so she's going to give up that space, kind of chase with the Trailblazer. Anime is going to concede that space for now. Looking to maybe put a ruse here. It's going to be the case. Here comes the fake out. Nobody's going to shoot it, but Illness will, and of course, find that trade. You lost your Cypher. You traded that for the Brimstone, who did have that Orbital Strike at the end. That's a win condition ultimate if you're thinking about it from Providence's perspective. But again, Audrikel Knights are fully aware of that. So it's going to be the Seekers. It's going to be the call to try to get themselves over towards the side. The Mosh will keep them. It's trapped inside of Showers. Nice shot from range. We'll take down Yeet Enjoyer. The Sky is so weak. Thresh invested to try to get themselves an elimination and catch a Slippy trying to deal with Thresh. It was either you get trapped or you shoot Thresh and you die anyway. You can tell by the camera in my voice, you're basically losing that gunfight more often than not. The paint shells will tag Master Chino. The Overgrown will get them back to full HP, but it doesn't even matter. H-Dog is 39 HP. In a dream, there comes the blind side, and even though Range blinded himself, he's still good for 4 in the round. Audrikel Knights right back where they left off.
7 and 1. What a dominant start. And this Yoru pick, 11 and 5. This is an uncommon pick. We don't see this too often.
But very common on Bind.
Very common on Bind. That's kind of why, this is a little bit of a tangent, that's why I wish we could see like Breeze in this map pool, because I feel like then I get to see Harbor. I play a lot of Harbor. I like Harbor a lot.
As a fellow man bun wearer, I also like Harbor.
There we go. We've bonded over something. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy unite.
Want to play? Let's play.
Here comes the tour de force offensively. Oh, the aggression! I mean, Slippy's going to be there to at least find a trade, but this is what I'm talking about, man. Like the fundamental bait and switch to find first blood, and you see more than one player pushing out from market, you know where this push is coming from. Anime, who normally plays over at A, also sees the grab net come through over inside of Hookah. Now these players are trapped. They got to make a decision to the Panthers.
And it feels like based on this game, right, 7 rounds to 1, 7 out of 8 times they make the wrong decision as Range, Illness, Anime just firing down line, and they just eliminate the Panthers almost instantly as they try to walk into Hookah just to get some kind of presence on this map. But get Yum Yum, he's 0-4, but what does he need to do? Anime range or just a two-man squad?
Hey,
it
man.
feels like they're 2v5ing right now.
That's a traditional Sentinel, right? And that's like the difference in between like Slippy, who's playing Chamber, and albeit a Sentinel, like the way that his kit works comparatively to like a Cypher or even a Sage. It's like that's a setup Sentinel. Where like you feel like on Chamber you need to be that second duelist in a way because you don't have Hot Dog on the Raze. We have 3 rounds left before we flip the sides, and you got to get this spike down to try to utilize this orbital strike to guarantee the round if you are the Panthers.
Rue's going to shut down that push. I don't think they made any audible noise. There's a little bit of a game sense feeling there. Boosted. Quick kill on Mastertino. Range just hoping for some cheeky kills through the smoke. Not able to find anything. Yeet Enjoyer. He's got to be careful walking out.
This is such a tough angle to combat against. Another Ruse is going to be coming through. This predetermined shots coming through from Slippy again is the highest ranked individual that we have here in CMS. So, you know this dude knows ball. The Empress was also invested. Took down Yoros, so no dimensional drift in this round. Going to be pushing into the tripwire. Back at Yum Yum. We said his name. He's good for 2. Shuts down the push over inside of Hookah. Spike needs to get collected. Lear also dealt with. He's not here alone, by the way. But Yeet Enjoyer lines up for 2. Takes down Illness and back at Yum Yum.
30 seconds left.
1v2. This would be a Herculean clutch. If you are Yeet Enjoyer and is able to track down Boosted. Also able to get the dismiss and then for the swing. He had himself an ace in the last series that we had for winter semifinals. Why not get one here in round number 10?
Yeet Enjoyer. Another ace. 2 aces tonight, as you called out. Just something about getting aces when you're in losing positions. Yeet Enjoyer seems to be able to do it. Now we're hoping for Slippy.
Oh, this is a nice
Audrey Kale, you can't imagine that they dropped the ball like JT Williams did, allowing Providence Panthers to creep back in that last series. 8-2. 2 rounds to go in this half. And again, 9-3. It's a good score. It's able to work for. I think we ended the last one 8-4. Could be kind of a similar story. Yeet Enjoyer does fall to range early, trying to push up aggressively. Fell for the Yoru clone.
Well, the fake out is just so good because it allows range to take the graph net off, right? And then at least confirms that there's more than one player that's over inside of lights. Panda's Dabby able to find one. Mastertino there for the second. Orbital Strike also invested, so not going to be used in a post plan, but it might just guarantee the round. Back at Yum Yum. Last alive, 1v2. Has to deal with the Prowler first. And the Trailblazer will die. Nero Theft, soon to follow. Just looking for where these players are located at. Picks up a Vandal, but it only has 8 bullets. Now down to no bullets. Has to go for the reload, but Panda's Dabby will find the 3rd in the round for them. One more round and the flip will commence, but Providence Panthers with the late resurgence on their offensive half.
Yeah, I mean, this feels very reminiscent to the last game that we watched, yeah. Providence starting to crawl back, and they end this half at 8-4. Down but never out. Yeet Enjoyer, I think last game as well, stepping up for the team, trying to pull them forward. Providence Panthers are just so good under pressure. I mean, they are down right in round, so it feels like you should, maybe be more hard on them, but Providence Panthers are not giving up. This team has the right mindset.
It's that ice gene. It's the clutch factor that I was talking about at the end of their series versus JT Williams. It's just that you put a caged animal into a corner.
That's true.
They go and bite. Panthers showcasing all that. Odin in hand for back at Yum Yum. Enjoyer just pushes out from Octagon, finds 2. Here comes the Annihilation. Misses wildly. Cage will be coming through. The tripwire connects onto 1. Has that information. And back at Yum Yum playing in the corner is going to be good for 4. Looking for the ace. Last alive is Slippy. Inside of Hookah. We'll find 1. But back at Yum Yum answers back with an ace of his own. Odin in hand.
Just beautiful play, man. He's been sitting idle. Let me get in this action from the bottom of the team to 4th on the team. 7-6. Beautiful play there with the Odin. I love the Odin. But get Yum Yum just calm, cool, and collected. Good trigger discipline there when Hot Dog, I think it was, came through, got hit by the tripwire in the window, fell down, waited until he was all the way on the ground to shoot so he could easily turn, get that other kill onto Panda's Dabby. if you were shot a little sooner, then he's trying to, kill someone in front of him. He's getting shot at from the side, so that patience there, especially with the giant Odin clip size, really paid off in that round to bring him all the way for an ace.
This pistol round is
Crucial.
I mean, I wouldn't say that it's everything, but it feels like it's everything, right? Like, I'm not crazy. Are we crazy?
No, I don't think you're crazy.
I got the spike.
But, hey, I doubted Providence all last game, to be fair. And they showed me I don't know what I'm talking about. So
Here comes the execute, though. Wingman for the plant. Denied. Got to deal with Slippy inside of lights, and he's going to combine with Panda's Dabby for the opening first 2 kills. Finally able to be dealt with, but he felt like it took a lot more than it probably should have. Panda's Dabby is down to quite literally 1 HP. Anime is going to take down Hot Dog. It's a combined 100 HP between the last 3 players of Vodrikel Knights, and they're going to elect to take the teleporter. That B side is more than open than I'm sure that they probably wanted. Anime has to stick for the plant. His retake is going to be delayed because Panda's Dabby is still over on the A side.
Drop in a smoke.
just letting this game play out. Man, the tensions here. Providence, they're no stranger to these scenarios, and they sneak in and just like, yeah, yum yum. This guy is a killer, man. That's the ice gene that you're talking about right there.
Absolutely.
He does not choke under pressure. He is always calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, remember when he had 0 kills? He was 10-6. I mean, an ace is going to help
Pepperidge
out
Farm
with that.
remembers.
Yeah, Dairy Queen always finds out.
Yeah.
So again, that pistol round is massive for a lot of different reasons, right? Because it guarantees you would feel for a team of Vodrikel's caliber that they're going to go up to 11, but comparatively to where this could have been Providence getting up to 5. You almost feel like that you have to win this in a thrifty fashion if you are Providence Panthers. You found the opening first 2 kills, but the rest of the round did not go your way, and this is a read. Oh, this is a hell of a read. One, looking for the second. Wallbang's going to be good. Pop Flash will come around the corner. Dodges it narrowly. Oh, he wants it. Oh, he loves it. Shorty, doesn't even matter. Trailblazer will connect and somehow is able to get the 4th on the hot dog. Stunned up to kill till Kingdom Come. Excuse me?
He should not have got that kill.
No.
This guy's hacking.
Whoa.
I'm calling it.
Oh, not going to be able to get the ace.
Panda's hacking more.
right click do go burr sometimes. But yeah. Where it should have been an Audrey Kell guaranteed win was a hell of a read for one out of Baguette, who as the Sentinel and as the Cypher is the one that should be watching the flank for sure.
Yep.
But he read the first, found the second, and then turns that into 4.
Yeah. What a good way to get your money's worth with that Guardian buy. I mean, you're all in.
Yeah, I'll say.
Yeah, we're round 2? No, we're round 3 in the half math, right? And he's already sitting on that ultimate. That's just free info. You get 1 kill, boom. I know where you are, right? Pop all the players off. That's going to obviously, that should lead to a round 12, right? We are going to see some buys. I'm looking at the economy, $4,000 in the pockets. 2 of these players, Slippy and Master Tino, can full buy, but it's just not their game. Slippy 7-12, Master Tino 6-12. It doesn't look like on paper that Providence is going to clutch up. Audrey Kale just looking more consistent across the board, I would say, than that of JT Williams, their counterpart, and Anime especially. I can't count Anime out.
I will say this much, like, again, I don't want to take away from Slippy's accolades for being such a high-ranked player, but, like, that is the difference in between facing a team that isn't fundamentally sound, and I'm not saying that JT Williams are terrible by any stretch of the imagination. Individually great, but, like, he's picking them off of unforced errors versus a team that is very fundamentally sound of Vodrikel Knights, where they're not really giving him any easy 1v1s.
No, they've practiced all these lineups, I guess you could say, right? Their abilities combo together very well.
Time to jump.
Very disciplined in this regard. And Yoru, I mean,
That is a hell of a gate crash
Going
to a
into
blind
the ult
spot.
there.
Rendezvous back to the Mario pipes.
I think he's in his ultimate, or did he cancel it?
No. So that was the gate crash into a blind side.
Oh, got it.
Gate crash teleported him forward so that he can get that cross. And he's just going to catch Masterino lacking. Wingman's going to be able to get the plant. Eden Joyer playing on the cross. Oh, this would be an absolute dagger into the backs of Providence if they cannot convert this. This is their first full buy. 3v3. Illness going to get wallbang. Was already so weak. Last alive. Will be inside of lights. trying to attack through the ruse, but Range just has to swing blindly through it. It was costly. You lost 2 lives along the way, but Providence, that was their round to lose. They were able to convert it. They get their 4th.
Yep, 11 and 4. Can they get a comeback story again? For the sake of time this evening, I hope not. But for the people at home, I hope that they do. I mean, it could be entertaining. Yeet Enjoyer 15 and 12. This guy, man, Yeet Enjoyer, we called it back in week 1. Just great name, great player. We knew we were going to be yeeting a lot. Slippy, too slippy, 8 and 13. On that day 1 stuff. I'm looking at the buys here, folks. I see a judge for Master Tino. I'm a big fan of the judge, but it's not what you want to see if you're a fan of the Providence Panthers.
On defense, it works a whole lot more.
It does work a whole lot more.
Yeah, it makes a whole lot more sense on defense versus offense, where it's just like you have to be the one that pushes the pressure. But
we see him right here in showers, looking for something cheeky. Little homie, Euro blinds. Nice deadlock slow there with that grenade.
And the mesh net's going to completely stall out that push through showers as well. So now Master Chino going to jump up on top of this double box, just electing to get up on the first, does not have the boost to get up on the second. Mosh is going to get recollected. Master Chino just blindly pushes inside the sky smoke, but I love the discretion on not fully pushing into showers. This push is still lurking around A, by the way. I mean, the spike has now since moved away from showers, so they might be looking to rotate to B.
Yeah, they heard the judge shot there. Definitely don't want to continue to push out showers there. That's how you sign your round away. But Range, about to prove me wrong, maybe. You don't challenge this. Come on. You challenge this. You take this every time, I guess.
30
and then just that fast teleport. So now, now you're over here, your Providence Panthers. You're like, oh, we just got this kill on air. They're gonna push here. They're lurking. Yours already on the other side of the map. That's the power of this agent.
They have to execute.
Yep.
18 Enjoyer's all the way in towards the back. This has to be a B execute. Yeet Enjoyer caught in a ruse. Here comes the Lear, but it's a fake.
10 seconds
Just
left.
looking to push back through elbow. Spike has to be planted here at B. Orbital strike going to be called in. It's not going to get it in the elimination. Nobody planted the spike. Illness is going to be able to take down Slippy. Nobody's going to be able to get the spike planted in time. The clock will be exhausted. Providence get their 5th. They lose 3 players along the way.
Sorry.
By the skin of their teeth, they hold on.
Yep, Panda's Dabby investing the Brimstone ultimate, and you secured that round for your team. Good job there. 7 and 13, everyone. Full buying except Slippy. Slippy on the glass cannon build we talked about earlier in the overtime. Op and light shield.
Time to mobilize
That normally means you can't buy like any abilities and stuff, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe have something you carried over from the last round.
Blinded.
Hot Dog now knows some info. They know that someone's over here by A, at least in that middle area. That katana skin is still one of the best.
The Oni melee goes crazy.
And just the right melee for someone named Anime.
On God.
Oh yeah! Monster
Here comes
on the
Thresh.
loose.
For information, that mesh net is already through A short. Blast packing over the top, lands in a molly. I mean, whether it was intended or not from Panda's Dabby, that was godlike.
Panda's Dabby, I think, got thrashed. No one able to follow up and capitalize on that.
Still trying to push. Wingman, gonna get the spike planted.
I got you.
Thresh, back up, range. Looking to get information around the other side of the spike site. Now, unbeknownst to him, he's not alone on the site itself. Last player is going to be over towards the spike site itself, and Yeet Enjoyer just finessing around the Radiant boxes, finds 4 in the round. Providence, they get the job done, albeit a clutch from Yeet Enjoyer. 4 kills within the round, Michael, and they are slowly getting this round count closer and closer now, within 5.
You can never count these Panthers out. I mean, they just keep impressing. Yeet Enjoyer just doubling down, 20 and 12. Just this is the heart and soul of the team right here. If you can end the Yeet,
Thank you.
Providence Panthers are a team you can beat.
Sound sensor up.
That was a great run.
Thank you.
You were thinking about that as you were saying, weren't you?
No, it just kind of came to me, honestly.
Heard. All right, so now we have Yeet Enjoyer has the Empress online. Do not let that boy get hot. He will absolutely cook you alive. Whoa, the operator. Dimensional drift. Rendezvous.
Here.
Gonna put out a gate crash. Did not go through the teleporter.
I'm back.
He's gonna pop out from the tube itself. The blind thrown out. First blood on Eat Enjoyer. Range strays into labs for the second. Sight taken. Spike planted. Gate crashes back over towards the teleporter. It's a Yoru masterclass.
Jump.
Second gate crash to maybe get over towards the backside of the site. Also saw that Pathfinder explode over towards the backside of the B. So you know that at least the Sky. Hot Dog is very low HP, but is on the backside of the site. Slippy has an operator. Needs to potentially work one of these picks and gets caught in a weapon swap. Back at Yum Yum. Oh, do not do it. Good ruse. It's a one-way as well. Oh, but the flash comes through into the headhunter. Slippy is going to be able to at least find one, but it's anime for 3 because of course it is. The spike will detonate surely. Does he stay alive? He will.
Wow.
Vandal maintain. 1 round away from Adrikel striking first in the best of 3.
And I think that that's a wrap on the game. I don't think Providence can win this round. They don't have any money. Master Tino tried to invest the Deadlock ultimate. Unfortunately got taken out. You do have 3 ultimates, so it is possible. But without good guns, you're really leaning in on Yeet Enjoyer. And eventually Yeet Enjoyer's back has just got to give. He's just been carrying against these 2 juggernaut teams, JT Williams, Audrey Kale.
I have retrieved the spike.
Someone from Providence has to step up and help
I've dropped
help
the spike.
Yeet Enjoyer. Last game he had Slippy. You can't have such an accomplishment as like, oh, you're the highest ranked player in the league and just have a game like this. So I'm looking for them to step up. I'm looking for Slippy to show off here.
Spike taken. Spike sight is being planted. Not dead yet. Anime looking for a little bit more. Back at Yum Yum. Able to combine for 2. Last alive is Yeet Enjoyer. Can he clutch things up with the Empress? Overhealed. Has 2 Leers. There goes the first. Dizzy's going to connect, and he should be dead to rights. Not going to be the case. Is actually electing to use the ruse, but the Neuro Theft reveals the position. And it's a 13-6 ending. Audrey Kell take the first map here in our best of 3 grand finals.
Yeah, Audrey Kell with a statement. I mean, they're doing what JT Williams couldn't do. They beat the Providence Panthers. They took an early lead. Providence Panthers did climb back some. Props to them, and that's the beauty of this best of 3. You slipped up, you're not out, but you showed that you can hang with Audrey Kell, and that is huge in a statement all on its own.
Yeah, it sure is. And candidly speaking, like now you go into what should be your counter map pick.
Yep.
If Audrey Kell even has one of those. It's just so hard for me to truly say whether or not Audrey Kell is even vulnerable. I mean, the closest series that they had was versus the Bulldogs back in week 1. They decimated them in winter semifinals 13-1. You go and pull up the bracket for us real quick just to be able to show everything that we're talking about here. Again, best of 1s all the way through this top 8. Top 4, again, you make it a winter semifinals, you get to go to LAN. CMS is very different from the other region or the other tournaments that we've been holding here. So we're going to have ourselves a fantastic LAN event for sure, but Audrey Kell Knights are really making the clear-cut decision that they are the favorites here with a 13-6 over a very good Providence Panthers roster that just took down our number 2 team of JT Wills.
This is kind of a hot take. I feel like Providence Panthers, if they play like they played against JT Williams, I think Providence Panthers is a better team.
Really?
They went 13-6 there. Yeet Enjoyer is the only player on that team that was positive. All the other players couldn't step up. Slippy couldn't step up. If two or 3 of those players on Providence Panthers can step up, I think Panthers could actually beat Audrey Kell, and I think that they could be the better team. But Audrey Kell is the more consistent, the more reliable team. But Panthers, if they're firing on all cylinders, they look like they could be better. I
gotta disagree. The only reason why I say this is because individually, like, probably, but the problem is it's not a micro thing, it's a macro thing. The setups are continuous, and the ultimatum still speaks for itself, is that they're throwing out continuous strategies. Your executes are always different every single round, offense and defense alike, comparatively to Providence, who are playing reactionary because they're forced to.
Yep.
And Audrey Keller just exploiting that time and time again.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful point. I mean, and of course I'm saying, like, Providence Panthers, their best day, their best game, right? We saw that against JT Williams. this is just who Audrey Kell is. This is just another day in the park, Andy. So, you know, yeah, I think you're right. But Providence Panthers does have the ability to do that rally. And here we are, right? We got game 1 down. What a banger it was. We got 2 more games maybe coming your way. It's a best of 3. Could be 1 more. Could be 2 more. So don't go anywhere. We might just be getting started. We'll see you right after this quick break for game 2. Welcome back to VESL Game 2 in this finals. We just got done with game 1, 13-6. Audrey Kell taking that win over. We got Range and Anime here chatting live with us in YouTube. This Range guy is really good. Anime MVP. At least hype up each other. Don't make it so obvious because I'm Team Providence Panthers. I think that if they start performing, they are the better team. And I'm calling Audrey Kell out. You need to do better.
They just won 13-6.
They won 13-6, but I would say.
And then they smacked Butler Bulldogs 13-1.
Let me tell you a story about sports, okay? The New England Patriots had almost ran the perfect season all the way to the end. They were upset by the team New York Giants. That is not
Eli Manning was also the kryptonite.
Right, but the point is,
Okay.
the New England Patriots were on paper and in fact the better team.
Mm-hmm.
But they had their off day. Providence Panthers, they had an off day. All right? They had an off game. One player could step up, Yeet Enjoyer. Audrey Kell stopped the Yeet, but if Slippy can come online, if we can see more come out of these other 4 players, I think pound for pound, Providence Panthers could be the better team and cement themselves at the top of the CMS division.
You know what the difference is in between the current #1 team of the Kansas City Chiefs and then the Patriots of old?
A few championship rings.
No, they were missing a Taylor Swift. So we're going in towards our second game, and that's going to be a sunset pick coming through for the Providence Panthers. And, you know, I'd have to agree with you to a certain degree is that, you know, we need to see more out of Slippy, who's playing and being forced to play reactionary to the star-studded, fundamentally sound Valorant that we're getting out of Audrey Kell Knights.
Yep, absolutely. Getting a little bit of smack talk live in the chat. I love it. Listen, I cement my legacy in bronze. I know I don't know much about Valorant, but what I do know is I know about team mentality and I know about performance. And Audrey Kell, you need to make a statement right now. You're trying to be the top dog in the league. We got newcomers, Providence Panthers. I'm taking you 13-6. You got to be 13-1 right now. I'm looking at these comps locking in. Nothing too surprising from Audrey Kell, right? Same old, same old. We got the KO. We got the Rays. I think we have the Cypher there. We have the transition. Yep, we got the Cypher. We got the Gecko. And we got the Clove. Same thing. You always know what you're getting out of this Audrey Kell team right now. Same agents, same map. Sometimes you get a little bit of a swap up, right? We had that Euro in the last game. Overall, you know what you need to play for if you're Providence. If you're Providence, Yeet Enjoyer over there on the Reign of Master Tino. Again on the deadlock. Slippy with a changeup. Going to Jet on this case. Hot Dog and Panda's Dabby. Holding it down with Omen.
I don't like saying this too much because it is I don't mean for it to sound condescending. Let me just lead with that. But it really does feel like with Audrey Kell Knights and like their agent selection going from map to map, again, is pandering to that fundamental strength, that core. Yep. Versus Providence, it feels like it's a rank lobby.
That's true.
Where it's just like you got Yeet Enjoyer on their main, Master Tino on their main. Slippy's trying to pick a agent that is indicative to the map that is being played. And Panda's Dabby obviously picking a different controller to what is required. And Hot Dog is just filling the gaps. You know, we've seen the Rays. We've also seen the Sky. And now we're moving over towards the Gecko because honestly speaking, if you're not playing a Gecko on Sunset, you're kind of throwing.
Yeah, that's true. No Cypher as well on the side of Providence. And I feel like Cypher's so pivotal on this B side.
He's definitely the better Sentinel.
Yeah, Deadlock is good here, but it just doesn't create that same kind of pressure that Cypher would.
It's the lockdown that you're able to get as well. I mean, I would even rather see a Killjoy as well. So offense first coming through for Audrey Kell. Wingman not going to be able to get the spike plane. A little rude to shoot that little guy in the face. But, hey, we move. Masterino going to be able to find first blood, though. It's pinstripe kill feed thus far. 3v3s. Boosted's going to be able to take down Yeet Enjoyer. Meshnet's actually going to start blocking where the spike was located at previously. A little spray through the smoke going to be very, very good. But it's going to leave Illness alive in a 1v2. Nice shot from Hot Dog. Going to take down Illness. Providence Panthers take the pistol.
Hey, you know, sometimes when you're right, you're right. Haters going to hate. Providence Panthers. Team's starting to step up. We got a different person on top here. Hot Dog. 2-0 in that round. Yeet Enjoyer still 1-1. Master Tino early kill on the board. And Slippy 1-0. You can see that Marshall come out. And I'm looking at Panda's Dabby with that Bulldog right now. Audrey Kell. Definitely not a team you can sleep on, though, in these pistol rounds. Got to give them props where they're due. If there's anyone that can get that, you know, that kind of budget round win, right? It's going to be Audrey Kell. Slippy shuts down Anime early on. Quick little shot there. Oh, and they're going to rush up. I think they're going to try to pressure Slippy here.
He's got a sheriff.
Yep, just backed up just for a minute.
Not going to see anything push out from the ruse. Well, the knife did connect previously, so it couldn't tailwind out nor use any abilities. They had it available. Here comes the rush. A little bit of a pop flash boost is going to find that elimination, but not before Slippy found their trade. So 4v3, numbers aggressively favoring that, but the defense and what you would feel like that Providence should be able to win this, winning the pistol, and it's starting to go that way.
Yep, absolutely. And kind of the importance of this best of 3, if you're Audrey Kale. Providence doesn't quite have the history to talk about this, but, you know, Audrey Kale needs to make a statement here, right? You had, last time, you know, I assume last season, right? These are just the stats I've got. They went all the way up to the states finals, and they ended up being runner-up, and that was back in February, right? And they lost to the team Green Hope 2-0. Really, really dominated in those matches from what I'm seeing, 13-4 to 13-5. So Audrey Kale kind of wants that revenge tour, right? To go all the way, go the distance. And if you're someone like Providence Panthers, I mean, it would not do well to you mentally for Providence Panthers to upset you this early on and push you when there's that other giant out there, right, in Green Hope.
10 seconds
1v1 into what was a 4v2. Gecko v Gecko. Now, Range has no abilities at all. And neither is Hot Dog. Oh, it's going to come down to raw gun skill. You're looking one way and the other. Hot Dog able to get the centering, expecting Range to be there after clearing what was over by Market. I mean, that got really hairy. More for Providence than it for Audrey Kell, because going into round number 3 was supposed to be your bonus. You should have won this round, and you do so, but now we go into Audrey Kell's full buy.
Yeah, you lost it. You lost a lot of money for that win, and that's what I was talking about at the start of that round, right? Audrey Kell, you know, I'm having a little fun bantering with them in the YouTube chat, of course, but these guys are deadly, and they came into the round. I think they all had classics, nothing else, no armor, just classics, and they're able to take you down, get 4 kills. Now they've got all Vandals and a Phantom. You're definitely going to be nervous if you're the Providence Panthers at this point, that this could not be your round, because you lost a lot in those 4 deaths.
And you saw the sell right there towards the end for Providence, right? Because you need to make sure that you can guarantee at least 4, if not 5 ARs going into the next. Deadlock's going to show a mesh net, and that's a lot of rifles that you just heard right there. GravNet's going to get at least 1. Range is going to be able to remove it and just get the heck out of dodge, but a lot of utility was thrown over here inside of B main. You can see the Omen, Panda's Dabby pushing all the way up through mid. Only has a classic. If they can play a timing here, go 1 for 1, it'd be pretty good, but Illness has a Vandal. Oh, he's going to clear it as well. Gives it up. Oh. Checks the wrong angle. Dizzy going to connect. Panda's Dabby is still alive. They still have no idea that he's over there. The wall's going to get poked, prodded. Panda's Dabby, I mean, talk about trigger discipline. Doesn't push it at all, but the rotation starts to come through. 0 point will connect. Onto at least 1. Back at Yum Yum was able to push through Garage. Now we got ourselves over towards the A site. Secondary of the cage. It's going to shroud the tripwire going down. Spike planted 5v5.
Setting out some warning shots there. Don't push this Yeet Enjoyer. This guy, absolutely deadly with the Sheriff. Double blind there, gets that peek onto Baguette. Headshot kill, pushed onto the site. Just can't quite land the shots. That just as easily could have went the other way. Panda's Dabby, can you keep this dominating run going? You're up 2-0. Can you make it 3-0? Doesn't look good. Nice little peek there.
Wow.
That's a good juke.
That's a really good tech, but you need to try to convert this into a handful of kills, and it's just not going to be the case at all. Did not have enough bullets to be able to spray through the dark cover that they placed. But if you want to talk about grit, like, that was sick. Like, able to at least get the coverage from Hot Dog through the main arches and was able to stay alive. Goes for the late pinch through Garage and is able to at least find that pick with the classic. Made it expensive, but winning the round, I mean, what's the worst case scenario? Like, Booster doesn't have full armor, but everybody still has ARs. So I think you're still okay here if you're Audrey Kell, finally get themselves on the board.
Yeah, dead even. Yeet Enjoyer also does not have armor on the side of Providence, so this is the round. He does have the Empress. Could choose to pop that. Throws that out early. That's kind of one of those negatives. Now here comes Thrash onto the site. Master Tino just going to try to back up. Doesn't want to get caught out.
Thresh gets caught trying to hop up towards the ledge. Back to Boba. Here comes the execute. Pinstripe kill feed. Enjoyer was able to find an elimination. Slippy pushes out from Market. Even though that they were suppressed doesn't mean that they're suppressed via the gun skill. It's a 1v3.
My eyes on
Yum Yum finds the first, cannot connect onto the second. It is Hot Dog's map. He is on one here in the map number 2 as Providence stop any momentum that Audrey Kell start building for themselves. 3-1.
Absolutely. I'm telling you right now, like, this is kind of cementing the point I was trying to make, where right there, those were even teams. Now, I understand that, you know, this map is a little bit more defense-sided, right, as you've explained to me before. But this is the point. Slippy, he's got the skill. Hot Dog has the skill. Yeet Enjoyer has the skill. If these players are on and they start to get in that rhythm, right, they start to get Ultra Instinct, channel their inner Goku, they can hang with Audrey Kell. This is easily a team that can be in that contention for top 2, top 3. No doubt about it. And heck, they've already entered it. They beat JT Williams, the rival of Audrey Kell. Slippy slipping in and out, 2 quick kills. Can he get 3? Oh, wow!
Spike down.
Oh,
mid.
that's going to feel so
One
bad for
enemy
Illness.
remaining.
Range will find the trade, but now is last alive in a 1v4 situation. Had to get the entire ace, but you want to talk about wallet efficiency?
Yeah.
You're broke, pull out the Blade Barrage. We've seen it with snipers, Chamber specifically, from Slippy. Very, very good at connecting with those headshots. And then also has the ability tech as well to be able to get all the way up above through mid connector to be able to get the right click, somehow stays alive. Illness didn't get the retrain of the shots as well. Ooh, that's a round that you felt like that you might be able to clutch, but it was still a save round for Audrey Kell. They trail by 3.
Yeah, Audrey Kell does best when they have all their kit in their hands. Again, that consistency, that, you know, that teamwork that they have, next level. That's what puts them above everyone else right now. These guys just know exactly what everyone's doing. A good dizzy throw over there. Hot Dog responding with 1-2. Now they know that they've pushed up. Thinking about that Thrash. Does decommit for a moment.
Yeah.
Here comes that rocket.
Yep, showstopper. Thresh is going to be the response. Null Command
did
also
kill
in a
Thresh.
response. Great
Good kill.
shot coming through from the showstopper, but Slippy out from spawn will find 2. Anime not dead yet. Null Command is going to drop boosted to the floor. 8 seconds to try to respawn, and Anime's back for good this time. 1v2. Would need a 1v3 in total to be able to get it. The snap
Last player
almost
standing.
retrains back over towards the box. Yeet Enjoyer is good for 3. That was a lot of ultimates invested for Audrey Kell in a losing fashion. Now trail by 4.
Yeah. And I don't think we have these kind of stats, but I don't think Audrey Kell, in games that we've casted, I don't think we've ever seen them behind. And we've definitely not seen them behind by 4 rounds.
Not by this much, no.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we've seen them behind, like it's been a tie and they maybe dropped down one round. So Audrey Kell taking a little bit of extra time here to dial it in, right? Get in their flow. A little bit slower start than we're used to seeing with them. Nice Cypher cam. Not quite able to find the jet there.
Flashpoint's at least going to confirm where Panda's Dabby is located at. If you can even call it that. Over towards the Sheriff and versus Hot Dog, who has just been so electric for Providence here on Sunset on the get-go.
Spike down.
Dismiss going to
mid.
be invested
kill.
here for Yeet Enjoyer. Has another Lear as well and some assistance back at Yum Yum's going to take down Pan Stabby. Misses with the first shot. Nice little strafe going to be coming through, boosted there for the trade. Needs a full-on 1v4 and got a body shot and a Hot Dog before getting put down. Providence Panthers realistically have not been skipping a beat whatsoever. Their credits are just so good, and wouldn't you know it, Slippy has enough for an operator. 6,000 credits in their wallet as well. Audrey Kell, you're forced to call in a timeout because this is another full buy for them. To say that they need this round, it's putting it lightly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 6-1. I mean, this is Audrey Kell taking a game off maybe, right? But their stats are good, right? They're not bad compared to some of the blowouts we've seen in other teams. 5-6, 5-7, 4-6. All their players are doing well. They're doing the exact consistency we expect. They're just not able to fully grab these round wins. And hats off, right, to Slippy, Yeet Enjoyer, Hot Dog stepping up from that game 1. This is exactly what I talked about in the narrative that they need. Providence Panthers are they're a good team. Definitely providing a little bit of an upset here. Now, they do have to close it out, and that's a whole other different conversation, right? So Panthers get up, but you swap sides, especially if Audrey starts getting that momentum, that's when we're really going to see the Providence Panthers' mental come into play and see, as you call it, that ice gene. Who can clutch up and if the pressure starts getting turned up from Audrey Kale? Because right now, they're riding that high all the way.
Usual suspect showing up in a big way, but it needs to be said, Hot Dog is having a great sunset. 7-2. I mean, yeah, again, like the usual suspects, you expect the combined 21-9 in between Slippy and Eden Joyer. We asked for Slippy to have a better map.
Yep.
We're getting that out of him. Thresh is going to open things up ceremoniously here on offense for Audrey Kell. Trying to follow up on that. Oh, Slippy gets caught. This would be a massive pick to have for yourself. Great investment to come through. The flashpoint soon to follow, and the Nero theft to confirm where these last two players are located at. You want to talk about standing on business? This is Audrey Kell at their finest.
Well, they got an op at their feet, too, if they so do choose to pick it up. Audrey Kell, that timeout paid wonders for them because they just said, hey, guys, we're playing a little slower. Let's just pedal to the metal, baby. Hit the gas. Oh, man.
Wow.
That feels bad.
I mean, that's just really, really cool. Whether that's especially or specifically what they talked about in the timeout on how do we find the most value out of Thresh? Right there. I mean, you want to talk about just the combination of some really good tech. Thresh to enter into Garage, and then you have the double blast pack coming through from Illness to be able to get that elimination on the Slippy. That's the operator immediately taken down, which they let die at the end of the round, by the way. Thresh gets recollected and then utilized after the neural theft on where the last two players were located at. You shut down Eden Joyer with that Empress, which is a massive ultimate for them to constantly find value with. Can you ride this momentum now and start to break the bank of Providence?
I love that Illness has the new skin that came out. Such a beautiful skin line.
Very floral.
Spirit Blossom, I think is what it's called. Yep. Hot Dog. Oh, he heard Illness. Sends the little buddy through. Gets the peek. Illness. He's never gonna lose those duels. And this is what we were just talking about, Andy. Audrey Kell is turning up the heat now. And how are Providence Panthers going to respond? That's kind of one of those things with young teams. Even if you start to get momentum, one of the hardest things to learn is how to stay composed when you're losing and that pressure gets turned up. We see it time after time again in different esports and leagues, right? This is all the way from high school to pro. Those newer teams in a division, when they get stuck in situations like this, all about how you can reset your mentality.
And now you look at the credits. The only one that can buy would technically be Slippy. He's thinking about, if you buy light armor plus a Vandal, 2750 credits, that's enough to buy for next. And it's enough for Providence to call a timeout here. Momentum shift, potentially, on the board ever since that double ultimate execute over towards A ended up coming through. And again, I mean, you said it wonderfully, right? I mean, once these boys start to cook, especially fundamentally sound, they start working off these executes. What we call is the download here in esports. If they start understanding what the setups are looking like continuously, this is bind all over again.
Yeah, absolutely.
The difference is that Audrey Kell aren't leading right now.
Yeah, and if Audrey Kell not only just ran away with the first game, but now they do a kind of, not really a reverse sweep, but you know what I'm saying, like a giant comeback on you. They beat you at your best and your worst if you're Providence Panthers, and that just sets the stage for a future rivalry, right? These are the stories we love to tell in esports. Panthers, we go to the lands in a few weeks. They're going to look for revenge on Audrey Kell, right? Butler Bulldogs, they looked for their revenge. Audrey Kell put them out 13-1. Cats putting up a good fight here, man, and I'm just impressed with Providence Panthers. And it's nice, right, because this whole season, me and you have sat on this desk, we've talked about Audrey Kell, how they've dominated game after game after game after game. It's a narrative that if you're an Audrey Kell fan or player, it feels good, right, because you're on top of the world. But from my perspective, I love just seeing underdogs come in and start to shake that cage a little bit. Right, change the story. Yep.
Undercats.
Undercats, you're right.
It's all good. Don't let it happen again.
Slippy, beautiful.
Again, where you felt like they were the only person that was able to buy. Why not just invest into the Blade Barrage? Is good for 2 before trading out mid-sky. Enjoyer, though, able to pick up 2 off of a Phantom. Can't find any more. Anime is going to be there for the trade. Has to be a 1v4, and Dizzy just going to be able to get that blind. There comes the trade immediately, and it was a save round. And I need to explain that. It was a save round for Providence, but Slippy off of the Blade Barrage. I mean, you want to talk about a Jet's best friend right there off of an eco round. Pop the Blade Barrage, good for 2. Yeah, I'll take that to go.
Yeah, 14-8. if you're Providence, you need these 2 rounds. Like, you need all the advantage you can get going into this back half because the defense will be so strong here for Audrey Kale.
It's where their comp can shine, though, because they have the Cypher, right? Like, they have the Sentinel advantage comparatively to the Deadlock, but, I mean, the way that Providence are playing right now, I fear that they might just be executing on these sites a whole lot better.
Yeah, they're doing great on defense. They're getting these trades very well. Illness, you know, they did have that play on the back of the Thrash. Beautiful bump out, but Slippy, I mean, what shot. Give this guy his props. He's playing out of his mind right now. Definitely showing why, right? And answering the call that we gave him. If you're going to be called out as, you know, in my stats, you're the top-rated player in the league, at least from the last reports that they had when they gave it to me. You got to shine. You cannot be that middle-of-the-pack player. You need to be the star of your team. Ooh. And he's just getting pressured out of here. Not much you can do there in that pinch. Enjoyer, though, with the follow-up. 3 kills out of nowhere. Oh, he's going to look at straight anime. I don't know how long that ult lasts. But
yeah, the invulnerability actually lasts for a decent amount of time, and Anime is going to be able to get that trade on the Enjoyer. So back for good. Would have to be an entire 1v4 for Anime. Slow creeping around. Oh, he might catch some really good timing. There's
that's
the first.
upsetting.
2 more behind the box. Actually gets information on both of them. Runs out of time in life, bullets, things. It's a Blossom here at the end of round number 11.
Get those guns.
And we have a really good chance for Providence Panthers, who already have a really good lead. They will have that lead going to the offensive half regardless, but a 9-3 half is a really good look.
Right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Master Tino, yeah, a part of me wants to be critical about that ultimate. Kind of fired it blind. I would have saved it maybe for this round. He's only
totally.
1 and 8. He's not going to get it back, but yeah, you just had the numbers. You knew it was 4-on-1. You kind of knew roughly where he was, right? You didn't know exactly, but just feels weird. Thrash does come out early in this round. Couldn't quite follow it on the minimap. Looks like all that happened over at A site. No deaths, though. Audrey Kale sitting on 3 ultimates. They have the KO, which could be huge in going onto a site, shutting down abilities. Illness, of course, with that rocket. Always showing off.
But the no command gets shut down.
Yep.
Slippy has just been lurking and finding continuous value through mid. Might be good for 3, but Baguette Yum Yum shuts it down. 3v4. So but we'll at least see that there's one more player at the deadlock all the way back towards mid arches. Master Tino gonna hold that line for now. Here comes the Thresh. Gonna connect immediately onto 1. Hey, Hot Dog's there, but it doesn't even matter. Baguette Yum Yum there for the immediate trade. 3 in the round now. 2v2. Nero Theft will confirm where these last 2 players are located at, all the way back towards Defender spawn. Gotta get the spike planted. You need to be able to dictate the pace towards the end of this round, but Enjoyer's got the Emperor's pop. Good luck trying to deal with this raid boss. She's playing for a timing. Master Chino here. Empress will run out. Lear's gonna get popped. Blinds back at Yum Yum, but what a shoulder throw to be able to find their 4th. Master Chino there for the trade, but Anime gets the final laugh. It's an 8-4 half, but Providence Panthers are sitting in a real good spot for the side swap.
Audrey Kale had no business winning that round, and that just shows how great this team is. I mean, that was they won almost the impossible at that point. Slippy just shut down the boosted ultimate. Flings out, I think, shut down Illness, right? 2 great players on the team, just shuts them out. Baguette steps up when he needs, and that's what I've been saying the whole time about Audrey Kale. Every single one of these players knows how to step up and be a star, so you can't just shut one out. You have to beat Audrey Kale as a whole. It's not like previous games, right? We saw Yeet Enjoyer. You know, if he gets shut down in some games, the Providence Panthers fall apart. You go back to Taunt with the Butler Bulldogs, I think it was, right? You shut down Taunt and Reyna, you run away with the game. Audrey Kale, you don't have that. You have to play perfect almost, because they will eat you alive if you make any small mistakes.
This pistol is huge. I feel like we've said that almost every single secondary pistol round, but it's true, right? I mean, like, you want this momentum defensively if you are Audrey Kale. We'll have to see. The offense is just lurking around B main. Baguette Yum Yum sees it. He's going to start ripping out those cages. Waiting for his teammates to try to re-engage. Back through market potentially. But it's Slippy back through mid, this time offensively. He's not here alone. Oh, the connector through mid. Nobody was checking it. Illness, Baguette. They're able to find 2, but Hot Dog was at least there to mitigate the damage. 3v4.
Just not a not a ball you want to drop if you're Providence Panthers. You got to check all your angles. Make sure you're playing those maps. This is kind of like we're starting to see it. We might get a play there. Hot Dog. I think he saw a little bit of illness.
There's my buddy.
Baiting out that pickup.
Wow, what a ruse. Coming through for Audrey Kale. And so far, they've only lost back at Yum Yum. Wingman gonna come through. Dizzy's gonna connect on a Hot Dog. Blinded. These last few players are just trapped inside of B main, and Boosted's just gonna continuously jump peek. Fragment. Fragment. Fragment?
I think next time you say it.
There it comes through finally, but Boosted will die. Anime there for the trade. Last alive is Panda's Dabby. Can't find another. It's 3 in the round for Illness, and the pistol round is 1. Audrey Kale diminished the lead to 3.
Yeah, Providence, a little bit of that sloppiness showed there, right? That lack of consistency. You know, Audrey Kale, right, looking at that mid. And this is like, we're looking at such small details here, right? But Audrey Kale, they're not going to forget to check left, right? One player is going to cover that angle. They're going to swing right, you know, and know with confidence where they're moving, they're covered. Providence getting a little ahead of themselves there. They go, they forget to check that corner, 2 dead instantly. Audrey Kale, you make those small mistakes against them, that's when they'll start to pick you apart. And again, we talked about it already. Such a good defensive team. 3 with a knife. No biggie. Yeah, why not?
You think KO's good at Sunset? I think KO's pretty good at Sunset. I mean, the 0 point will suppress 3 immediately off the rip. That not only is good information, but it's just stalling out the push for at least another 15, closer to 20 seconds.
Yep.
Now, here's the next problem for Audrey Kale, is that between the Enjoyer and Slippy, they have just been winning the mid-duel continuously. All is but rectified when back at Yum Yum just absolutely rips you to shred, as well as Illness, finding the 2 top fraggers for Providence through the middle of the map via the Sheriff. Again, this is their bonus. Winning the first pistol round will benefit them to be able to get a heck of a lot of credits, and the Sheriff is good. 2v5. Dizzy coming through the dark cover. Actually mistimed. Hot Dog's going to start pushing all the way through to the backside of the site. Kind of leaves Panda's Dabby all by them. Lonesome and Audrey Kale Knights. Flawless as you like off of the buy they garnered from the opening pistol. They're going to have themselves a pretty good look of a bonus here. As the lead now down to 2. But Providence looking at their full AR buy.
Yeah, just like that. We're 8 and 6 in the half, and the gap is closing. Audrey Kale doing exactly what we said was going to happen. You come on defense, you needed as big of a lead as you could. You're Providence Panthers. You can't let this get to your head. You got to figure out how to capitalize. You got to figure out how to march forward, and it's going to be a little tough, right? You're looking at Jet. You're looking at Reyna. We get a little bit of a technical timeout here. Hot Dog with the Gecko. 3 players stepping up. We only had 1. I'm looking at Master Tino. I'm looking at Panda's Dabby. Master Tino. He had a rough time in the JT Williams game 2. He had a rough time in the game 1 here. Now we're in game 2, right? Master Tino just needs to get a little bit more consistent, right? Up those stats on the scoreboard, and it's going to help you get those rounds that you're going to need because you can't go on a losing streak right now.
I think the biggest difference, especially for Providence, in between Bind to Sunset, is the fact of how much value Hot Dog is actually finding with the Gecko. I mean, 13 and 7 is nowhere near a similar scoreline as we had towards the end of the half there on Bind. Just nowhere near it. And again, I feel like that it's going to have to be a continuous effort. Like, you cannot relent at all if you are Providence Panthers, because once Audrey Kale start to get an understanding on what you're throwing at them offensively, any one of these 4 or 5 players, like you already talked about, will step up, be able to go crazy like we're seeing from Baguette. Typically, it's Illness. More often not, it's Anime. They've suppressed that glove, albeit 12 and 11, 13, 10, and 13 and 11 respectfully, but it's the team play and what they're able to do with that information that has just been, I mean, so sublime to watch like all season long, but you're just so close if you are Providence. Obviously, losing those first 2, it sucks. This should be round number 9 on the board for you, given any sort of antics that happen. You got 4 ARs, 1's on the Spectre, that's Master Tino, but at least your top 3 do have those ARs where they've been finding continuous value. Light armor is whatever. But I think that if you're able to get this 9th and try to ride that momentum and force a game number 3, that's where it really becomes anybody's game.
Yep, and I am getting reports that there are some mic issues for the players right now, some headset issues. So they're just working that out. No biggie. Getting through this tech pause. Then we'll be able to get right back into the action. It's just, I don't know. I feel like a broken record at this point, but I'm just looking at, I'm so happy that I'm seeing Hot Dog and Slippy step up, because you talked about that game 1, right? The difference there is Garinger was the only positive player on the team.
Yeah.
Everyone else was negative, and like double negative in a lot of cases, and that includes Slippy, the highest rated player in the league, and that's just something I'm going to keep driving home. You're almost star player, right? It looks like we are coming out of this pause. You're almost star player if he's not one of the top 1, top 2 on the leaderboard, you know? What is he doing, especially when he's on something like Chamber, like Jet? Agents you typically see a lot of kills with. But again, what just beauty. That's
One
poetry in
enemy
motion
remaining.
right there. That flash to peak.
Michael, that was their full AR. That was their full buy. And it just got dismantled from one blind, one flashpoint that came through from Boosted, and one lurking back at Yum Yum, and now, I mean, everybody's got an AR, and the only reason why Range doesn't is
We go to
it's
another
the simple
timeout.
fact that he wasn't anywhere near all of that action through the middle of the map, and where it was a tech pause, Providence were like, hold on a second. We got to regain once again. But I want to go back to a point that you just talked about, just like the difference between Slippy on the Jet here on Sunset comparatively to Chamber. And this also kind of goes hand in hand with like what Providence looked like versus JT Williams on that bind, on the Chamber, is that the difference in between JT Williams and their executions towards Providence and Slippy on the Chamber comparatively to Audrey Kale is that when they have an advantage, they're not going to hesitate.
Yep.
JT Williams showed a lot of hesitation, where for Audrey Kale, when they do have that advantage, they're going to run you down.
Exactly.
And it's really hard to find value with Chamber like that unless you are fighting flick after flick, the headshots with the Headhunter, on top of just getting ultimates continuously and finding value with all your utility in between. Audrey Kale aren't that type of people. So you're going to have to showcase that individualistic skill with some headshots out from Jet and with the maneuverability that you have from their abilities as well. So I do really like this pick coming through from Slippy. It's just trying to make it stick. And all of that does kind of fall by the wayside and sucks when you lose that full AR buy. It has been all Audrey Kale since we have swapped sides. Now the lead only by 1.
Yeah, and I don't know, again, right, like I'm no Valorant expert, but I recognize perfect coordination when I see it. Like the amount of times that Boosted has probably thrown that flash and they've timed that perfect peak for Baguette.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like, it was just muscle memory.
Poetry.
It was perfect.
Yep.
You couldn't ask, like, there's no way you force that interaction to be that perfect. Anime just takes down Garinger. Baguette, again, takes down Master Tino, and Anime just running in
One
there,
enemy remaining.
trying to just get a kill and just ego. And Audrey Kale, this is the problem with Audrey Kale. They get confident, they get comfortable, and you better have an answer. And if you're a young team like Providence Panthers, that's going to be hard, man, right? That's a tough narrative, and that's really, like, don't get me wrong, there are many factors separating Providence from being the team that Audrey Kale is, but what you expect kind of on paper, I guess, in these teams, it looks a lot closer. Audrey Kale just has that synergy. They have that cohesion. They have all their timings down. Their comms are clean. And Providence, you can just feel that little bit of sloppiness there, that little bit of that disruption.
Yeah. The discoordination, the Discord itself, just everybody has a plan until they're punched in the face or they get first blood. That's how a lot of things end up working. So, gonna have a flashpoint ceremoniously come through the window as Boosted typically opens up these rounds to do. And, you know, sometimes you get information, sometimes you don't. That time it is the information 4 players strong gonna get suppressed. Or 3, rather, excuse me.
Oh, my God.
And then they'll lurk up through the middle of the map. I mean, where it was Slippy and Garinger through the middle of the map on that defensive half, this time around, it is realistically all illness. 3v4. It's another full AR buy coming through for Providence. Range, just going to concede the space. Wingman's going to get gunned. And you could just see the HP immediately from Panda's Dabby. Also heard the step coming through, knew exactly where he was located at. Last player's inside a garage. Baggy Yum Yum took down Panda's Dabby. Hot Dog is going to have to run away from the paint shells as the ruse from the death of Anime is just going to have them trapped inside garage. And before you know it, Hot Dog, well, you might just get flanked here by Baguette Yum Yum as he is just having his way with the Providence Panthers. At least Hot Dog was able to find one, but that's no dent to the bank that Audrey Kale have now built for themselves. Michael, it is now a cool, calm, collected 5 rounds in a row. Providence Panthers have yet to convert an offense.
Yeah. And
You think
gotta,
Sunset's defensive favored?
I got a hunch. You know, just something about it. But you know, I talk about it all the time, okay? And I don't want to count any of these teams out, especially Audrey Kell. We can't make that mistake. We're not rookies over here, okay? Now, if you're Providence Panthers, you gotta build on these little micro wins. So you got Hot Dog. He won a gunfight, right? He got a headshot in a 2v1. Maybe like a little bit of better spray and trade, like passing that pattern up, right? Maybe he could have squeaked out too. You gotta try to build on that momentum of these little highlights that you're getting. And boosted, man, this guy's annoying.
It's just a slight difference.
There's no way to put it.
Yeah.
It's just so annoying. These knives are so on point. This guy, he's thrown millions of these knives, it feels like.
Absolutely.
He's definitely put his reps in. Panda just saw boosted. He knows what's going on here. Gonna smoke that off. That's a smart play.
Bruise in response, Cloudburst to follow. Just trying to get themselves up to the middle of the map, but... And now you just feel like you're trapped here. You got Sheriffs, Baguette Yum Yum's playing the cross. The door to market did get blown to smithereens, but Ruse first, Cage second. I mean, these guys are trapped in the middle of the map, and they do have an avenue to connect all the way to A. You can see that starting to put itself together through A. But it seems that Slippy wants to try to get themselves through B main, where Anime was looking previously. Operator in hand, because sure.
30 seconds left.
In every single avenue to try to get in towards one of these sites is shut down. So now they have to commit over towards B. Sub 30 seconds. This has to be a B execute, but they're going to go for broke. They're going to try to quick rotate over towards A. Nobody's seeing anything over towards B. So if you're Audrey Kell, you should know that this has to be an execute over towards A. 3 players now trying to get back over through the middle of the map. The dark cover's not going to be able to stop them in time. 5 seconds remain. The gunfights are starting to ensue. Slippy's only able to find at least one. It's going to be done via the kills, albeit with about 6 seconds remaining on the game clock. And Audrey Kell are now up to double digits.
And honestly, I can't remember what guns they had. I think they didn't have much, but I mean, you weren't even on the site, and there were 7 seconds left on the clock. You were never going to get a plant down. You would have had to have some kind of miraculous gunfight there, with just everyone on Audrey Kell lined up, and for you to chain these kills down to win the round. I don't know. This is probably my ignorance or inexperience talking, but like I feel like it would have been better to sit back and save all your guns that you had.
Probably. Now, luckily enough for them, you can see, like, for Providence, Blade Barrage popped. They still have Vandals, and I believe maybe 1 Phantom. And Slippy, with this Blade Barrage, historically on Sunset, has been pretty good. This is a fast B execute. Nobody lurking through mid, and look at the execute, or the rotation defensively starting to come through, but they're actually trying to go through mid, R2 players, and you still have 1 more player that's still lurking over towards A. How much can Baguette Yum Yum do with these Cypher cages and tripwires to keep these players trapped inside of B main? So far, the answer, well, it's a lot. You also have Anime over here with an operator as well, so you feel like that if you are Providence Panthers, this is a no-go, as the spike is rotating out from B main, trying to look through the middle of the map. Boosted is there, through his shoulder, saw at least, well, more than 1 player over inside of B main. So that's information mutual. So now they can set back up to a default defensively.
Yeah, but Audrey Kell, they're no rookies. They're still over here on A. They got 3 people on A. 2 people held them back. Really 1, right, with Cypher held them off of B. Just a little bit of pressure. Anime with an op shot. They're going to have to start pushing. They got 30 seconds on the site. They need some kills here. Slippy, you got to win those. You got to take those shots.
Tailwind's right and bonks their nose right on the ledge.
Oh, he's gonna get peeked.
Oh,
Nice
almost able to
flick.
get the snap. Wingman's coming through. Cage soon to follow. Wingman's going to be able to get this
10
plant.
seconds
Surely.
left.
They have all garage control. Range is able to take down Mastertino. 3v3 post-plant situation here. You got a Thresh available. I'm not dead yet, so Anime has 2 different lives to take at this. Here comes the Thresh all the way through garage. Anime's going to be the player that's going to try to back up this push. Hot Dog's going to get detained.
Poor Hot Dog.
Anime is going to get the freest elimination that they could possibly ever find for themselves, and Slippy can only do so much. Oh, man. It is flawless on defense for Audrey Kell. Now 7 rounds in a row on this half.
One of the, I don't know what the difference between week 1 and 2 was. Perhaps the newness of Clove into the Valorant roster. But man, one of the best things Audrey Kell has done, in my opinion, is Anime going away from that Jet and Clove. I just feel like Anime is just this ever-consuming presence on the map.
Oh, yeah.
He is so good at what he does with Clove. It's actually kind of insane. And I've learned a lot of this agent watching it. I have not played this agent at all, just from Anime. I mean, he's really like, we've seen a few other Cloves come onto the map. None of them are even close to the league that Anime is. And Anime's just got so much confidence in everything he does. These ruses are like perfect. Those ultimates, he's always sneaking out of spots, coming back to life. Almost gets it through the ruse there. In fact, I think he hit the big toe or something. A little bit of health is gone.
Oh, that's just game knowledge. Yeah, had to like wall bang legged them almost. I have no idea. Was real close. But again, like these B executes are just not going to work because you're pushing into Anime, who's still holding this angle with an operator, and you know Baguette Yum Yum is over here with tripwires and cages set up in main. So we're gonna have to almost leave again. Oh, Panda stabs the door. You do not challenge out through that door. The Lear might be able to give you the benefit of doing it,
man,
but Illness is starting to push up. They're going to have them trapped inside here. The wallbang shots come through from Yeet Enjoyer, just blindly firing through the ruse. He's able to get the Devour. Overhealed now, has the armor to play with. Baguette Yum Yum. Still here. Here comes the Annihilation. It does connect on a Baguette Yum Yum, but does die first. 2v1. Yeet Enjoyer versus the world. It always felt like it had to come down to this. You need this round, and that's putting it lightly. Shots, wayward, a little bit too light. Jumps out. Gets a leg, 30 HP, and range is gonna drop down. It is championship point for Audrey Kell as they have remained flawless since the swap.
Match point.
Range is definitely team no Yeet. Hanging out with the bloodline in that regard. Anime 20 and 13. I think he was like middle of the pack, but Get Yum Yum has led this Audrey Kell team for most of the game. Illness and Anime, it's just such an easy thing to talk about. All these players, right, all double-digit kills for Audrey Kell. And you're looking at Providence Panthers, and it's not that any of these players are necessarily doing bad, right? But Master Tino, it's hard, right, when you're looking at this film. Master Tino needs to step up a little bit. He's wasted 2 deadlock ultimates now. Just, I feel like from nerves and panic, but I obviously have no, buy into the comms or knowledge of that. I just feel like he's panicking a little bit, and he's not doing well under the pressure. Yeet Enjoyer.
I feel like all of Providence are buckling at this point because why do we keep going over towards B? No, luckily enough.
You said it was solo Q champs.
It's starting to feel like it. It's really starting to feel like it right now. I mean, Omen's almost a non-benefactor at this point. Like, Panda Stabby has no HP. You have no way of healing it. Same thing could be said for Master Chino. So this realistically has to all come down.
One right there.
That is really good trigger discipline.
Goodness.
Oh, it's fantastic trigger discipline. Panda Stabby, so low HP. Pain Shells are going to flush out the push, and Illness will get the final blow. It is a scramble, spaghetti on the floor, and just overall just dismantling on the defensive half. Audrey Kell. 13-8, they're at the end, didn't lose a single round once the side swap happened, huh?
Yeah, hey, yeah. When you're wrong, right? And Audrey Kell, I didn't realize all the gas you were cooking with, right? You held it down. You had a rough offense, right? Yeah, offense. You had a rough offense. Panthers definitely doing well on their defensive hold, but you go on defense, and that was perfect, right? They didn't drop a single round.
Not a single round.
13-8, pistol round, domination. It was just domination the whole time. Just really, as soon as that pressure turned up, that's where we saw kind of the rookie, feels like the term, right? The rookiness of the Providence Panthers, where the pressure came on. Audrey Kell, they're all firing on all cylinders. You don't get the luxury like you got with JT Williams where you got to kill one guy. You kill one guy, you're back in the round. You kill Illness, Baguette Yum Yum's right there. You kill Anime, sometimes he comes back to life and he wipes your team anyway. Or you kill Anime and you got to worry about Illness. Just everyone boosted. He's always pecking away at you with these annoying knives, slowing down your momentum. Overall, just perfect, flawless execution from Audrey Kell. And I'm looking forward to see these guys perform and land against some of these teams again.
It just felt like that from Providence's perspective, which again, like, congrats to them for getting top 2. Like, a lot of people, ourselves included, like, once we saw the JT Williams match, we're like, 2 versus 3, whatever. We didn't expect it to be that close, let alone for them to be able to win 14-12 in overtime.
Yep.
Regardless, it's one of those things, again, for me personally, that it's the definition of insanity. Quite literally, as we had ourselves a situation where you were trying to push over towards A continuously, you're talking about the 0 points continuously coming through, and maybe the A pushes weren't happening. They couldn't even go for like a bait push where they were like showcasing like abilities being thrown over, like we're executing over towards B and then wrap back over towards A, because the information and reactionary gameplay that was being showcased by Audrey Kell was just so highly exemplified that they just defaulted out. Like they just kind of like blacked out in a way that they were just like, the only thing that we can do is push over towards B. But it's just like, we never once understood that Anime's over there continuously with an operator on a controller for Clove, which, to your point again that we've been talking about, has been playing at such a high level. You're pushing into a Cypher. In the moment you try to push through the middle of the map, you lost all of that map control because Illness is already pushed up. And you can't go to A at that point because you just wasted an entire minute of the game clock.
Yeah, there's nothing, like, literally, I hate to say there's nothing you could do. There was it felt like there was nothing the Panthers could do. Not unless they literally played perfect. They perfect headshot every time. And I was just showing off the Primax, by the way, in case you're wondering. Anime's hanging out. He really appreciated it. So maybe we'll bring it to UNCG when we're there casting the LAN event.
I love that.
Yep. So
as we again just give our commiserations to Providence, but also a huge congrats on being able to get second place. I mean, Slippy again. You know, as far as that chamber pick on the blind map 1, obviously a very different belly of the beast. JT Williams comparatively to Audrey Kale. Just not going to be able to find the same value. Still actually finished with the most kills in that entire lobby, went 23 and 19. Didn't have the highest econ rating, but that's what happens when your team is losing every single round on offense. But Anime Illness, you know, the usual suspects, as we like to call it, showed up in a massive way. Both went 22 and 13, and combined 44 and 26 in between Anime and Illness. I'm very excited to be able to see these two teams maybe face again each other on LAN. I think it's going to be a really good time. And if Hot Dog can continue to play at that level as well, I think that Providence will continue to grow.
Yeah, absolutely. Congrats again, Audrey Kell. And let's look at the kind of the history of today, right? We had a lot of games take place. Audrey Kell, right, they started us off domination against Charlie Engineering early college, 13-2. These were best of ones, right, to start quarterfinals, semifinals. Then we had Palisade Pumas and Butler Bulldogs, 15-3. A little bit of a beat down there from the Bulldogs. Providence 13-8 against Myers Park, and then we got JT Williams 13-3, and then we go to semifinals, right? You get the revenge story. Butler Bulldogs, they only lost Audrey Kell in the season. They lost again. Audrey Kell in dominating fashion, 13-1, and then perhaps the absolute highlight, the biggest upset of the whole thing. JT Williams loses to Providence Panthers, and if you were a betting man early on in the early weeks, you would have lost some money here because everyone thought it was going to be Audrey Kell, JT Williams, but the one thing you would have made money on, Audrey Kell closing it out, making money. 2-0 in this grand finals, best of 3. Now, all 4 of these teams we will see again. Audrey Kell, Butler, Providence, JT Williams. We will see all of them on LAN because here at CMS League, the top 4 qualify for LAN. All these other divisions, Sandhills, Foothills, etc., it was only the top 2. So we will get to see these teams progress more. We will hopefully get to see some revenge matches, and I am so excited to see some of these Providence Panthers. This is what they're going to learn the most from as we move forward.
You heard it right there. Yep. UNCG is going to be the next stop to be able to see what these teams look like on LAN. Everything changes once we are in the same room, and teams are going to be sitting very, very near each other as well. But we have interleague matchups, cross-league matchups as well. The top 4 coming from CMS, and this top 2 from all the other divisions will be there on LAN as well. It's going to be a good time, so make sure you're following everything that you possibly can be as far as social media is concerned, so that way you know where to be and what time to watch all of the matches, either online or in person. It's going to be a hell of a time for all of us here, in all intents and purposes, for all the production, for me, all the casters, just commentating everything from Valorant. We're not done for the entirety of the weekend. We still got Super Smash Bros. Ultimate tomorrow, and we got Rocket League on Friday for the same exact dance, for the same exact outcome, to be able to see who's going to be making it to LAN. But without further ado, we're going to sign off for the evening. Thank you all so much for joining us on this incredible adventure. We'll be seeing you on LAN.